On April the 28th, 1944, Oscar, by looking sideways at himself in a mirror, was able to tell that his waist had thickened for his 36th birthday. But at least today, when he embraced the girls, no one bothered to denounce him. Any informer among the German technicians must have been demoralized, since the SS had let Oscar out of Pomorska and Montelupich, both of them centers supposedly impregnable to influence. To mark the day, Emilia sent the usual greetings from Czechoslovakia, and Ingrid and Klenowska gave him gifts. His domestic arrangements had scarcely changed in the 4.5 years he had spent in Cracow. Ingrid was still a consort, Klenowska a girlfriend, Emilia an understandably absent wife. Whatever grievances and bewilderment each suffered goes unrecorded, but it would become obvious in this, his 37th year, that some coolness had entered his relations with Ingrid, that Klenowska, always a loyal friend, was content with Emilia's sporadic liaison, and that Emilia still considered their marriage indissoluble. For the moment, they gave their presents and kept their counsel. Others took a hand in the celebration. Armand permitted Henry Rosner to bring his violin to Lipova Street in the evening, under the guard of the best baritone in the Ukrainian garrison. Armand was, at this stage, very pleased with his association with Schindler. In return for his continuing support for the Amalia camp, Armand had one day recently requested and got the permanent use of Oscar's Mercedes. Not the jalopy Oscar had bought from John for a day, but the most elegant car in the Amalia garage. The recital took place in Oscar's office. No one attended except Oscar. It was as if he were tired of company. When the Ukrainian went to the lavatory, Oscar revealed his depression to Henry. He was upset about the war news. His birthday had come in a hiatus. The Russian armies had halted behind the Pripyat marshes in Belorussia and in front of Lvov. Oscar's fears puzzled Henry. Doesn't he understand, he wondered, that if the Russians aren't held off, it's the end of his operation here? "I've often asked Armand to let you come here permanently," Oscar told Rosner. "You and your wife and child. He won't hear of it. He appreciates you too much. But eventually—" Henry was grateful. But he felt he had to point out that his family might be as safe as any in Płaszów. His sister-in-law, for example, had been discovered by Gert smoking at work, and he had ordered her execution. But one of the NCOs had begged to put before the Herr Commandant's notice the fact that this woman was Mrs. Rosner, wife of Rosner the accordionist. "Oh," Armand had said, pardoning her. "Well, remember, girl, I won't have smoking on the job." Henry told Oscar that night that it had been this attitude of Armand's, that the Rosners were immune because of their musical talent, which had persuaded him and Manchi to bring their 8-year-old son, Oleg, into the camp. He had been hiding with friends in Cracow, but that was becoming a less and less secure business every day. Once inside, Oleg could blend into that small crowd of children, many unregistered in the prison records, whose presence in Płaszów was connived at by prisoners and tolerated by some of the junior camp officials. Getting Oleg into the place, however, had been the risky part. Poldek Pfefferberg, who'd had to drive a truck to town to pick up toolboxes, had smuggled the boy in. The Ukrainians had nearly discovered him at the gate, while he was still an outsider and living in contravention of every racial statute of the Reich government general. His feet had burst out of the end of the box that lay between Pfefferberg's ankles. "Mr. Pfefferberg! Mr. Pfefferberg!" Poldek had heard, while the Ukrainians searched the back of the truck. "My feet are sticking out." Henry could laugh at that now, though warily, since there were still rivers to be crossed. But Schindler reacted dramatically, with a gesture that seemed to grow from the slightly alcoholic melancholy which had beset him on this evening of his birthday. He lifted his office chair by its back and raised it to the portrait of the Führer. It seemed for a second that he was about to lash into the icon. But he spun again on his heel, lowered the chair deliberately until its four legs hung equidistant from the floor, and rammed them into the carpet, shaking the wall. Then he said, "They're burning bodies out there, aren't they?" Henry grimaced as if the stench were in the room. "They've started," he admitted. Now that Płaszów was, in the language of the bureaucrats, a concentration camp, its inmates found that it was safer to encounter Amon. The chiefs in Oranienburg did not permit summary execution. The days when slow potato peelers could be expunged on the spot were gone. They could now be destroyed only by due process. There had to be a hearing, a record sent in triplicate to Oranienburg. The sentence had to be confirmed, not only by General Glucks's office, but also by General Paul's Department W, Economic Enterprises. For if a commandant killed essential workers, Department W could find itself hit with claims for compensation. Allach Munich Limited, for example, porcelain manufacturers using slave labour from Dachau, had recently filed a claim for 31,800 Reichsmarks, because as a result of the typhoid epidemic which broke out in January 1943, we had no prison labour at our disposal from January the 26th, 1943, until March the 3rd, 1943. In our opinion, we are entitled to compensation under Clause 2 of the Businesses' Compensation Settlement Fund. Department W was all the more liable for compensation if the loss of skilled labour arose from the zeal of a trigger-happy SS officer. So, to avoid the paperwork and the departmental complications, Amon held his hand on most days. The people who appeared within his range in the spring and early summer of 44 somehow understood it was safer, though they knew nothing of Department W and Generals Paul and Glücks. It was to them a remission as mysterious as Amon's madness itself. Yet, as Oscar had mentioned to Henry Rosner, they were now burning bodies at Płaszów. In preparation for the Russian offensive, the SS was abolishing its institutions in the east. Treblinka, Sobibor, and Belzec had been evacuated the previous autumn. The Waffen-SS who had run them had been ordered to dynamite the chambers and the crematoria, to leave no recognizable trace, and had then been posted to Italy to fight partisans. The immense complex at Auschwitz, in its safe ground in Upper Silesia, would complete the great task in the east, and once that was concluded, the crematoria would be ploughed under the earth. For without the evidence of the crematoria, the dead could offer no witness, were a whisper behind the wind, an inconsequential dust on the aspen leaves. Płaszów was not as simple a case, for its dead lay everywhere around it. In the enthusiasm of the spring of 1943, bodies, notably the bodies of those killed in the ghetto's last 2 days, were thrown randomly into mass graves in the woods. Now, Department D charged Amon with finding them all. Estimates of the numbers of bodies vary widely. Polish publications, based on the work of the main commission for the investigation of Nazi crimes in Poland and on other sources, claim that 150,000 prisoners, many of them in transit to other places, went through Płaszów and its 5 subcamps. Of these, the Poles believe that 80,000 died there, mainly in mass executions inside Chujowa Górka, or else in epidemics. These figures baffle the surviving Płaszów inmates, who remember the fearsome work of burning the dead. They say the number they exhumed was somewhere between 8,000 and 10,000, a multitude frightful in itself, and which they have no desire to exaggerate. The distance between the two estimates looks narrower when it is remembered that executions of Poles, Gypsies, and Jews would continue at Chujowa Górka and at other points around Płaszów throughout most of that year. and that the SS themselves took up the practice of burning bodies immediately after mass killings in the Austrian hill fort. Besides, Armon would not succeed in his intention of removing all bodies from the woods. Some thousands more would be found in post-war exhumations. And today, as the suburbs of Cracow close Płaszów in, bones are still discovered during the digging of foundations. Oscar saw the line of pyres on the ridge above the workshops during a visit just before his birthday. When he came back a week later, the activity had increased. The bodies were dug up by male prisoners who worked masked and gagging. On blankets and barrows and litters, the dead were brought to the burning site and laid on log frames. So the pyre was built layer by layer, and when it reached the height of a man's shoulder, was doused in fuel and lit. Pfefferberg was horrified to see the temporary life the flames gave to the dead, the way the corpses sat forward, throwing the burning logs away, their limbs reaching, their mouths opening for a last cry. A young SS man from the delousing station ran among the pyres, waving a pistol and roaring frenetic orders. The dust of the dead fell in hair and on the clothing hung in the back gardens of junior officers' villas. Oscar was bemused to see the way the personnel took the smoke as if the grit in the air was some sort of honest and inevitable industrial fallout. And through the fogs, Armon went riding with Majola, both of them calm in the saddle. Leo John took his 12-year-old son off to catch tadpoles in the marshy ground in the wood. The flames and the stench did not distract them from their daily lives. Oscar, leaning back in the driver's seat of his BMW, the windows up and a handkerchief clamped over his mouth and nose, thought how they must be burning the spiras with all the rest. He'd been astounded when they'd executed all the ghetto policemen and their families last Christmas. As soon as Simke Spira had finished directing the dismantling of the ghetto, they had brought them all, and their wives and children, up here on a grey afternoon, and shot them as the cold sun vanished. They'd shot the most faithful, Spira and Zellinger, as well as the most grudging. Spira and bashful Mrs. Spira, and the ungifted Spira children, whom Pfefferberg had patiently tutored. They'd all stood naked within a circle of rifles, shivering against each other's flanks. Spira's Napoleonic OD uniform, now just a heap of clothing for recycling, flung down at the fort entrance. And Spira still assuring everyone that it could not happen. That execution had shocked Oscar, because it showed that there was no obedience or obeisance a Jew could make to guarantee survival. And now they were burning the Spiras as anonymously, as ungratefully as they had executed them. Even the Gutters. It had happened after a dinner at Armon's the year before. Oscar had gone home early, but later heard what had happened after he left. John and Neuschel had started in on Bosch. They thought he was squeamish. He'd made a fuss about being a veteran of the trenches, but they had not seen him perform any executions. They kept it going for hours, the joke of the evening. In the end, Bosch had ordered David Gutter and his son roused in their barracks, and Mrs. Gutter and the Gutter girl fetched from theirs. Again, it was a matter of faithful servants. David Gutter had been the last president of the Judenrat and had cooperated in everything. Had never gone to Pomorska Street and tried to start any argument over the scope of the SS Aktions or the size of the transports sent to Belzec. Gutter had signed everything and thought every demand reasonable. Besides that, Bosch had used Gutter as an agent inside and outside Płaszów, sending him up to Cracow with truckloads of newly upholstered furniture or pocketfuls of jewellery to sell on the black market. And Gutter had done it because he was a scoundrel anyhow, but mainly because he believed it would make his wife and children immune. At 2 o'clock that polar morning, a Jewish policeman, Zauder, a friend of Pfefferberg's and of Stern's, later to be shot by Pilarczyk, during one of that officer's drunken rampages, but on duty at the women's gate that night, heard it. Bosch ordering the gutters into position in a depression in the ground near the women's camp. The children pleading, but David and Mrs. Gutter taking it calmly, knowing there was no argument. And now, as Oscar watched, all of that evidence, the Gutters, the Spiras, the rebels, the priests, the children, the pretty girls found on Aryan papers, all of it was returning to that mad hill to be obliterated in case the Russians came to Płaszów and made too much of it. Care, said Oranienburg in a letter to Amon, is to be taken with the future disposal of all bodies. And for that purpose, they were sending a representative of a Hamburg engineering firm to survey the site for crematoria. In the meantime, the dead were to be kept, awaiting retrieval, at well-marked burial sites. When, on that second visit, Oscar saw the extent of the fires on Chujowa Górka, his first impulse was to stay in the car, that sane German mechanism, and drive home. Instead, he went calling on friends of his in the workshop, and then visited Stern's office. He thought that with all that grit falling on the windows, it wasn't out of the question that people inside Płaszów would consider suicide. Yet he was the one who seemed depressed. He didn't ask any of his usual questions, such as, "All right, Herr Stern, if God made man in his image, which race is most like him? Is a Pole more like him than a Czech?" There was none of that whimsy today. Instead, he growled, "What does everyone think?" Stern told him that the prisoners were like prisoners. They did their work and hoped for survival. "I'm going to get you out," Oscar grunted all at once. He put a balled fist on the desk. "I'm going to get you all out." "All?" asked Stern. He couldn't help himself. Such massive biblical rescues didn't suit the era. "You, anyhow," said Oscar. "You." 28. In Amon's office in the administration building, there were two typists. One was a young German woman, a Frau Kochmann. The other, a studious young prisoner, Mietek Pemper. Pemper would one day become secretary to Oscar, but in the summer of 44 he worked with Amon, and, like anyone else in that situation, was not too sanguine about his chances. He first came into close contact with Amon as accidentally as had Helen Hirsch, the maid. Pemper was summoned to Amon's office after someone had recommended him to the commandant. The young prisoner was a student of accounting, a touch typist, and could take dictation in both Polish and German shorthand. His powers of memory were said to be a byword. So, a prisoner of his skills, Pemper found himself in Płaszów's main office with Amon, and would also sometimes take dictation from Amon at the villa. The irony was that Pemper's photographic memory would in the end, more than the memory of any other prisoner, bring about the hanging of Amon in Cracow. But Pemper did not believe such an era would come. In 1944, if he'd had to guess who'd be the most likely victim of his near-perfect recall, he would have had to say Mietek Pemper himself. Pemper was meant to be the backup typist. For confidential documents, Amon was to use Frau Kochmann, a woman not nearly as competent as Mietek and slow at dictation. Sometimes Amon would break the rule and let young Pemper take confidential dictation. And Mietek, even while he sat across Amon's desk with the pad on his knee, could not stop contradictory suspicions from distracting him. The first was that all these inside reports and memoranda, whose details he was retaining, would make him a prime witness on the remote day when he and Amon stood before a tribunal. The other suspicion was that Amon would, in the end, have to erase him, as one later would a classified tape. Nonetheless, Mietek prepared each morning not only his own sets of typing paper, carbons and duplicates, but a dozen for the German girl. After the girl had done her typing, Pemper would pretend to destroy the carbons, but in fact would keep and read them. He kept no written records, but he had had this reputation for memory since school days. He knew that if that tribunal ever met, if he and Armand sat in the body of the court, he would astound the commandant with the precise dating of his evidence. Pemper saw some astonishing classified documents. He read, for example, memoranda on the flogging of women. Camp commanders were to be reminded that it should be done to maximum effect. It was demeaning to involve SS personnel, and therefore Czech women were to be flogged by Slovak women, Slovaks by Czechs. Russians and Poles were to be bracketed for the same purposes. Commandants were to use their imagination in exploiting other national and cultural differences. Another bulletin reminded them that they did not hold in their own persons the right to impose the death sentence. Commandants could seek authorization by telegram or letter to the Reichssecurity main office. Armand had done this in the spring with 2 Jews who'd escaped from the subcamp at Wieliczka, and whom he proposed to hang. A telegram of permission had returned from Berlin, signed, Pemper noticed, by Dr. Ernst Kaltenbrunner, chief of the Reichssecurity main office. Now, in April, Pemper read a memorandum from Gerhard Maurer, the Labour Allocation Chief of General Glucks's Section D. Maurer wanted Armand to tell him how many Hungarians could be held temporarily at Płaszów. They were meant ultimately to go to the German Armament Works, DAW, which was a subsidiary of Krupp, making artillery shell fuses in the enormous complex at Auschwitz. Given that Hungary had only recently been taken over as a German protectorate, these Hungarian Jews and dissidents were in a better state of health than those who had had years of ghettoization and prison life. They were therefore a windfall for the factories of Auschwitz. Unfortunately, accommodation at DAW was not yet ready for them, and if the commandant of Płaszów would take up to 7,000, pending the proper arrangements, Section D would be extremely grateful. Goetz's answer, either seen or typed by Pemper, was that Płaszów was up to capacity and that there was no building space left inside the electric fences. However, Armand could accept up to 10,000 transit prisoners if, A, he were permitted to liquidate the unproductive element inside the camp, and B, he were at the same time to impose double bunking. Maurer wrote in reply that double bunking could not be permitted in summer for fear of typhus, and that ideally, according to the regulations, there should be a minimum 3 cubic meters of air per person. But he was willing to authorize Goethe to undertake the first option. Section D would advise Auschwitz-Birkenau, or at least the extermination wing of that great enterprise, to expect a shipment of reject prisoners from Płaszów. At the same time, Ostbahn transport would be arranged, with cattle cars, of course, run up the spur from the main line to the very gate of Płaszów. Armand, therefore, had to conduct a sorting-out process inside his camp. With the blessing of Maurer and Section D, he would, in a day, abolish as many lives as Oskar Schindler was, by wit and reckless spending, harbouring in Emalia. Armand named his selection session Die Gesundheit-Aktion, the health action. He managed it as one would manage a country fair. When it began, on the morning of Sunday, May the 7th, the Appellplatz was hung with banners. For every prisoner, appropriate work. Loudspeakers played ballads and Strauss and love songs. Beneath them was set a table where Dr. Blanke, the SS physician, sat with Dr. Leon Gross and a number of clerks. Blanke's concept of health was as eccentric as that of any doctor in the SS. He had rid the prison clinic of the chronically ill by injecting benzene into their bloodstreams. These injections could not by anyone's definition be called mercy killings. The patient was seized by convulsions, which ended in a choking death after a quarter of an hour. Marek Biberstein, once president of the Judenrat, and now after his 2-year imprisonment in Montelupich Street, a citizen of Poichow, had suffered heart failure and been brought to the Krankenstube. Before Blanke could get to him with a benzene syringe, Dr. Idek Schindler, uncle of that genia whose distant figure had galvanized Schindler 2 years before, had come to Bibberstein's bedside with a number of colleagues. One had injected a more merciful dose of cyanide. Today, flanked by the filing cabinets of the entire prison population, Blanke would deal with the prisoners a barracks at a time. And when he finished with one battery of cards, it would be taken away and replaced by the next. As they reached the Appellplatz, prisoners were told to strip. They were lined up naked and run back and forth in front of the doctors. Blanke and Leon Gross, the collaborating Jewish physician, would make notations on the card. Point at this prisoner, call on that one to verify his name. Back the prisoners would run, the physicians looking for signs of disease or muscular weakness. It was an odd and humiliating exercise. Men with dislocated backs, Pfefferberg, for example, whose back Huyar had thrown out with the blow of a whip handle. Women with chronic diarrhea, red cabbage rubbed into their cheeks to give them colour. All of them running for their lives and understanding that it was so. Young Mrs. Kinstlinger, who'd sprinted for Poland at the Berlin Olympics, knew that all that had been just a game. This was the true contest. With your stomach turning and your breath thin, you ran, beneath the throb of the lying music, for your golden life. No prisoner found out the results until the following Sunday, when, under the same banners and band music, the mass of inmates was again assembled. As names were read out, and the rejects of the Gesundheit-Aktion were marched to the eastern end of the square, there were cries of outrage and bewilderment. Amon had expected a riot, and had sought the help of the Wehrmacht garrison of Cracow, who were on standby in case of a prison uprising. Nearly 300 children had been discovered during the inspection the previous Sunday, and as they were now dragged away, the protests and wailings of parents were so loud that most of the garrison, together with security police detachments called in from Cracow, had to be thrown into the cordon separating the two groups. This confrontation lasted for hours, the guards forcing back surges of demented parents and telling the usual lies to those who had relatives among the rejects. Nothing had been announced, but everyone knew that those down there had failed the test and had no future. Blurred by waltzes and comic songs from the loudspeakers, a pitiable babel of messages was shouted from one group to the other. Henry Rosner, himself in torment, his son, Oleg, in fact hidden somewhere in the camp, had the bizarre experience of facing a young SS man who, with tears in his eyes, denounced what was happening and made a pledge to volunteer for the Eastern Front. But officers shouted that unless people showed a little discipline, they would order their men to open fire. Perhaps Amon hoped that a justifiable outbreak of shooting would further reduce the overcrowding. At the end of the process, 1,400 adults and 268 children stood, hedged in by weapons, at the eastern rim of the Appellplatz, ready for fast shipment to Auschwitz. Pemper would see and memorize the figures, which Amon would consider disappointing. Though it was not the number for which Amon had hoped, it would create immediate room for a large temporary intake of Hungarians. In Dr. Blanke's card file system, the children of Poichow had not been as precisely registered as the adults. Many of them chose to spend both these Sundays in hiding, both they and their parents knowing instinctively that their age and the absence of their names and other details from the camp's documentation would make them obvious targets of the selection process. Oleg Rosner hid in the ceiling of a hut on the second Sunday. There were 2 other children with him all day above the rafters, and all day they kept the discipline of silence. All day held their bladders among the lice and the little packages of prisoners' belongings, and the rooftop rats. For the children knew, as well as any adult, that the SS and the Ukrainians were wary of the spaces above the ceiling. They believed them typhus-ridden, and had been informed by Dr. Blanke that it took but a fragment of louse feces in a crack in your skin to bring on epidemic typhus. Some of Poichoff's children had been housed for months near the men's prison in the hut marked Achtung Typhus. This Sunday, for Oleg Rosner, Amon's health action was far more perilous than typhus-bearing lice. Other children, some of the 268 separated out of the mass that day, had in fact begun the action in hiding. Each Poichoff child, with that same toughness of mind, had chosen a favourite hiding place. Some favoured depressions beneath huts, some the laundry, some a shed behind the garage. Many of these hideouts had been discovered either this Sunday or last, and no longer offered refuge. A further group had been brought without suspicion to the Appellplatz. There were parents who knew this or that NCO. It was as Himmler had once complained, for even SS Oberscharführers who did not flinch in the act of execution had their favourites, as if the place were a school playground. If there was a question about the children, some parents thought, you could appeal to an SS man who knew you. The previous Sunday, a 13-year-old orphan thought he'd be safe because he had, at other roll calls, passed for a young man. But naked, he wasn't able to argue away the childlikeness of his body. He had been told to dress and been marked down for the children's group. Now, as parents at the other end of the Appellplatz cried out for their rounded-up children, and while the loudspeakers brayed forth a sentimental song called "Mummy, kauf mir ein Pferdchen," "Mummy, buy me a pony," the boy simply passed from one group to another, moved with that infallible instinct which had once characterized the movement of the red-capped child in Platz Godi. And as with Redcap, no one had seen him. He stood, a plausible adult among the others, as the hateful music roared and his heart sought to beat its way through his ribcage. Then, faking the cramps of diarrhea, he asked a guard to let him go to the latrine. The long latrines lay beyond the men's camp, and arriving there, the boy stepped over the plank on which men sat while defecating. An arm either side of the pit, he lowered himself, trying to find knee and toe holes in either wall. The stench blinded him, and flies invaded his mouth and ears and nostrils. As he entered the larger foulness and touched the bottom of the pit, he seemed to hear what he believed to be a hallucinatory murmur of voices behind the rage of flies. "Were they behind you?" said one voice. And another said, "Damn it, this is our place." There were 10 children in there with him. Amon's report made use of the compound word Sonderbehandlung, special treatment. It was a term that would become famous in later years, but this was the first time that Pemper had come across it. Of course, it had a sedative, even medical ring, but Mietek could tell by now that medicine was not involved. A telegram Amon dictated that morning to be transmitted to Auschwitz gave more than a hint of its meaning. Amon explained that to make escape more difficult, he had insisted that those selected for special treatment should drop any remnants of civilian clothing they still possessed at the rail siding and should put on striped prison clothes there. Since a great shortage of such garments prevailed, the stripes in which the Poichoff candidates for special treatment turned up at Auschwitz should be sent back at once to concentration camp Poichoff for reuse. And all the children left in Poichoff, of whom the greatest number were those who shared the latrine with the tall orphan, hid out or impersonated adults until later searchers discovered them and took them to the Ostbahn for the slow day's journey 60 kilometers to Auschwitz. The cattle cars were used that way all through high summer, taking troops and supplies east to the stalemated lines near Lvov and on the return trip, wasting time at sidings, while SS doctors watched ceaseless lines of the naked run before them. "29. Oscar, sitting in Armand's office, the windows flung open to a breathless summer's day, had the impression from the start that this meeting was a fake. Perhaps Mardrich and Bosch felt the same, for their gaze kept drifting away from Armand toward the limestone trolleys outside the window, toward any passing truck or wagon. Only Untersturmführer Leo John, who took notes, felt the need to sit up straight and keep his top button done up. Armand had described it as a security conference. Though the front had now been stabilized, he said, the advance of the Russian centre to the suburbs of Warsaw had encouraged partisan activity all over the government general. Jews who heard of it were encouraged to attempt escapes. They did not know, of course, Armand pointed out, that they were better off behind the wire than exposed to those Jew killers among the Polish partisans. In any case, everyone had to beware of partisan attack from outside, and, worst of all, of collusion between the partisans and the prisoners. Oscar tried to imagine the partisans invading Płaszów, letting all the Poles and Jews pour out, making of them an instant army. It was a daydream, and who could believe it? But there was Armand, straining to convince them all that he believed it. It had a purpose, this little act. Oscar was sure of that. Bosch said, "If the partisans are coming out to your place, Armand, I hope it's not a night when I've been invited." "Amen, amen," murmured Schindler. After the meeting, whatever it meant, Oscar took Armand to his car, parked outside the administration building. He opened the trunk. Inside lay a richly tooled saddle, worked with designs characteristic of the Zakopane region in the mountains south of Cracow. It was necessary for Oscar to keep priming Armand with such gifts, even now that payment for the forced labour of DEF no longer went anywhere near Hauptsturmführer Goeth, but instead was sent directly to the Cracow area representative of General Pohl's Oranienburg headquarters. Oscar offered to drive both Armand and his saddle down to the commandant's villa. On such a blistering day, some of the trolley pushers were showing a little less than the required zeal. But the saddle had mollified Armand, and in any case, it was no longer permitted for him to jump from a car and shoot people down in their tracks. The car rolled past the garrison barracks and came to the siding where a string of cattle cars stood. Oscar could tell, by the haze hanging above the cars and blending with and wavering in the heat rebounding from the roofs, that they were full. Even above the sound of the engine, you could hear the mourning from inside, the pleas for water. Oscar braked his car and listened. This was permitted him, in view of the splendid Maltese-Watties saddle in the trunk. Armand smiled indulgently at his sentimental friend. "They're partly Płaszów people," said Armand, "and people from the work camp at Zebnie, and Poles and Jews from Montelupich. They're going to Mauthausen," Armand said whimsically. "They're complaining now. They don't know what complaint is." The roofs of the cars were bronzed with heat. "You have no objection," said Oscar, "if I call out your fire brigade?" Armand gave a "what will you think of next" sort of laugh. He implied that he wouldn't let anyone else summon the firemen, but he'd tolerate Oscar because Oscar was such a character, and the whole business would make a good dinner party anecdote. But as Oscar sent Ukrainian guards to ring the bell for the Jewish firemen, Armand was bemused. He knew that Oscar knew what Mauthausen meant. If you hosed the cars for people, you were making them promises about a future. And would not such promises constitute in anyone's code a true cruelty? So disbelief mingled with tolerant amusement in Armand, as the hoses were run out and jets of water fell hissing on the scalding car tops. Neuschel also came down from the office to shake his head and smile as the people inside the cars moaned and roared with gratitude. Grün, Armand's bodyguard, stood chatting with Untersturmführer John, and clapped his side and hooted as the water rained down. Even at full extension, the hoses reached only halfway down the line of cars. Next, Oskar was asking Amon for the loan of a truck or wagon, and of a few Ukrainians to drive into Zabwoche and fetch the fire hoses from DEF. They were 200-metre hoses, Oskar said. Amon, for some reason, found that side-splitting. "Of course I'll authorise a truck," said Amon. Amon was willing to do anything for the sake of the comedy of life. Oskar gave the Ukrainians a note for Bankir and Garde. While they were gone, Amon was so willing to enter the spirit of the event that he permitted the doors of the cars to be opened and buckets of water to be passed in, and the dead with their pink swollen faces to be lifted out. And still, all around the railway siding stood amused SS officers and NCOs. What does he think he's saving them from? When the large hoses from DEF arrived, and all the cars had been drenched, the joke took on new dimensions. Oskar, in his note to Bankir, had instructed that the manager also go into Oskar's own apartment and fill a hamper with liquor and cigarettes, some good cheeses and sausages, and so on. Oskar now handed the hamper to the NCO at the rear of the train. It was an open transaction, and the man seemed a little embarrassed at the largesse, shoving it quickly into the rear van in case one of the officers of Konzentrationslager Płażów reported him. Yet Oskar seemed to be in such curious favour with the commandant that the NCO listened to him respectfully. "When you stop near stations," said Oskar, "will you open the car doors?" Years later, two survivors of the transport, Doctors Rubenstein and Feldstein, would let Oskar know that the NCO had frequently ordered the doors opened and the water buckets regularly filled on the tedious journey to Mauthausen. For most of the transport, of course, that was no more than a comfort before dying. As Oskar moves along the string of cars, accompanied by the laughter of the SS, bringing a mercy which is in large part futile, it can be seen that he's not so much reckless anymore, but possessed. Even Amon can tell that his friend has shifted into a new gear. All this frenzy about getting the hoses as far as the farthest car, then bribing an SS man in full view of the SS personnel. It would take just a shift in degree or so in the laughter of Scheidt or John or Huya to bring about a mass denunciation of Oskar, a piece of information the Gestapo could not ignore. And then Oskar would go into Montelupich, and in view of previous racial charges against him, probably on to Auschwitz. So Amon was horrified by the way Oskar insisted on treating those dead as if they were poor relations, travelling third class but bound for a genuine destination. Sometime after 2, a locomotive hauled the whole miserable string of cattle cars away toward the main line, and all the hoses could again be wound up. Schindler delivered Amon and his saddle to the Goethe villa. Amon could see that Oskar was still preoccupied, and for the first time in their association, gave his friend some advice about living. "You have to relax," said Amon. "You can't go running after every trainload that leaves this place." Adam Garde, engineer and prisoner of Emalia, also saw symptoms of this shift in Oskar. On the night of July the 20th, an SS man had come into Garde's barracks and roused him. The Herr Direktor had called the guardhouse and said it was necessary to see Engineer Garde professionally in his office. Garde found Oskar listening to the radio, his face flushed, a bottle and 2 glasses in front of him on the table. Behind the desk these days was a relief map of Europe. It had never been there in the days of German expansion, but Oskar seemed to take a sharp interest in the shrinkage of the German fronts. Tonight, he had the radio tuned to the Deutschlandsender, not, as was usually the case, to the BBC. Inspirational music was being played, as it often was as prelude to important announcements. Oskar seemed to be listening avidly. When Garde came in, he stood up and hustled the young engineer to a seat. He poured cognac and passed it hurriedly across the desk. "There's been an attempt on Hitler's life," said Oskar. It had been announced earlier in the evening, and the story then was that Hitler had survived. They had promised that he would soon be speaking to the German people, but it hadn't happened. Hours had passed, and they hadn't been able to produce him. And they kept playing a lot of Beethoven, the way they had when Stalingrad fell. Oskar and Garde sat together for hours. A seditious event, a Jew and a German listening together, all night if necessary, to discover if the Führer had died. Adam Garde, of course, suffered that same breathless surge of hope. He noticed that Oskar kept gesturing limply, as if the possibility that the leader was dead had unstrung his muscles. He drank devoutly and urged Garde to drink up. If it was true, said Oskar, then Germans, ordinary Germans like himself, could begin to redeem themselves. Purely because someone close to Hitler had had the guts to remove him from the earth. "It's the end of the SS, said Oskar. Himmler will be in jail by morning. Oskar blew clouds of smoke. "Oh my God," he said. "The relief to see the end of this system." The 10 p.m. news brought only the earlier statement. There had been an attempt on the Führer's life, but it had failed, and the Führer would be broadcasting in a few minutes. When, as the hour passed, Hitler did not speak, Oskar turned to a fantasy which would be popular with many Germans as the war drew to a close. "Our troubles are over," he said. "The world's sane again. Germany can ally itself with the West against the Russians." Garde's hopes were more modest. At worst, he hoped for a ghetto which was a ghetto in the old Franz Josef sense. And as they drank and the music played, it seemed more and more reasonable that Europe would yield them that night the death vital to its sanity. They were citizens of the continent again. They were not the prisoner and the Herr Direktor. The radio's promise to produce a message from the Führer recurred, and every time Oskar laughed with increasing point. Midnight came, and they paid no attention anymore to the promises. Their very breath was lighter in this new post-Führer Cracow. By morning, they surmised, there would be dancing in every square, and it would go unpunished. The Wehrmacht would arrest Frank in the Wawel and encircle the SS complex in Pomorska Street. A little before 1 a.m., Hitler was heard broadcasting from Rastenberg. Oskar had been so convinced that that voice was a voice he would never need to hear again, that for a few seconds he did not recognize the sound, in spite of its familiarity, thinking it just another temporizing party spokesman. But Garde heard the speech from its first word, and knew whose voice it was. "My German comrades," it began, "if I speak to you today, it is first in order that you should hear my voice and should know that I am unhurt and well, and second, that you should know of a crime unparalleled in German history." The speech ended 4 minutes later with a reference to the conspirators. "This time, we shall settle accounts with them in the manner to which we National Socialists are accustomed." Adam Garde had never quite bought the fantasy Oskar had been pushing all evening. For Hitler was more than a man. He was a system with ramifications. Even if he died, there was no guarantee the system would alter its character. Besides, it was not in the nature of a phenomenon such as Hitler to perish in the space of a single evening. But Oskar had been believing in the death with a feverish conviction for hours now, and when it turned out to be an illusion, it was young Garde who found himself cast as the comforter, while Oskar spoke with an almost operatic grief. "All our vision of deliverance is futile," he said. He poured another glass of cognac each, then pushed the bottle across the desk, opening his cigarette box. "Take the cognac and some cigarettes and get some sleep," he said. "We'll have to wait a little longer for our freedom." In the confusion of the cognac, of the news, and of its sudden reversal in the small hours, Garda did not think it strange that Oscar was talking about our freedom, as if they had an equivalent need, were both prisoners who had to wait passively to be liberated. But back in his bunk, Garda thought, it's amazing that Herr Direktor should have talked like that, like someone easily given to fantasies and fits of depression. Usually he was so pragmatic. Pomorska Street and the camps around Cracow crawled with rumours, that late summer, of some imminent rearrangement of prisoners. The rumours troubled Oscar in Zaborcie, and at Płaszów, Armon got unofficial word that the camps would be disbanded. In fact, that meeting about security had to do not with saving Płaszów from partisans, but with the coming closure of the camp. Armon had called Mudrich and Oscar and Bosch out to Płaszów and held the meeting just to give himself protective coloration. It then became plausible for him to drive into Cracow and call on Wilhelm Koppe, the new SS police chief of the government general. Armon sat on the far side of Koppe's desk, wearing a fake frown, cracking his knuckles as if from the stress of a besieged Płaszów. He told Koppe the same story he'd given Oscar and the others, that partisan organizations had sprung up inside the camp, that Zionists within the wire had had communication with radicals of the Polish People's Army and the Jewish Combat Organization. As the Obergruppenführer should appreciate, that sort of communication was difficult to stamp out. Messages could come in a smuggled loaf of bread. But at the first sign of active rebellion, he, Armon Goeth, as commandant, would need to be able to take summary action. The question Armon wanted to ask was, if he fired first and did the paperwork for Oranienburg afterward, would the distinguished Obergruppenführer Koppe stand by him? No problem, said Koppe. He didn't really approve of bureaucrats either. In years past, as police chief of the Vaterland, he'd commanded the fleet of extermination trucks which carried Untermenschen out into the countryside, and which then, running the engines at full throttle, pumped the exhaust back into the locked interior. That, too, was an off-the-cuff operation, not permitting precise paperwork. Of course, you have to use your judgment, he told Armon. And if you do, I'll back you. Oscar had sensed at the meeting that Armon was not really worried about partisans. Had he known then that Płaszów was to be liquidated, he would have understood the deeper meaning of Armon's performance. For Armon was worried about Wilek Chilowicz, his Jewish chief of camp police. Armon had often used Chilowicz as an agent on the black market. Chilowicz knew Cracow. He knew where he could sell the flour, rice, butter the commandant held back from the camp supplies. He knew the dealers who would be interested in products from the custom jewelry shop staffed by interns like Vulkan. Armon was worried about the whole Chilowicz clique, Mrs. Marisha Chilowicz, who enjoyed conjugal privileges, Mietek Finkelstein, an associate, Chilowicz's sister, Mrs. Ferber, and Mr. Ferber. If there had been an aristocracy inside Płaszów, it had been the Chilowiczes. They had had power over prisoners, but their knowledge was double-edged. They knew as much about Armon as they did about some miserable machinist in the Mudrich factory. If, when Płaszów closed, they were shipped to another camp, Armon knew they would try to barter their inside knowledge of his rackets as soon as they found themselves in the wrong line, or, more likely, as soon as they were hungry. Of course, Chilowicz was uneasy too, and Armon could sense in him the doubt that he would be allowed to leave Płaszów. Armon decided to use Chilowicz's very concern as a lever. He called Sowiński, an SS auxiliary recruited from the High Tatras of Czechoslovakia, into his office for a conference. Sowiński was to approach Chilowicz and pretend to offer him an escape deal. Armon was sure that Chilowicz would be eager to negotiate. Sowiński went and did it well. He told Chilowicz he could get the whole clan out of the camp in one of the large fuel-burning trucks. You could sit half a dozen people in the wood furnace if you were running on gas. Hilovich was interested in the proposition. Sovinsky would, of course, need to deliver a note to friends on the outside, who would provide a vehicle. Sovinsky would deliver the clan to the rendezvous point in the truck. Hilovich was willing to pay in diamonds. But, said Hilovich, as an earnest of their mutual trust, Sovinsky must provide a weapon. Sovinsky reported the meeting to the commandant, and Arman gave him a .38 caliber pistol with the pin filed down. This was passed to Hilovich, who of course had neither need nor opportunity to test fire it. Yet Arman would be able to swear to both Koppe and Oranienburg that he had found a weapon on the prisoner. It was a Sunday in mid-August when Sovinsky met the Hiloviches in the building material shed and hid them in the truck. Then he drove down Yerozolimska to the gate. There should be routine formalities there. Then the truck could roll out into the countryside. In the empty furnace, in the pulses of the 5 escapees, was the febrile, almost insupportable hope of leaving Arman behind. At the gate, however, were Arman and Amtor and Huya, and the Ukrainian, Ivan Sharuzhu. A leisurely inspection was made. Lumbering with half-smiles across the bed of the truck, the gentlemen of the SS saved the wood furnace till last. They mimed surprise when they discovered the pitiable Hilovich clan sardine-tight in the wood hole. As soon as Hilovich had been dragged out, Arman found the illegal gun tucked into his boot. Hilovich's pockets were laden with diamonds, bribes paid him by the desperate inmates of the camp. Prisoners at their day of rest heard that Hilovich was under sentence down there at the gate. The news made for the same awe, the confusion of emotions that had operated the night the year before when Simke Spira and his OD had been executed. Nor could any prisoner decipher what it meant to his own chances. The Hilovich crowd were executed one at a time with pistols. Arman, very yellow now from liver disease, at the height of his obesity, wheezing like an elderly uncle, put the muzzle to Hilovich's neck. Later the corpses were displayed in the Appellplatz, with placards tied to their chests. Those who violate just laws can expect a similar death. That, of course, was not the moral the prisoners of Płaszów took from the sight. Arman spent the afternoon drafting 2 long reports, one to Koppe, one to General Glucks's Section D, explaining how he had saved Płaszów from an insurgency in its first phase, the one in which a group of key conspirators escaped from the camp by executing the plot's leaders. He did not finish revising either draft till 11 p.m. Frau Kochmann was too slow for such late work, and so the commandant had Mietek Pemper roused from his barracks and brought to the villa. In the front parlour, Arman stated levelly that he believed the boy had been party to Hilovich's escape attempt. Pemper was astounded and did not know how to answer. Looking around him for some sort of inspiration, he saw the seam of his pants leg, which had come unsewn. "How could I pass on the outside in this sort of clothing?" he asked. The balance of frank desperation in his answer satisfied Arman. He told the boy to sit down and instructed him how the typing was to be set out and the pages numbered. Arman hit the papers with his spatulate fingertips. "I want a first-class job done." And Pemper thought, "That's the way of it. I can die now for being an escapee, or later in the year for having seen these justifications of Arman's." When Pemper was leaving the villa with the drafts in his hand, Gert followed him out onto the patio and called a last order. "When you type out the list of insurgents," Arman called companionably, "I want you to leave room above my signature for another name to be inserted." Pemper nodded, discreet as any professional secretary. He stood, just a half second, trying for inspiration, some fast answer that would reverse Armand's order about the extra space. The space for his name, Mietek Pemper. In that hateful, torrid silence of Sunday evening in Jerozolimska, nothing plausible came to him. "Yes, Herr Kommandant," said Pemper. As Pemper stumbled up the road to the administration building, he remembered a letter Armand had had him type earlier that summer. It had been addressed to Armand's father, the Viennese publisher, and was full of filial concern for an allergy which had troubled the old man that spring. Armand hoped that it had lifted by now. The reason Pemper remembered that letter, out of all the others, was that half an hour before he'd been called into Armand's office to take it down, the Commandant had dragged a girl filing clerk outside and executed her. The juxtaposition of the letter and the execution proved to Pemper that for Armand, murder and allergies were events of equal weight. And if you told a tractable stenographer to leave a space for his name, it was a matter of course that he left it. Pemper sat at the typewriter for more than an hour, but in the end left the space for himself. Not to do that would be even more suddenly fatal. There had been a rumour among Stern's friends that Schindler had some movement of people in mind, some rescue or other. But tonight, rumours from Zaborche meant nothing anymore. Mietek typed. Mietek left in each report the space for his own death. And all his remembrance of the Commandant's criminal carbons, which he'd so industriously memorized, all that was made futile by the space he left. When both typescripts were word-perfect, he returned to the villa. Armand kept him waiting by the French windows, while he himself sat in the parlour reading the documents. Pemper wondered if his own body would be displayed with some declamatory lettering. "So die all Jewish Bolshevists." At last, Armand appeared at the windows. "You may go to bed," he said. "Herr Kommandant?" "I said you may go to bed." Pemper went. He walked less steadily now. After what he had seen, Armand could not let him live. But perhaps the Commandant believed there would be leisure to kill him later. In the meantime, life for a day was still life. The space, as it proved, was for an elderly prisoner who, by unwise dealings with men like John and Huya, had let it be known he had a cache of diamonds somewhere outside the camp. While Pemper sank into the sleep of the reprieved, Armand had the old man summoned to the villa, offered him his life for the diamond's location, was shown the place, and, of course, executed the old man and added his name to the reports to Koppe and Oranienburg, to his humble claim of having snuffed out the spark of rebellion. 30. The orders, labelled OKH, Army High Command, already sat on Oscar's desk. Because of the war situation, the Director of Armaments told Oscar, Konzentrationslager Płaszów, and therefore the Emalia camp, were to be disbanded. Prisoners from Emalia would be sent to Płaszów, awaiting relocation. Oscar himself was to fold his Zaborche operation as quickly as possible, retaining on the premises only those technicians necessary for dismantling the plant. For further instructions, he should apply to the evacuation board, OKH, Berlin. Oscar's initial reaction was a cool rage. He resented the tone, the sense of a distant official trying to absolve him from further concern. There was a man in Berlin who, not knowing of the black market bread that bound Oscar and his prisoners together, thought it was reasonable for a factory owner to open the gate and let the people be taken. But the worst arrogance was that the letter did not define relocation. Governor-General Frank was more honest than that, and had made a notorious speech a little earlier in the year. When we ultimately win the war, then as far as I'm concerned, Poles, Ukrainians, and all that rabble idling around here can be made into mincemeat, into anything you like." Frank had the courage to put an accurate name to the process. In Berlin, they wrote relocation and believed themselves excused. Armand knew what relocation meant, and during Oscar's next visit to Poichouf, freely told him so. All Poichouf men would be sent to Gross-Rosen. The women would go to Auschwitz. Gross-Rosen was a vast quarry camp in Lower Silesia. The German earth and stone works, an SS enterprise with branches throughout Poland, Germany, and the conquered territories, consumed the prisoners of Gross-Rosen. The processes at Auschwitz were, of course, more direct and modern. When the news of the abolition of Emalia reached the factory floor and ran through the barracks, some Schindler people thought it was the end of all sanctuary. The Perlmans, whose daughter had come out of Aryan cover to plead for them, packed their blankets and talked philosophically to their bunk neighbours. "Emalia has given us a year's rest, a year's soup, a year's sanity. Perhaps it might be enough." But they expected to die now. It was apparent from their voices. Rabbi Levartov was resigned too. He was going back to unfinished business with Armand. Edith Liebgold, who'd been recruited by Bankier for the night shift in the first days of the ghetto, noticed that although Oscar spent hours talking solemnly with his Jewish supervisors, he did not come up to people and make dizzying promises. Perhaps he was as baffled and diminished by these orders from Berlin as the rest. So he wasn't quite the prophet he'd been the night she'd first come here more than 3 years ago. Just the same, at the end of summer, as his prisoners packed their bundles and were marched back to Poichouf, there was a rumour among them that Oscar had spoken of buying them back. He had said it to Garde. He had said it to Bankier. You could almost hear him saying it, that level certainty, the paternal rumble of the throat. But as you went up Jerozolimska Street, past the administration building, staring in newcomers' disbelief at the hauling gangs from the quarry, the memory of Oscar's promises was very nearly just another burden. The Horowitz family were back in Poichouf. Their father, Dolek, had last year manoeuvred them to Emalia. But here they were back. The 6-year-old boy, Richard, the mother, Regina. Nusha, 11 now, was again sewing bristles onto brush paddles and watching, from the high windows, the trucks roll up to the Austrian hill fort and the black cremation smoke rise over the hill. As Poichouf was when she had left it last year, so it continued. It was impossible for her to believe that it would ever end. But her father believed that Oscar would make a list of people and extricate them. Oscar's list, in the mind of some, was already more than a mere tabulation. It was a list. It was a sweet chariot which might swing low. Oscar raised the idea of taking Jews away from Cracow with him one night at Armand's villa. It was a still night at the end of summer. Armand seemed pleased to see him. Because of Armand's health, both Doctors Blanke and Gross warning him that if he didn't cut his eating and drinking, he would die. There had not been so many visitors to the villa of late. They sat together, drinking at Armand's new rate of moderation. Oscar sprang the news on him. He wanted to move his factory to Czechoslovakia. He wanted to take his skilled workers with him. He might need other skills from among the Poichouf workers too. He would seek the help of the evacuation board in finding an appropriate site, somewhere down in Moravia, and of the Ostbahn in making the shift southwest from Cracow. He let Armand know that he'd be very grateful for any support. The mention of gratitude always excited Armand. Yes, he said, if Oscar could get all the cooperation he needed from the boards involved, Armand would then allow a list of people to be drawn up. When that was settled, Armand wanted a game of cards. He liked blackjack, a version of the French 21. It was a hard game for junior officers to fake losing without being obvious. It did not permit of too much sycophancy. It was therefore true sport, and Armand preferred it. Besides, Oscar wasn't interested in losing this evening. He would be paying enough to Armand for that list. The commandant began by betting modestly, in 100 zloty bills, as if his doctors had advised moderation in this as well. He kept busting, however, and when the beginning stake had been raised to 500 zloty, Oscar got a natural, an ace and a jack, which meant that Armand had to pay him double the stake. Armand was disconsolate about that, but not too testy. He called for Helen Hirsch to bring coffee. She came in, a parody of a gentleman's servant, crisply dressed, still in black, but her right eye blinded by swelling. She was so small that Armand would need to stoop to beat her up. The girl knew Oscar now, but did not look at him. Nearly a year past, he had promised to get her out. Whenever he came to the villa, he managed to slip down the corridor to the kitchen and ask her how she was. It meant something, but it had not touched the substance of her life. A few weeks back, for example, when the soup hadn't been the correct temperature, Armand was pernickety about soup, fly specks in the corridor, fleas on dogs. The commandant had called for Ivan and Petra and told them to take her to the birch tree in the garden and shoot her. He'd watched from the French windows as she walked in front of Petra's Mauser, pleading under her breath with the young Ukrainian. "Petra, who's this you're going to shoot? It's Helen. Helen who gives you cakes. You couldn't shoot Helen, could you?" And Petra answering in the same manner, through clenched teeth. "I know, Helen. I don't want to. But if I don't, he'll kill me." She'd bent her head toward the spotted birch bark. Having often asked Armand why he wouldn't kill her, she wanted to die simply, to hurt him by her willing acceptance. But it wasn't possible. She was trembling so hard that he could have seen it. Her legs were shaking. And then she'd heard Armand call from the windows. "Bring the bitch back. There's plenty of time to shoot her. In the meantime, it might still be possible to educate her." Insanely, in between his spates of savagery, there were brief phases in which he tried to play the benign master. He had said to her one morning, "You're really a very well-trained servant. If after the war you need a reference, I shall be happy to give you one." She knew it was just talk, a daydream. She turned her deaf ear, the one whose eardrum he had perforated with a blow. Sooner or later, she knew, she would die of his customary fury. In a life like hers, a smile from visitors was only a momentary comfort. Tonight she placed the enormous silver pot of coffee beside the Herr Kommandant. He still drank it by the bucket in cups laden with sugar, made her obeisance, and left. Within an hour, when Armand was 3,700 zloty in debt to Oscar and complaining sourly about his luck, Oscar suggested a variation on the betting. He would need a maid in Moravia, he said, when he moved to Czechoslovakia. There you couldn't get them as intelligent and well-trained as Helen Hirsch. They were all country girls. Oscar suggested, therefore, that he and Armand play one hand, double or nothing. If Armand won, Oscar would pay him 7,400 zloty. If he hit a natural, it would be 14,800 zloty. "But if I win," said Oscar, "then you give me Helen Hirsch for my list." Armand wanted to think about that. "Come on," said Oscar. "She's going to Auschwitz anyhow." But there was an attachment there. Armand was so used to Helen that he couldn't easily wager her away. When he'd thought of an end for her, it had probably always been that he would finish her by his own hand, with personal passion. If he played cards for her and lost, he would be under pressure as a Viennese sportsman, to give up the pleasure of intimate murder. Much earlier in Poichoff's history, Schindler had asked that Helen be assigned to Emalia, but Armand had refused. It seemed only a year ago that Poichoff would exist for decades, and that the commandant and his maid would grow old together, at least until some perceived fault in Helen brought about the abrupt end of the connection. This time a year ago, no one would have believed that the relationship would be resolved because the Russians were outside Lvov. As for Oscar's part in this proposal, he had made it lightly. He did not seem to see, in his offer to Armand, any parallel with God and Satan playing cards for human souls. He did not ask himself by what right he made a bid for the girl. If he lost, his chance of extracting her some other way was slim. But all chances were slim that year, even his own. Oscar got up and bustled around the room, looking for stationery with an official letterhead on it. He wrote out the marker for Armand to sign should he lose. I authorize that the name of prisoner Helen Hirsch be added to any list of skilled workers relocated where Herr Oskar Schindler's DEF works. Armand was dealer and gave Oscar an 8 and a 5. Oscar asked to be dealt more. He received a 5 and an ace. It would have to do. Then Armand dealt to himself. A 4 came up, and then a king. God in heaven, said Armand. He was a gentleman cusser. He seemed to be too fastidious to use obscenities. I'm out. He laughed a little, but was not really amused. My first cards, he explained, were a 3 and a 5. With a 4, I should have been safe. Then I got this damned king. In the end, he signed the marker. Oscar picked up all the chits he'd won that evening from Armand and returned them. Just look after the girl for me, he said, till it's time for us all to leave. Out in her kitchen, Helen Hirsch did not know she'd been saved over cards. Probably because Oscar reported his evening with Armand to Stern. Rumours of Oscar's plan were heard in the administration building and even in the workshops. There was a Schindler list. It was worth everything to be on it. 31. At some point in any discussion of Schindler, the surviving friends of the Herr Direktor will blink and shake their heads and begin the almost mathematical business of finding the sum of his motives. For one of the commonest sentiments of Schindler Jews is still, I don't know why he did it. It can be said to begin with that Oscar was a gambler, was a sentimentalist who loved the transparency, the simplicity of doing good. That Oscar was by temperament an anarchist, who loved to ridicule the system, and that beneath the hearty sensuality lay a capacity to be outraged by human savagery, to react to it, and not to be overwhelmed. But none of this, jotted down, added up, explains the doggedness with which in the autumn of 1944 he prepared a final haven for the graduates of Emalia. And not only for them. In early September, he drove to Podgorje and visited Madrich, who at that point employed more than 3,000 prisoners in his uniform factory. This plant would now be disbanded. Madrich would get his sewing machines back and his workers would vanish. If we made a combined approach, said Oscar, we could get more than 4,000 out, mine and yours as well. We could relocate them in something like safety, down in Moravia. Madrich would always and justly be revered by his surviving prisoners. The bread and chickens smuggled into his factory were paid for from his pocket and at continuous risk. He would have been considered a more stable man than Oscar, not as flamboyant and not as subject to obsession. He had not suffered arrest, but he had been much more humane than was safe, and, without wit and energy, would have ended in Auschwitz. Now Oskar presented to him a vision of a Madrid-Schindler camp somewhere in the high Jeseniks, some smoky, safe little industrial hamlet. Madrid was attracted by the idea, but did not rush to say yes. He could tell that though the war was lost, the SS system had become more instead of less implacable. He was correct in believing that, unhappily, the prisoners of Płaszów would, in coming months, be consumed in death camps to the west. For if Oskar was stubborn and possessed, so were the SS main office and their prize field operatives, the commandants of the concentration camps. He did not say no, however. He needed time to think about it. Though he couldn't say it to Oskar, it is likely he was afraid of sharing factory premises with a rash, demonic fellow like Herr Schindler. Without any clear word from Madrid, Oskar took to the road. He went to Berlin and bought dinner for Colonel Erich Lange. "I can go completely over to the manufacture of shells," Oskar told Lange. "I can transfer my heavy machinery." Lange was crucial. He could guarantee contracts. He could write the hearty recommendations Oskar needed for the evacuation board and the German officials in Moravia. Later, Oskar would say of this shadowy staff officer that he had given consistent help. Lange was still in that state of exalted desperation and moral disgust, characteristic of many who had worked inside the system, but not always for it. "We can do it," said Lange, "but it will take some money, not for me, for others." Through Lange, Oskar talked with an officer of the evacuation board at OKH on Bendler Street. It was likely, said this officer, that the evacuation would be approved in principle. But there was a major obstacle. The Governor-cum-Gauleiter of Moravia, ruling from a castle at Liberec, had followed a policy of keeping Jewish labor camps out of his province. Neither the SS nor the Armaments Inspectorate had so far persuaded him to change his attitude. A good man to discuss this impasse with, said the officer, would be a middle-aged Wehrmacht engineer down in the Troppau office of the Armaments Inspectorate, a man named Zussmuth. Oskar could talk to Zussmuth too about what relocation sites were available in Moravia. Meanwhile, Herr Schindler could count on the support of the main evacuation board. But you can understand that in view of the pressure they are under, and the inroads the war has made on their personal comforts, they are more likely to give a quick answer if you could be considerate to them in some way. We poor city fellows are short of ham, cigars, liquor, cloth, coffee, that sort of thing. The officer seemed to think that Oskar carried around with him half the peacetime produce of Poland. Instead, to get together a gift parcel for the gentlemen of the board, Oskar had to buy luxuries at the Berlin black market rate. An old gentleman on the desk at the Hotel Adlon was able to acquire excellent schnapps for Herr Schindler for a discount price of about 80 Reichmarks a bottle. And you couldn't send the gentlemen of the board less than a dozen. Coffee, however, was like gold, and Havanas were at an insane price. Oskar bought them in quantity and included them in the hamper. The gentlemen might need a head of steam if they were to bring the governor of Moravia around. In the midst of Oskar's negotiations, Armand Goeth was arrested. Someone must have informed on him. Some jealous junior officer, or a concerned citizen who'd visited the villa and been shocked by Armand's sybaritic style. A senior SS investigator named Eckert began to look at Armand's financial dealings. The shots Armand had taken from the balcony were not germane to Eckert's investigation. But the embezzlements and the black market dealings were, as were complaints from some of his SS inferiors that he had treated them severely. Armand was on leave in Vienna, staying with his father, the publisher, when the SS arrested him. They also raided an apartment Hauptsturmführer Goeth kept in the city, and discovered a cache of money, some 80,000 Reichsmarks, which Armand could not explain to their satisfaction. They found as well, stacked to the ceiling, close to 1 million cigarettes. Armand's Viennese apartment, it seemed, was more warehouse than pied-à-terre. It might be at first sight surprising that the SS, or rather the officers of Bureau 5 of the Reichssecurity Main Office, should want to arrest such an effective servant as Hauptsturmführer Goeth. But they had already investigated irregularities in Buchenwald and tried to pin the commandant, Koch. They had even attempted to find evidence for the arrest of the renowned Rudolf Höss, and had questioned a Viennese Jewess, who, they suspected, was pregnant by this star of the camp system. So Armand, raging in his apartment while they ransacked it, had no cause to hope for much immunity. They took him to Breslau and put him in an SS prison to await investigation and trial. They showed their innocence of the way affairs were run in Poichouf by going to the villa and questioning Helen Hirsch on suspicion of her being involved in Armand's swindles. Twice in coming months, she would be taken to the cells beneath the SS barracks of Poichouf for interrogation. They fired questions at her about Armand's contacts on the black market, who his agents were, how he worked the jewellery shop at Poichouf, the custom tailoring shop, the upholstery plant. No one hit her or threatened her, but it was their conviction that she was a member of a gang that tormented her. If Helen had ever thought of an unlikely and glorious salvation, she would not have dared dream that Armand would be arrested by his own people. But she felt her sanity going now in the interrogation room, when under their law they tried to shackle her to Armand. Hilovich might have been able to help you, she told them, but Hilovich is dead. They were policemen by trade, and after a time would decide she could give them nothing except a little information about the sumptuous cuisine at the Villa Goethe. They could have asked her about her scars, but they knew they couldn't get Armand on grounds of sadism. Investigating sadism in the camp at Sachsenhausen, they'd been forced off the premises by armed guards. In Buchenwald, they had found a material witness, an NCO, to testify against the commandant, but the informer had been found dead in his cell. The head of that SS investigating team ordered that samples of a poison found in the NCO's stomach be administered to 4 Russian prisoners. He watched them die, and so had his proof against the commandant and the camp doctor. Even though he got prosecutions for murder and sadistic practice, it was a strange justice. Above all, it made the camp personnel close ranks and dispose of living evidence. So the men of Bureau 5 did not question Helen about her injuries. They stuck to embezzlement, and in the end stopped troubling her. They investigated Mietek Pemper too. He was wise enough not to tell them much about Armand, certainly not about his crimes against humans. He knew little but rumours of Armand's frauds. He played the neutral and well-mannered typist of non-classified material. The Herr Kommandant would never discuss such matters with me, he pleaded continually. But beneath his performance, he must have suffered the same howling disbelief as Helen Hirsch. If there was one event most likely to guarantee him a chance of life, it was Armand's arrest. For there had been no more certain limit to his life than this, that when the Russians reached Tarnów, Armand would dictate his last letters and then assassinate the typist. What worried Mietek, therefore, was that they would release Armand too soon. But they were not interested solely in the question of Armand's speculations. The SS judge who questioned Pemper had been told by Oberscharführer Lorenz Landsdorfer that Hauptsturmführer Goeth had let his Jewish stenographer type up the directives and plans to be followed by the Poichouf garrison in the case of an assault on the camp by partisans. Armand, in explaining to Pemper how the typing of these plans should be set out, had even shown him copies of similar plans for other concentration camps. The judge was so alarmed by this disclosure of secret documents to a Jewish prisoner that he ordered Pemper's arrest. Pemper spent 2 miserable weeks in a cell beneath the SS barracks. He was not beaten, but was questioned regularly by a series of Bureau 5 investigators and by 2 SS judges. He thought he could read in their eyes the conclusion that the safest thing was to shoot him. One day during questioning about Poishov's emergency plans, Pemper asked his interrogators, "Why keep me here? A prison is a prison. I have a life sentence anyhow." It was an argument calculated to bring a resolution, either release from the cells or else a bullet. After the session ended, Pemper spent some hours of anxiety until his cell door opened again. He was marched out and returned to his hut in the camp. It was not the last time, however, that he would be questioned on subjects relating to Commandant Goeth. It seemed that following his arrest, Armand's juniors did not rush to give him references. They were careful. They waited. Bosch, who'd drunk so much of the Commandant's liquor, told Untersturmführer John that it was dangerous to try to bribe these determined investigators from Bureau 5. As for Armand's seniors, Schiano was gone, assigned to hunting partisans, and would in the end be killed in an ambush in the forests of Niepołomice. Armand was in the hands of men from Oranienburg who'd never dined at the Goethe house, or, if they had been either shocked or touched by envy. After her release by the SS, Helen Hirsch, now working for the new commandant, Hauptsturmführer Büscher, received a friendly note from Armand, asking her to get together a parcel of clothes, some romances and detective novels, and some liquor to comfort him in his cell. It was, she thought, like a letter from a relative. "Would you kindly gather for me the following," it said, and ended with, "Hoping to see you again soon." Meanwhile, Oskar had been down to the market city of Troppau to see engineer Zusmuth. He'd brought along liquor and diamonds, but they weren't needed in this case. Zusmuth told Oskar that he had already proposed that some small Jewish work camps be set up in the border towns of Moravia to turn out goods for the armaments inspectorate. Such camps would, of course, be under the central control of either Auschwitz or Gross-Rosen, for the areas of influence of the big concentration camps crossed the Polish-Czechoslovak border. But there was more safety for prisoners in little work camps than could be found in the grand necropolis of Auschwitz itself. Zusmuth had got nowhere, of course. The castle at Liberec had trampled on the proposal. He had never had a lever. Oskar. The support Oskar had from Colonel Lange and the gentlemen of the evacuation board. That could be the lever. Zusmuth had in his office a list of sites suitable to receive plants evacuated from the war zone. Near Oskar's hometown of Zwittau, on the edge of a village called Brünnlitz, was a great textile plant owned by the Viennese brothers Hoffmann. They'd been in butter and cheese in their home city, but had come to the Sudetenland behind the legions, just as Oskar had gone to Cracow and become textile magnates. An entire annex of their plant lay idle, used as a storehouse for obsolete spinning machines. A site like that was served from the rail depot at Zwittau, where Schindler's brother-in-law was in charge of the freight yard. And a railway loop ran close to the gates. "Brothers are profiteers," said Zusmuth, smiling. "They have some local party backing. The county council and the district leader are in their pockets. But you have Colonel Lange behind you." "I will write to Berlin at once," Zusmuth promised, "and recommend the use of the Hoffmann Annex." Oskar knew the Germanic village of Brünnlitz from his childhood. Its racial character was in its name, since the Czechs would have called it Brünnjenitz, just as a Czech Zwittau would have become Zvitava. The Brünnlitz citizens would not fancy 1,000 or more Jews in their neighborhood. The Zwittau people, from whom some of Hoffmann's workers were recruited, would not like it either, this contamination, so late in the war, of their rustic industrial backwater. In any case, Oskar drove down to take a quick look at the site. He did not approach Hoffmann Brothers' front office, since that would give the tougher Hoffmann brother, the one who chaired the company, too much warning. but he was able to wander into the annex without being challenged. It was an old-fashioned two-story industrial barracks built around a courtyard. The ground floor was high-ceilinged and full of old machines and crates of wool. The upper floor must have been intended as offices and for lighter equipment. Its floor would not stand the weight of the big pressing machines. Downstairs would do for the new workshops of DEF, as offices, and in one corner the Herr Director's apartment. Upstairs would be barracks for the prisoners. He was delighted with the place. He drove back to Cracow, yearning to get started, to spend the necessary money, to talk to Mudrich again. For Zusmut could find a site for Mudrich too. Perhaps even floor space in Brinlitz. When he got back, he found that an Allied bomber, shot down by a Luftwaffe fighter, had crashed on the two-end barracks in the backyard prison. Its blackened fuselage sat crookedly across the wreckage of the flattened huts. Only a small squad of prisoners had been left behind in Emalia to wind up production and maintain the plant. They had seen it come down, flaming. There had been 2 men inside, and their bodies had burned. The Luftwaffe people, who came to take them away, had told Adamgarde that the bomber was a Sterling, and that the men were Australian. One, who was holding the charred remnants of an English Bible, must have crashed with it in his hand. 2 others had parachuted in the suburbs. One had been found, dead of wounds, still in his harness. The partisans had got to the other one first, and were hiding him somewhere. What these Australians had been doing was dropping supplies to the partisans in the primeval forest east of Cracow. If Oskar had wanted some sort of confirmation, this was it. That men should come all this way from unimaginable little towns in the Australian outback to hasten the end in Cracow. He put a call through at once to the official in charge of rolling stock in the office of Ostbahn President Gertheis, and invited him to dinner to talk about DEF's potential need of flat cars. A week after Oskar spoke to Zusmut, the gentleman of the Berlin Armaments Board instructed the governor of Moravia that Oskar's armaments company was to be allocated the annex of Hoffmann's spinning mill in Brinlitz. The governor's bureaucrats could do nothing more, Zusmut told Oskar by telephone, than slow the paperwork down. But Hoffmann and other party men in the Zwickau area were already conferring and passing resolutions against Oskar's intrusion into Moravia. The party Kreisleiter in Zwickau wrote to Berlin, complaining that Jewish prisoners from Poland would be a peril to the health of Moravian Germans. Spotted fever would very likely appear in the region for the first time in modern history, and Oskar's small armaments factory, of dubious value to the war effort, would also attract Allied bombers, with resultant damage to the important Hoffmann mills. The population of Jewish criminals in the proposed Schindler camp would outweigh the small and decent population of Brinlitz and be a cancer on the honest flank of Zwickau. A protest of that kind didn't have a chance, since it went straight to the office of Erich Lange in Berlin. Appeals to Troppau were quashed by honest Zusmut. Nonetheless, the posters went up on walls in Oskar's hometown. Keep the Jewish criminals out. And Oskar was paying. He was paying the evacuation committee in Cracow to help speed up the permits for the transfer of his machinery. The Department of the Economy in Cracow had to be encouraged to provide the clearances of bank holdings. Currency wasn't favoured these days, so he paid in goods, in kilos of tea, in pairs of leather shoes, in carpets, in coffee, in canned fish. He spent his afternoons in the little streets off the market square of Cracow, haggling at staggering prices for whatever the bureaucrats desired. Otherwise, he was sure, they would keep him waiting till his last Jew had gone to Auschwitz. It was Zusmut who told him that people from Zwickau were writing to the Armaments Inspectorate, accusing Oskar of black marketeering. "If they're writing to me," said Zusmut, "you can bet the same letters are going to the police chief of Moravia, Obersturmführer Otto Rush. You should introduce yourself to Rush and show him what a charming fellow you are." Oskar had known Rush when he was SS police chief of Katowice. Rush was, by happy chance, a friend of the chairman of Ferrum AG at Sosnowiec, from which Oskar had bought his steel. But in rushing down to Brno to head off informers, Oskar didn't rely on anything as flimsy as mutual friendships. He took a diamond cut in the brilliant style, which somehow he introduced into the meeting. When it crossed the table and ended on Rush's side of the desk, it secured Oskar's Brno front. Oskar later estimated that he spent 100,000 Reichsmarks, nearly $40,000, to grease the transfer to Brünnitz. Few of his survivors would ever find the figure unlikely, though there were those who shook their heads and said, "No, more. It would have to have been more than that." He had drawn up what he called a preparatory list and delivered it to the administration building. There were more than 1,000 names on it, the names of all the prisoners of the backyard prison camp of Emalia, as well as new names. Helen Hirsch's name was freshly on the list, and Armon was not there to argue about it. And the list would expand if Madrich agreed to go to Moravia with Oskar. So Oskar kept working on Titch, his ally at Julius Madrich's ear. Those Madrich prisoners who were closest to Titch knew the list was under compilation, that they could have access to it. Titch told them, without any ambiguity, "You must get on it." In all the reams of Poischoff paperwork, Oskar's dozen pages of names were the only pages with access to the future. But Madrich still could not decide whether he wanted an alliance with Oskar, whether he would add his 3,000 to the total. There is again a haziness suitable to a legend about the precise chronology of Oskar's list. The haziness doesn't attach to the existence of the list. A copy can be seen today in the archives of the Yad Vashem. There is no uncertainty, as we shall see, about the names remembered by Oskar and Titch at the last minute and attached to the end of the official paper. The names on the list are definite, but the circumstances encourage legends. The problem is that the list is remembered with an intensity which, by its very heat, blurs. The list is an absolute good. The list is life. All around its cramped margins lies the gulf. Some of those whose names appeared on the list say that there was a party at Goetz's villa, a reunion of SS men and entrepreneurs to celebrate the times they'd had there. Some even believe that Goetz was there, but since the SS did not release on bail, that is impossible. Others believe that the party was held at Oskar's own apartment above his factory. Oskar had for more than 2 years given excellent parties there. One Emalia prisoner remembers the early hours of 1944 when he was on night watch duty, and Oskar had wandered down from his apartment at 1 o'clock, escaping the noise upstairs and bringing with him 2 cakes, 200 cigarettes, and a bottle for his friend the watchman. At the Poischoff graduation party, wherever it took place, the guests included Dr. Blanke, Franz Bosch, and, by some reports, Oberführer Julian Scherner, on vacation from his partisan hunting. Madrich was there too, and Titch. Titch would later say that at it Madrich informed Oskar for the first time that he would not be going to Moravia with him. "I've done everything I can for the Jews," Madrich told him. It was a reasonable claim. He would not be persuaded, although he said Titch had been at him for days. Madrich was a just man. Later, he would be honoured as such. He simply did not believe that Moravia would work. If he had, the indications are that he would have attempted it. What else is known about the party is that an urgency operated there, because the Schindler list had to be handed in that evening. This is an element in all the versions of the story survivors tell. The survivors could tell and expand upon it only if they had heard it in the first place from Oscar, a man with a taste for embellishing a story. But in the early 1960s, Titch himself attested to the substantial truth of this one. Perhaps the new and temporary commandant of Poichouf, a Hauptsturmführer Bücher, had said to Oscar, "Enough fooling around, Oscar. We have to finalize the paperwork and the transportation." Perhaps there was some other form of deadline imposed by the Ostbahn, by the availability of transport. At the end of Oscar's list, therefore, Titch now typed in, above the official signatures, the names of Madrich prisoners. Almost 70 names were added, written in by Titch from his own and Oscar's memories. Among them were those of the Feigenbaum family, the adolescent daughter who suffered from incurable bone cancer, the teenage son Lutek with his shaky expertise in repairing sewing machines. Now they were all transformed, as Titch scribbled, into skilled munitions workers. There was singing in the apartment, loud talk and laughter, a fog of cigarette smoke, and in a corner, Oscar and Titch quizzing each other over people's names, straining for a clue to the spelling of Polish patronyms. In the end, Oscar had to put his hand on Titch's wrist. "We're over the limit," he said. "They'll balk at the number we already have." Titch continued to strain for names, and tomorrow morning would wake damning himself because one had come to him too late. But now he was at the limit, wrung out by this work. It was blasphemously close to creating people anew just by thinking of them. He did not begrudge doing it. It was what it said of the world. That was what made the heavy air of Schindler's apartment so hard for Titch to breathe. The list was vulnerable, however, through the personnel clerk, Marcel Goldberg. Bücher, the new commandant, who was there merely to wind the camp down, himself could not have cared, within certain numerical limits, who went on the list. Therefore Goldberg had the power to tinker with its edges. It was known to prisoners already that Goldberg would take bribes. The Dresners knew it. Judah Dresner, uncle of Red Genya, husband of the Mrs. Dresner who'd once been refused a hiding place in a wall, and father of Janek and of young Dunker. Judah Dresner knew it. "He paid Goldberg," the family would simply say, to explain how they got on the Schindler list. They never knew what was given. Vulkan, the jeweller, presumably got himself, his wife, his son on the list in the same way. Poldek Pfefferberg was told about the list by an SS NCO named Hans Schreiber. Schreiber, a young man in his mid-20s, had as evil a name as any other SS man in Poichouf, but Pfefferberg had become something of a mild favourite of his, in that way that was common to relationships, throughout the system, between individual prisoners and SS personnel. It had begun one day when Pfefferberg, as a group leader in his barracks, had responsibility for window cleaning. Schreiber inspected the glass and found a smudge, and began browbeating Poldek in the style that was often a prelude to execution. Pfefferberg lost his temper and told Schreiber that both of them knew the windows were perfectly polished, and if Schreiber wanted a reason to shoot him, he ought to do it without any more delay. The outburst had, in a contradictory way, amused Schreiber, who afterward occasionally used to stop Pfefferberg and ask him how he and his wife were, and sometimes even gave Poldek an apple for Miller. In the summer of 1944, Poldek had appealed to him desperately to extricate Miller from a trainload of women being sent from Poichouf to the evil camp at Stutthof on the Baltic. Miller was already in the lines, boarding the cattle cars, when Schreiber came waving a piece of paper and calling her name. Another time, a Sunday, he turned up drunk at Pfefferberg's barracks, and, in front of Poldek and a few other prisoners, began to weep for what he called the dreadful things he had done in Poichouf. He intended, he said, to expiate them on the Eastern Front. In the end, he would. Now he told Poldek that Schindler had a list and that Poldek should do everything he could to get on it. Poldek went down to the administration building to beg Goldberg to add his name and Miller's to the list. Schindler had in the past year and a half often visited Poldek in the camp garage and had always promised rescue. Poldek had, however, become such an accomplished welder that the garage supervisors, who needed for their lives' sake to produce high-standard work, would never let him go. Now Goldberg sat with his hand on the list. He had already added his own name to it. And this old friend of Oscar's, once a frequent guest in the apartment in Straszewskiego, expected to have himself written down for sentiment's sake. "Do you have any diamonds?" Goldberg asked Pfefferberg. "Are you serious?" asked Poldek. "For this list," said Goldberg, a man of prodigious and accidental power, "it takes diamonds." Now that the Viennese music lover, Hauptsturmführer Goethe, was in prison, the Rosner brothers, musicians to the court, were free to work their way onto the list. Dolek Horowitz also, who had earlier got his wife and children out to Emalia, now persuaded Goldberg to include him, his wife, his son, his young daughter. Horowitz had always worked in the central warehouse of Poischouf and had managed to put some small treasure away. Now it was paid to Marcel Goldberg. Among those included in the list were the Beisky brothers, Uri and Moshe, officially described as machine fitter and draftsman. Uri had a knowledge of weapons, and Moshe a gift for forging documents. The circumstances of the list are so clouded that it is not possible to say whether they were included for these talents or not. Josef Bau, the ceremonious bridegroom, would at some stage be included, but without his knowing it. It suited Goldberg to keep everyone in the dark about the list. Given his nature, it is possible to assume that if Bau made any personal approach to Goldberg, it could only have been on the basis that his mother, his wife, himself should all be included. He would not find out until too late that he alone would be listed for Brinnlitz. As for Stern, the Herr Direktor had included him from the beginning. Stern was the only father confessor Oscar ever had, and Stern's suggestions had a great authority with him. Since October the 1st, no Jewish prisoner had been allowed out of Poischouf either to march to the cable factory or for any other purpose. At the same time, the trustees in the Polish prison had begun to put guards on the barracks to stop Jewish prisoners from trading with the Poles for bread. The price of illegal bread reached a level it would be hard to express in zloty. In the past, you could have bought a loaf for your second coat, 250 grams for a clean undershirt. Now, as with Goldberg, it took diamonds. During the first week of October, Oscar and Bankier visited Poischouf for some reason and went as usual to see Stern in the construction office. Stern's desk was down the hallway from the vanished Amon's office. It was possible to speak more freely here than ever before. Stern told Schindler about the inflated price of rye bread. Oscar turned to Bankier. "Make sure Weichert gets 50,000 zloty," murmured Oscar. Dr. Michael Weichert was chairman of the former Jewish Communal Self-Help, now renamed Jewish Relief Office. He and his office were permitted to operate for cosmetic reasons, and in part because of Weichert's powerful connections in the German Red Cross. Though many Polish Jews within the camps would treat him with understandable suspicion, and though this suspicion would bring him to trial after the war, he would be exonerated. Weichert was exactly the man to find 50,000 zloty worth of bread quickly and introduce it into Poischouf. The conversation of Stern and Oscar moved on. The 50,000 zloty were a mere obiter dicta of their talk about the unsettled times, and about how Amon might be enjoying his cell in Breslau. Later in the week, black market bread from town was smuggled into camp, hidden beneath cargoes of cloth, coal, or scrap iron. Within a day, the price had fallen to its accustomed level. It was a nice case of connivance between Oscar and Stern, and would be followed by other instances. 32. At least one of the Emalia people crossed off by Goldberg to make room for others, for relatives, Zionists, specialists, or payers, would blame Oskar for it. In 1963, the Martin Buber Society would receive a pitiable letter from a New Yorker, a former Emalia prisoner. In Emalia, he said, Oskar had promised deliverance. In return, the people had made him wealthy with their labor. Yet some found themselves off the edge of the list. This man saw his own omission as a very personal betrayal. And, with all the fury of someone who has been made to travel through the flames to pay for another man's lie, blamed Oskar for all that had happened afterward, for Gross Rosen, and for the frightful cliff at Mauthausen, from which prisoners were thrown, and last of all for the death march with which the war would end. Strangely, the letter, radiant with just anger, shows most graphically that life on the list was a feasible matter, while life off it was unutterable. But it seems unjust to condemn Oskar for Goldberg's fiddling with names. The camp authorities would, in the chaos of those last days, sign any list Goldberg gave them, as long as it did not exceed too drastically the 1,100 prisoners Oskar had been granted. Oskar himself could not police Goldberg by the hour. His own day was spent speaking to bureaucrats, his evenings in buttering them up. He had, for example, to receive shipment authorizations for his high-low machines and metal presses from old friends in the office of General Schindler, some of whom delayed the paperwork, finding small problems which could confound the idea of Oskar's salvage of his 1,100. One of these inspectorate men had raised the problem that Oskar's armament machines had come to him by way of the procurement section of the Berlin Inspectorate, and under approval from its licensing section, specifically for use in Poland. Neither of these sections had been notified of the proposed move to Moravia. They would need to be. It could be a month before they gave their authorization. Oskar did not have a month. Płaszów would be empty by the end of October. Everyone would be in Gross-Rosen or Auschwitz. In the end, the problem was cleared away by the accustomed gifts. As well as such preoccupations, Oskar was concerned about the SS investigators who had arrested Amon. He half expected to be arrested, or, which was the same thing, heavily interrogated about his relationship with the former commandant. He was wise to anticipate it, for one of the explanations Amon had offered for the 80,000 Reichmarks the SS had found among his belongings was, "Oskar Schindler gave it to me, so I'd go easy on the Jews." Oskar therefore had to keep in contact with friends of his at Pomorska Street, who might be able to tell him the direction Bureau 5's investigation of Amon was taking. Finally, since his camp at Brünnlitz would be under the ultimate supervision of Konzentrationslager Gross-Rosen, he was already dealing with the commandant of Gross-Rosen, Sturmbannführer Hassebrück. Under Hassebrück's management, 100,000 would die in the Gross-Rosen system. But when Oskar conferred with him on the telephone and drove across into Lower Silesia to meet him, he seemed the least of all Oskar's worries. Schindler was used by now to meeting charming killers, and noticed that Hassebrück even seemed grateful to him for extending the Gross-Rosen Empire into Moravia. For Hassebrück did think in terms of empire. He controlled 103 subcamps. Brünnlitz would be 104, and, with its more than 1,000 inmates and its sophisticated industry, a major addition. 78 of Hassebrück's camps were located in Poland, 16 in Czechoslovakia, 10 in the Reich. It was much bigger cheese than anything Amon had managed. With so much sweetening, cajoling, and form-filling to occupy him in the week Płaszów was wound down, Oskar could not have found the time to monitor Goldberg, even if he had had the power. In any case, the account the prisoners give of the camp in its last day and night is one of milling and chaos. Goldberg, lord of the lists, at its centre, still holding out for offers. Dr. Edek Schindler, for example, approached Goldberg to get himself and his 2 young brothers into Brünnlitz. Goldberg would not give an answer, and Schindler would not find out until the evening of October the 15th, when the male prisoners were marshalled for the cattle cars, that he and his brothers were not listed for the Schindler camp. They joined the line of Schindler people anyway. It is a scene from a cautionary engraving of Judgment Day. The ones without the right mark attempting to creep onto the line of the justified, and being spotted by an angel of retribution, in this case Oberscharführer Müller, who came up to the doctor with his whip and slapped him, left cheek, left and right again with the leather butt, while asking amusedly, "Why would you want to get on that line?" Schindler would be made to stay on with the small party involved in liquidating Pwaschow, and would then travel with a carload of sick women to Auschwitz. They would be placed in a hut in some corner of Birkenau and left to die. Yet most of them, overlooked by camp officials and exempt from the usual regimen of the place, would live. Schindler himself would be sent to Flossenburg, and then, with his brothers, on a death march. He would survive by a layer of skin, but the youngest Schindler boy would be shot on the march, on the next to last day of the war. That is an image of the way the Schindler List, without any malice on Oscar's side, with adequate malice on Goldberg's, still tantalizes survivors, and tantalized them in those desperate October days. Everyone has a story about the list. Henry Rosner lined up with the Schindler people, but an NCO spotted his violin, and knowing that Amon would require music should he be released from prison, sent Rosner back. Rosner then hid his violin under his coat, against his side, tucking the node of the soundpost under his armpit. He lined up again, and was let through to the Schindler cars. Rosner had been one of those to whom Oscar had made promises, and so had always been on the list. It was the same with the Yerets. Old Mr. Yeret of the box factory and Mrs. Chaya Yeret, described in the list inexactly and hopefully as a Metallarbeiterin, a metal worker. The Perlmans were also on as old Emalia Hands, and the Levartovs as well. In fact, in spite of Goldberg, Oscar got for the most part the people he had asked for, though there may have been some surprises among them. A man as worldly as Oscar could not have been amazed to find Goldberg himself among the inhabitants of Brünnlitz. But there were more welcome additions than that. Poldek Pfefferberg, for example, accidentally overlooked and rejected by Goldberg for lack of diamonds. Let it be known that he wanted to buy vodka. He could pay in clothing or bread. When he'd acquired the bottle, he got permission to take it down to the orderly building in Jerozolimska, where Schreiber was on duty. He gave Schreiber the bottle and pleaded with him to force Goldberg to include Miller and himself. Schindler, he said, would have written us down if he'd remembered. Poldek had no doubt that he was negotiating for his life. Yes, Schreiber agreed. The two of you must get on it. It is a human puzzle why men like Schreiber didn't in such moments ask themselves, if this man and his wife were worth saving, why weren't the rest? The Pfefferbergs would find themselves on the Schindler line when the time came. And so, to their surprise, would Helen Hirsch and the younger sister, whose survival had always been Helen's own obsession. The men of the Schindler List entrained at the Pwaschow siding on a Sunday, October the 15th. It would be another full week before the women left. Though the 800 were kept separate during the loading of the train, and were pushed into freight cars kept exclusively for Schindler personnel, they were coupled to cars containing 1,300 other prisoners, all bound for Gross-Rosen. It seems that some half expected to have to pass through Gross-Rosen on their way to Schindler's camp, but many others believed that the journey would be direct. They were prepared to endure a slow trip to Moravia, They accepted that they would be made to spend time sitting in the cars at junctions and on sidings. They might wait half a day at a time for traffic with higher priority to pass. The first snow had fallen in the last week, and it would be cold. Each prisoner had been issued only 300 grams of bread to last the journey, and each car had been provided with a single water bucket. For their natural functions, the travellers would have to use a corner of the floor, or if packed too tightly, urinate and defecate where they stood. But in the end, despite all their griefs, they would tumble out at a Schindler establishment. The 300 women of the list would enter the cars the following Sunday, in the same sanguine state of mind. Other prisoners noticed that Goldberg travelled as lightly as any of them. He must have had contacts outside Poichouf to hold his diamonds for him. Those who still hoped to influence him on behalf of an uncle, a brother, a sister, allowed him enough space to sit in comfort. The others squatted, their knees pushed into their chins. Dolek Horowitz held 6-year-old Richard in his arms. Henry Rosner made a nest of clothing on the floor for 9-year-old Oleg. It took 3 days. Sometimes at sidings their breath froze on the walls. Air was always scarce, but when you got a mouthful it was icy and fetid. The train halted at last on the dusk of a comfortless autumn day. The doors were unlocked, and passengers were expected to alight as quickly as businessmen with appointments to keep. SS guards ran among them, shouting directions and blaming them for smelling. "Take everything off," the NCOs were roaring. "Everything for disinfection." They piled their clothing and marched naked into the camp. By 6 in the evening, they stood in naked lines on the Appellplatz of this bitter destination. Snow stood in the surrounding woods. The surface of the parade ground was iced. It was not a Schindler camp. It was Gross-Rosen. Those who had paid Goldberg glared at him, threatening murder, while SS men in overcoats walked along the lines, lashing the buttocks of those who openly shivered. They kept the men on the Appellplatz all night, for there were no huts available. It was not until mid-morning the next day that they would be put under cover. In speaking of that 17 hours of exposure, of ineffable cold dragging down on the heart, survivors do not mention any deaths. Perhaps life under the SS, or even at Emalia, had tempered them for a night like this one. Though it was a milder evening than those earlier in the week, it was still murderous enough. Some of them, of course, were too distracted by the possibility of Brinlitz to drift away with cold. Later, Oscar would meet prisoners who had survived an even longer exposure to cold and frostbite. Certainly, elderly Mr. Garde, the father of Adam Garde, lived through this night, as did little Oleg Rosner and Richard Horowitz. Toward 11 o'clock the next morning, they were taken to the showers. Poldek Pfefferberg, crowded in with the others, considered the nozzle above his head with suspicion, wondering if water or gas would rain down. It was water, but before it was turned on, Ukrainian barbers passed among them, shaving their heads, their pubic hair, their armpits. You stood straight, eyes front, while the Ukrainian worked at you with his unhoned razor. "It's too dull," one of the prisoners complained. "No," said the Ukrainian, and slashed the prisoner's leg to show that the blade still held a cutting edge. After the showers, they were issued striped prison uniforms and crowded into barracks. The SS sat them in lines, like galley oarsmen. One man backed up between the legs of the man behind him, his own opened legs affording support to the man in front. By this method, 2,000 men were crammed into 3 huts. German capos, armed with truncheons, sat on chairs against the wall and watched. Men were wedged so tightly, every inch of the floor space covered, that to leave their rows for the latrines, even if the capos permitted it, meant walking on heads and shoulders and being cursed for it. In the middle of one hut was a kitchen, where turnip soup was being made and bread baked. Poldek Pfefferberg, coming back from a visit to the latrines, found the kitchen under the supervision of a Polish Army NCO he had known at the beginning of the war. The NCO gave Poldek some bread and permitted him to sleep by the kitchen fire. The others, however, spent their nights wedged in the human chain. Each day they were stood at attention in the Appellplatz and remained there in silence for 10 hours. In the evenings, however, after the issue of thin soup, they were allowed to walk around the hut to talk to each other. The blast of a whistle at 9 p.m. was the signal for them to take up their curious positions for the night. On the second day, an SS officer came to the Appellplatz, looking for the clerk who had drawn up the Schindler list. It had not been sent off from Płaszów, it seemed. Shivering in his coarse prison uniform, Goldberg was led to an office and asked to type out the list from memory. By the end of the day, he had not finished the work, and back in the barracks was surrounded by a spate of final pleas for inclusion. Here, in the bitter dusk, the list still enticed and tormented, even if all it had done so far for those on it was bring them to Gross-Rosen. Pemper and others, moving in on Goldberg, began to pressure him to type Dr. Alexander Bieberstein's name on the sheet in the morning. Bieberstein was brother of the Marek Bieberstein, who had been that first optimistic president of the Cracow Judenrat. Earlier in the week, Goldberg had confused Bieberstein, telling him that he was on the list. It was not till the trucks were loaded that the doctor found out he was not in the Schindler group. Even in such a place as Gross-Rosen, Mietek Pemper was sure enough of a future to threaten Goldberg with post-war reprisals if Bieberstein were not added. Then, on the third day, the 800 men of Schindler's now revised list were separated out, taken to the delousing station for yet another wash, permitted to sit a few hours, speculating and chatting like villagers in front of their huts, and marched out once more to the siding. With a small ration of bread, they climbed up into cattle cars. None of the guards who loaded them admitted to knowing where they were going. They squatted on the floorboards in the prescribed manner. They kept fixed in their minds the map of Central Europe and made continual judgments about the passage of the sun, gauging their direction by glimpses of light through small wire ventilators near the roofs of the cars. Oleg Rosner was lifted to the ventilator in his car and said that he could see forests and mountains. The navigation experts claimed the train was travelling generally southeast. It all indicated a Czech destination, but no one wanted to say so. This journey of 100 miles took nearly 2 days. When the doors opened, it was early morning on the second day. They were at the Zwickau depot. They dismounted and were marched through a town not yet awake, a town frozen in the late 30s. Even the graffiti on the walls, "Keep the Jews out of Brinlitz," looked strangely pre-war to them. They had been living in a world where their very breath was begrudged. It seemed almost endearingly naive for the people of Zwickau to begrudge them a mere location. 3 or 4 miles out into the hills, following a rail siding, they came to the industrial hamlet of Brinlitz and saw ahead in thin morning light the solid bulk of the Hoffmann Annex, transformed into Arbeitslager, Labour Camp Brinlitz, with watchtowers, a wire fence encircling it, a guard barracks inside the wire, and beyond that the gate to the factory and the prisoners' dormitories. As they marched in through the outer gate, Oscar appeared from the factory courtyard, wearing a Tyrolean hat. "33. This camp, like Emalia, had been equipped at Oscar's expense. According to the bureaucratic theory, all factory camps were built at the owner's cost. It was thought that any industrialist got sufficient incentive from the cheap prison labour to justify a small expenditure on wire and lumber. In fact, Germany's darling industrialists, such as Krupp and Farben, built their camps with materials donated from SS enterprises and with a wealth of labour lent to them. Oskar was no darling and got nothing. He had been able to prize some wagon loads of SS cement out of Bosch at what Bosch would have considered a discount black market price. From the same source, he got 2 to 3 tons of gasoline and fuel oil for use in the production and delivery of his goods. He had brought some of the camp fencing wire from Emalia. But around the bare premises of the Hoffmann Annex, he was required to provide high-tension fences, latrines, a guard barracks for 100 SS personnel, attached SS officers, a sick room, and kitchens. Adding to the expense, Sturmbannführer Hassebrück had already been down from Gross-Rosen for an inspection and gone away with a supply of cognac and porcelainware, and what Oskar described as tea by the kilogram. Hassebrück had also taken away inspection fees and compulsory winter aid contributions levied by Section D, and no receipt had been given. His car had a considerable capacity for these things, Oskar would later declare. He had no doubt in October 1944 that Hassebrück was already doctoring the Brinlitz books. Inspectors sent directly by Oranienburg had also to be satisfied. As for the goods and equipment of DEF, much of it still in transit, it would require 250 freight cars before it had all arrived. It was astounding, said Oskar, how in a crumbling state Ostbahn officials could, if properly encouraged, find such a number of rail cars. And the unique aspect of all this, of Oskar himself, jaunty in his mountain hat, as he emerged from that frosty courtyard, is that unlike Krupp and Farben, and all the other entrepreneurs who kept Jewish slaves, he had no serious industrial intention at all. He had no hopes of production. There were no sales graphs in his head. Though 4 years ago he had come to Cracow to get rich, he now had no manufacturing ambitions left. It was a hectic industrial situation there in Brinlitz. Many of the presses, drills and lathes had not yet arrived, and new cement floors would have to be poured to take their weight. The annex was still full of Hoffmann's old machinery. Even so, for these 800 supposed munitions workers who had just moved through the gate, Oskar was paying 7 Reichmarks 50 each day per skilled worker, 6 Reichmarks per labourer. This would amount to nearly $14,000 each week for male labour. When the women arrived, the bill would top $18,000. Oskar was therefore committing a grand business folly, but celebrated it in a Tyrolean hat. Some of Oskar's attachments had shifted too. Mrs. Emilia Schindler had come from Zwickau to live with him in his downstairs apartment. Brinlitz, unlike Cracow, was too close to home to permit her to excuse their separation. For a Catholic like her, it was now a matter of either formalizing the rift or living together again. There seemed to be at least a tolerance between them, a thorough mutual respect. At first sight, she might have looked like a marital cipher, an abused wife who did not know how to get out. Some of the men wondered at first what she would think when she found the sort of factory Oskar kept, the sort of camp. They did not know yet that Emilia would make her own discreet contribution, that it would be based not on conjugal obedience, but on her own ideas. Ingrid had come with Oskar to Brinlitz to work in the new plant, but she had taken lodgings outside the camp and was there only for office hours. There was a definite cooling in that relationship, and she would never live with Oskar again. But she would show no animosity, and throughout the coming months, Oskar would frequently visit her in her apartment. The racy Klanowska, that chic Polish patriot, stayed behind in Cracow, but again there was no apparent bitterness. Oskar would have contact with her during visits to Cracow, and she would again help him when the SS caused trouble. The truth was that though his attachments to Klanowska and Ingrid were winding down in the most fortunate way, without any bitterness. It would have been a mistake to believe that he was turning conjugal. He told the men, that day of their arrival, that the women could be confidently expected. He believed they would arrive after scarcely more delay than there had been with the men. The women's journey would, however, be different. After a short trip from Płaszów, their locomotive backed them, with some hundreds of other Płaszów women, through the arched gatehouse of Auschwitz-Birkenau. When the car doors opened, they found themselves in that immense concourse bisecting the camp, and practiced SS men and women, speaking calmly, began to grade them. The sorting of the people went on with a terrifying detachment. When a woman was slow in moving, she was hit with a truncheon, but the blow had no personal edge to it. It was all a matter of getting the numbers through. For the SS sections at the rail side of Birkenau, it was all dutiful tedium. They had already heard every plea, every story. They knew every dodge anyone was ever likely to pull. Under the floodlights, the women numbly asked each other what it meant. But even in their daze, their shoes already filling with the mud that was Birkenau's element, they were aware of SS women pointing to them and telling uniformed doctors who showed any interest, Schindler Gruppe. And the spruce young physicians would turn away and leave them alone for a time. Feet sticking in the mud, they were marched to the delousing plant and stripped by order of tough young SS women with truncheons in their hands. Miller Pfefferberg was troubled by rumours of the type most prisoners of the Reich had by now heard, that some shower nozzles gave out a killing gas. These, she was delighted to find, gave mere icy water. After their wash, some of them expected to be tattooed. They knew as much as that about Auschwitz. The SS tattooed your arm if they wanted to use you. If they intended to feed you into the machine, however, they did not bother. The same train that had brought the women of the list had brought also some 2,000 others who, not being Schindlerfrauen, were put through the normal selections. Rebecca Bau, excluded from the Schindler list, had passed and been given a number, and Josef Bau's robust mother had also won a tattoo in that preposterous Birkenau lottery. Another Płaszów girl, 15 years old, had looked at the tattoo she'd been given and been delighted that it had 2 5s, a 3 and 2 7s, numbers enshrined in the Taschlag, or Jewish calendar. With a tattoo, you could leave Birkenau and go to one of the Auschwitz labor camps, where there was at least a chance. But the Schindler women, left untattooed, were told to dress again and taken to a windowless hut in the women's camp. There, in the centre of the floor, stood a sheet iron stove housed in bricks. It was the only comfort. There were no bunks. The Schindlerfrauen were to sleep 2 or 3 to a thin straw pallet. The clay floor was damp, and water would rise from it like a tide and drench the pallets, the ragged blankets. It was a death house at the heart of Birkenau. They lay there and dozed, frozen and uneasy, in that enormous acreage of mud. It confounded their imaginings of an intimate location, a village in Moravia. This was a great, if ephemeral, city. On a given day, more than 250,000 Poles, Gypsies and Jews kept brief residence here. There were thousands more over in Auschwitz I, the first but smaller camp, where Commandant Rudolf Höss lived. And in the great industrial area named Auschwitz III, some tens of thousands worked while they could. The Schindler women had not been precisely informed of the statistics of Birkenau, or of the Auschwitz duchy in itself. They could see, though, beyond birch trees at the western end of the enormous settlement, constant smoke rising from the 4 crematoria and the numerous pyres. They believed they were adrift now, and that the tide would take them down there. But not with all the capacity for making and believing rumours that characterises a life in prison, would they have guessed how many people could be gassed there on a day when the system worked well. The number was, according to Höss, 9,000. The women were equally unaware that they had arrived in Auschwitz at a time when the progress of the war and certain secret negotiations between Himmler and the Swedish Count Folke Bernadotte were imposing a new direction on it. The secret of the extermination centres had not been kept, for the Russians had excavated the Lublin camp and found the furnaces containing human bones and more than 500 drums of Zyklon B. News of this was published throughout the world, and Himmler, who wanted to be treated seriously as obvious post-war successor to the Führer, was willing to make promises to the Allies that the gassing of Jews would stop. He did not, however, issue an order on the matter until sometime in October. The date is not certain. One copy went to General Paul in Oranienburg, the other to Kaltenbrunner, Chief of Reich Security. Both of them ignored the directive, and so did Adolf Eichmann. Jews from Płaszów, Theresienstadt, and Italy continued to be gassed up to the middle of November. The last selection for the gas chambers is believed, however, to have been made on October the 30th. For the first 8 days of their stay in Auschwitz, the Schindler women were in enormous danger of death by gassing. And even after that, as the last victims of the chambers continued to file throughout November toward the western end of Birkenau, and as the ovens and pyres worked on their backlog of corpses, they would not be aware of any change in the essential nature of the camp. All their anxieties would in any case be well-founded, for most of those left after the gassing ceased would be shot, as happened to all the crematorium workers, or allowed to die of disease. In any case, the Schindler women went through frequent mass medical inspections in both October and November. Some of them had been separated out in the first days and sent off to the huts reserved for the terminally ill. The doctors of Auschwitz, Josef Mengele, Fritz Klein, Doctors Koenig and Thilo, not only worked on the Birkenau platform but roamed the camp, turning up at roll calls, invading the showers, asking with a smile, "How old are you, mother?" Mrs. Clara Sternberg found herself put aside in a hut for older women. 60-year-old Mrs. Lola Krumholz was also cut out of the Schindler-Gruppe and put into a barracks for the aged, where she was meant to die at no expense to the administration. Mrs. Horowitz, believing that her fragile daughter of 11 years, Nusha, could not survive a bathhouse inspection, hustled her into an empty sauna boiler. One of the SS girls who'd been appointed to the Schindler women, the pretty one, the blonde, saw her do it but did not give her away. She was a puncher, that one, short-tempered, and later she would ask Mrs. Horowitz for a bribe and get a brooch which Regina had somehow concealed till then. Regina handed it over philosophically. There was another, heavier, gentler one who made lesbian advances and may have required a more personal payoff. Sometimes at roll call, one or more of the doctors would appear in front of the barracks. Seeing the medical gentleman, women rubbed clay into their cheeks to induce a little bogus colour. At one such inspection, Regina found stones for her daughter Nusha to stand on, and silver-haired young Mengele came to her and asked her a soft-voiced question concerning her daughter's age, and punched her for lying. Women felled like this at inspection were meant to be picked up by the guards while still semi-conscious, dragged to the electrified fence at the edge of the women's camp, and thrown onto it. They had Regina halfway there when she revived and begged them not to fry her alive, to let her return to her line. They released her, and when she crept back into the ranks, there was her bird-boned, speechless daughter still, frozen to the pile of stone. These inspections could occur at any hour. The Schindler women were called out one night to stand in the mud while their barracks was searched. Mrs. Dresner, who had once been saved by a vanished OD boy, came out with her tall teenage daughter, Danke. They stood there in that eccentric mire of Auschwitz, which, like the fabled mud of Flanders, would not freeze when everything else had frozen. The roads, the rooftops, the human traveller. Both Danke and Mrs. Dresner had left Poischouf in the summer clothing that was all they had left. Danke wore a blouse, a light jacket, a maroon skirt. Since it had begun snowing earlier in the evening, Mrs. Dresner had suggested that Danke tear a strip off her blanket and wear it beneath the skirt. Now, in the course of the barracks inspection, the SS discovered the ripped blanket. The officer who stood before the Schindler women called out the barracks Älteste, a Dutch woman, whom until yesterday none of them had known, and said that she was to be shot, together with any other prisoner found with a blanket strip under her dress. Mrs. Dresner began whispering to Danke, "Take it off, and I'll slip it back into the barracks." It was a credible idea. The barracks stood at ground level, and no step led up to them. A woman in the rear line might slip backward through the door. As Danke had obeyed her mother once before in the matter of the wall cavity in Dąbrowski Street, Cracow, she obeyed her now, slipping from beneath her dress that strip of Europe's poorest blanket. In fact, while Mrs. Dresner was in the hut, the SS officer passed by and idly extracted a woman of Mrs. Dresner's age. It was probably Mrs. Sternberg, and had her taken away to some worse part of the camp, some place where there was no Moravian illusion. Perhaps the other women in line did not let themselves understand what this simple act of weeding out meant. It was in fact a statement that no reserved group of so-called industrial prisoners was safe in Auschwitz. No cry of Schindlerfrauen would keep them immune for long. There had been other groups of industrial prisoners who had vanished in Auschwitz. General Pohl's Section W had sent some trainloads of skilled Jewish workers from Berlin the year before. IG Farben had needed labour and was told by Section W to select its workers from these transports. In fact, Section W had suggested to Commandant Höss that the trains should be unloaded in the IG Farben works, not near the crematoria in Auschwitz-Birkenau. Of 1,750 prisoners, all male, in the first train, 1,000 were immediately gassed. Of 4,000 in the next 4 trainloads, 2,500 went at once to the bathhouses. If the Auschwitz administration would not stay its hands for IG Farben and Department W, it was not going to be finicky about the women of some obscure German potmaker. In barracks like those of the Schindler women, it was like living outdoors. The windows had no glass and served only to put an edge on the blasts of cold air out of Russia. Most of the girls had dysentery. Crippled with cramp, they limped in their clogs to the steel waste drum out in the mud. The woman who tended it did so for an extra bowl of soup. Miller Pfefferberg staggered out one evening, seized with dysentery, and the woman on duty, not a bad woman, a woman Miller had known as a girl, insisted that she could not use the drum but had to wait for the next girl out and then empty it with her help. Miller argued but could not shake the woman. Beneath the hungry stars, this tending of the drum had become something like a profession, and there were rules. With the drum as pretext, the woman had come to believe that order, hygiene, sanity were possible. The next girl out arrived at Miller's side, gasping and bent and desperate. But she too was young, and in peaceful days in Łódź had known the woman on the can as a respectable married woman. So the 2 girls were obedient and lugged the thing 300 metres through the mud. The girl who shared the burden asked Miller, "Where's Schindler now?" Not everyone in the barracks asked that question, or asked it in that fierce, ironic way. There was an Emalia girl named Lucia, a widow of 22, who kept saying, "You'll see, it will all come out. We'll end up somewhere warm with Schindler's soup in us." She did not know herself why she kept repeating such statements. In Emalia, she had never been the type to make projections. She'd worked her shift, drunk her soup, and slept. She had never predicted grandiose events. Sufficient to her day had always been the survival thereof. Now she was ill, and there was no reason for her to be prophetic. The cold and hunger were wasting her, and she too bore the vast obsessions of her hunger. Yet she amazed herself by repeating Oscar's promises. Later in their stay in Auschwitz, when they had been moved to a hut closer to the crematoria, and did not know if they were to go to the showers or the chambers, Lucia continued pushing the glad message. Even so, the tide of the camp having washed them to this geographic limit of the earth, this pole, this pit, despair wasn't quite the fashion for the Schindlerfrauen. You would still find women huddled in recipe talk and dreams of pre-war kitchens. In Brinlitz, when the men arrived, there was only the shell. There were no bunks yet. Straw was strewn in the dormitories upstairs. But it was warm, with steam heat from the boilers. There were no cooks that first day. Bags of turnips lay around what would be the cookhouse, and men devoured them raw. Later, soup was brewed and bread baked, and the engineer Finder began the allocating of jobs. But from the start, unless there were SS men looking on, it was all slow. It is mysterious how a body of prisoners could sense that the Herr Direktor was no longer a party to any war effort. The pace of work grew very canny in Brinlitz. Since Oscar was detached from the question of production, slow work became the prisoners' vengeance, their declaration. It was a heady thing to withhold your labour. Everywhere else in Europe, the slaves worked to the limit of their 600 calories per day, hoping to impress some foreman and delay the transfer to the death camp. But here in Brinlitz was the intoxicating freedom to use the shovel at half pace and still survive. None of this unconscious policy-making was evident in the first days. There were still too many prisoners anxious for their women. Dolek Horowitz had a wife and daughter in Auschwitz. The Rosner brothers had their wives. Pfefferberg knew the shock which something as vast, as appalling as Auschwitz would have on Miller. Jakob Sternberg and his teenage son were concerned about Mrs. Clara Sternberg. Pfefferberg remembers the men clustering around Schindler on the factory floor and asking him again where the women were. "I'm getting them out," Schindler rumbled. He did not go into explanations. He did not publicly surmise that the SS in Auschwitz might need to be bribed. He did not say that he had sent the list of women to Colonel Erich Lange, or that he and Lange both intended to get them to Brinlitz according to the list. Nothing of that. Simply, "I'm getting them out." The SS garrison who moved into Brinlitz in those days gave Oscar some cause to hope. They were middle-aged reservists, called up to allow younger SS men a place in the front line. There were not so many lunatics as at Poichouf, and Oscar would always keep them gentle with the specialties of his kitchen. Plain food, but plenty. In a visit to their barracks, he made his usual speech about the unique skills of his prisoners, the importance of his manufacturing activities. Anti-tank shells, he said, and casings for a projectile still on the secret list. He asked that there be no intrusion by the garrison into the factory itself, for that would disturb the workers. He could see it in their eyes. It suited them, this quiet town. They could imagine themselves lasting out the cataclysm here. They did not want to rampage round the workshops like a Goethe or a Huya. They didn't want the Herr Direktor to complain about them. Their commanding officer, however, had not yet arrived. He was on his way from his previous post, the labour camp at Budzin, which had, until the recent Russian advances, manufactured Heinkel bomber parts. He would be younger, sharper, more intrusive, Oskar knew. He might not readily take to being denied access to the camp. Among all this pouring of cement floors, the knocking of holes in the roof so that the vast high-lows would fit, the softening of NCOs, amid the private uneasiness of settling into married life with Emilia again, Oskar was arrested a third time. The Gestapo turned up at lunchtime. Oskar was not in his office. In fact, had driven to Brno on some business earlier in the morning. A truck had just arrived at the camp from Cracow, laden with some of the Herr Direktor's portable wealth. Cigarettes, cases of vodka, cognac, champagne. Some would later claim that this was Goeth's property, that Oskar had agreed to bring it into Moravia in return for Goeth's backing of his Brinlitz plans. Since Goeth had now been a prisoner for a month and had no more authority, the luxuries on the truck could just as well be considered Oskar's. The men doing the unloading thought so, and became nervous at the sight of the Gestapo men in the courtyard. They had mechanics' privileges, and so were permitted to drive the truck to a stream down the hill, where they threw the liquor into the water by the easeful. The 200,000 cigarettes on the truck were hidden more retrievably under the cover of the large transformer in the power plant. It is significant that there were so many cigarettes and so much liquor in the truck, a sign that Oskar, always keen on trade goods, intended now to make his living on the black market. They got the truck back to the garage as the siren for midday soup was blown. In past days, the Herr Direktor had eaten with the prisoners, and the mechanics hoped that today he would do so again. They could then explain what had happened to such an expensive truckload. He did in fact return from Brno soon after, but was stopped at the inner gate by one of the Gestapo men, who stood there with his hand raised. The Gestapo man ordered him to leave his car at once. "This is my factory," a prisoner heard Oskar growl back. "If you want to talk to me, you're welcome to jump in the car. Otherwise, follow me to my office." He drove into the courtyard, the two Gestapo men walking quickly on either side of the vehicle. In his office, they asked him about his connections with Goeth, with Goeth's loot. "I do have a few suitcases here," he told them. "They belong to Herr Goeth. He asked me to keep them for him until his release." The Gestapo men asked to see them, and Oskar took them through to the apartment. He made formal and cold introductions between Frau Schindler and the men from Bureau 5. Then he brought out the suitcases and opened them. They were full of Amon's civilian clothing and old uniforms from the days when Amon had been a slim SS NCO. When they'd been through them and found nothing, they made the arrest. Emilia grew aggressive now. They had no right, she said, to take her husband unless they could say what they were taking him for. "The people in Berlin will not be happy about this," she said. Oskar advised her to be silent. "But you will have to call my friend Klonovska," he told her, "and cancel my appointments." Emilia knew what that meant. Klonovska would do her trick with the telephone again, calling Martin Plater in Breslau, the General Schindler people, all the big guns. One of the Bureau 5 men took out handcuffs and put them on Oskar's wrists. They took him to their car, drove him to the station in Svitau, and escorted him by train to Cracow. The impression is that this arrest scared him more than the previous two. There are no stories of lovelorn SS colonels who shared a cell with him and drank his vodka. Oskar did later record some details, however. As the Bureau 5 men escorted him across the grand neoclassic loggia of the Cracow Central Station, a man named Huth approached them. He had been a civilian engineer in Płaszów. He had always been obsequious to Amon, but had a reputation for many secret kindnesses. It may have been an accidental meeting, but suggests that Huth may have been working with Klenowska. Huth insisted on shaking Oskar by his shackled hand. One of the Bureau 5 men objected. "Do you really want to go around shaking hands with prisoners?" he asked Huth. The engineer at once made a speech, a testimonial to Oskar. This was the Herr Direktor Schindler, a man greatly respected throughout Cracow, an important industrialist. "I can never think of him as a prisoner," said Huth. Whatever the significance of this meeting, Oskar was put into a car and taken across the familiar city to Pomorska Street again. They put him in a room like the one he had occupied during his first arrest, a room with a bed and a chair and a wash basin, but with bars on the window. He was not easy there, even though his manner was one of bear-like tranquility. In 1942, when they had arrested him the day after his 34th birthday, the rumour that there were torture chambers in the Pomorska cellars had been terrifying and indefinite. It wasn't indefinite anymore. He knew that Bureau 5 would torture him if they wanted Amon badly enough. That evening, Herr Huth came as a visitor, bringing with him a dinner tray and a bottle of wine. Huth had spoken to Klenowska. Oskar himself would never clarify whether or not Klenowska had prearranged that chance encounter. Whichever it was, Huth told him now that Klenowska was rallying his old friends. The next day he was interrogated by a panel of 12 SS investigators, one a judge of the SS court. Oskar denied that he had given any money to ensure that the commandant would, in the words of the transcript of Amon's evidence, go easy on the Jews. "I may have given him the money as a loan," Oskar admitted at one stage. "Why would you give him a loan?" they wanted to know. "I run an essential war industry," said Oskar, playing the old tune. "I have a body of skilled labour. If it is disturbed, there is loss to me, to the Armaments Inspectorate, to the war effort. If I found that in the mass of prisoners in Poichouf there was a skilled metal worker of a category I needed, then of course I asked the Herr Commandant for him. I wanted him fast. I wanted him without red tape. My interest was production, its value to me, to the Armaments Inspectorate. In consideration of the Herr Commandant's help in these matters, I may have given him a loan." This defence involved some disloyalty to his old host, Amon, but Oskar would not have hesitated. His eyes gleaming with transparent frankness, his tone low, his emphasis discreet. Oskar, without saying it in so many words, let the investigators know that the money had been extorted. It didn't impress them. They locked him away again. The interrogation went into a second, third, and fourth day. No one did him harm, but they were steely. At last he had to deny any friendship with Amon at all. It was no great task. He loathed the man profoundly anyhow. "I'm not a fairy," he growled at the gentleman of Bureau 5, falling back on rumours he'd heard about Gert and his young orderlies. Amon himself would never understand that Oskar despised him and was willing to help the case Bureau 5 had against him. Amon was always deluded about friendship. In sentimental moods, he believed that Mietek Pemper and Helen Hirsch were loving servants. The investigators probably would not have let him know that Oskar was in Pomorska, and would have listened mutely to Amon urging them, "Call in my old friend Schindler, he'll vouch for me." What helped Oskar most when he faced the investigators was that he had had few actual business connections with the man. Though he had sometimes given Amon advice or contacts, he had never had a share in any deal, never made a zloty out of Amon's sales of prison rations, of rings from the jewellery shop, of garments from the custom tailoring plant or furniture from the upholstery section. It must also have helped him that his lies were disarming even to policemen, and that when he told the truth he was positively seductive. He never gave the impression that he was grateful for being believed. For example, when the gentlemen of Bureau 5 looked as if they might at least give standing room to the idea that the 80,000 Reichsmarks was a loan, a sum extorted, Oskar asked them whether in the end the money might be returned to him, to Herr Direktor Schindler, the impeccable industrialist. A third factor in Oskar's favour was that his credentials checked out. Colonel Erich Lange, when telephoned by Bureau 5, stressed Schindler's importance to the conduct of the war. Zusmuth, called in Troppau, said that Oskar's plant was involved in the production of secret weapons. It was not, as we will see, an untrue statement. But when said bluntly, it was misleading and carried a distorted weight. For the Führer had promised secret weapons. The phrase itself was charismatic and extended its protection now to Oskar. Against a phrase like secret weapons, any confetti of protest from the burghers of Zwickau did not count. But even to Oskar it did not seem that the imprisonment was going well. About the fourth day, one of his interrogators visited him, not to question him, but to spit at him. The spittle streaked the left lapel of his suit. The man ranted at him, calling him a Jew lover, a fucker of Jewesses. It was a departure from the strange legalism of the interrogations. But Oskar wasn't sure that it was not planned, that it did not represent the true impetus behind his imprisonment. After a week, Oskar sent a message, by way of Huth and Klonowska, to Oberführer Scherner. Bureau 5 was putting such pressure on him, the message went, that he did not believe he could protect the former police chief much longer. Scherner left his counterinsurgency work. It was soon to kill him, and arrived in Oskar's cell within a day. It was a scandal what they were doing, said Scherner. What about Amon? Oskar asked, expecting Scherner to say that that was a scandal too. He deserves all he gets, said Scherner. It seemed that everyone was deserting Amon. Don't worry, said Scherner before leaving. We intend to get you out. On the morning of the 8th day, they let Oskar out onto the street. Oskar did not delay his going, nor did he this time demand transport. Enough to be deposited on the cold sidewalk. He travelled across Cracow by streetcar and walked to his old factory in Zabwocie. A few Polish caretakers were still there, and from the upstairs office he called Brinlitz and told Emilia that he was free. Moshe Beisky, a Brinlitz draftsman, remembers the confusion while Oskar was away, the rumours, all the questions about what it meant. But Stern and Maurice Finder, Adam Garde and others had consulted Emilia about food, about work arrangements, about the provision of bunks. They were the first to discover that Emilia was no mere passenger. She was not a happy woman, and her unhappiness was compounded by Bureau 5's arrest of Oskar. It must have seemed cruel that the SS should intrude on this reunion before it had got properly started. But it was clear to Stern and the others that she was not there, keeping house in that little apartment on the ground floor, purely out of wifely duty. There was what you could call an ideological commitment, too. A picture of Jesus, with his heart exposed and in flames, hung on a wall of the apartment. Stern had seen the same design in the houses of Polish Catholics. But there had been no ornament of that kind in either of Oskar's Cracow apartments. The Jesus of the exposed heart did not always reassure when you saw it in Polish kitchens. In Emilia's apartment, however, it hung like a promise, a personal one. Emilia's. Early in November, her husband came back by train. He was unshaven and smelly from his imprisonment. He was amazed to find that the women were still in Auschwitz-Birkenau. In Planet Auschwitz, where the Schindler women moved as warily, as full of dread as any space travellers, Rudolf Höss ruled as founder, builder, presiding genius. Readers of William Styron's novel, Sophie's Choice, encountered him as the master of Sophie, a very different sort of master than Amon was to Helen Hirsch. A more detached, mannerly and sane man, yet still the unflagging priest of that cannibal province. Though in the 1920s he had murdered a Ruhr schoolteacher for informing on a German activist and had done time for the crime, he never murdered any Auschwitz prisoner by his own hand. He saw himself instead as a technician. As champion of Zyklon B, the hydrogen cyanide pellets which gave off fumes when exposed to air, he had engaged in a long personal and scientific conflict with his rival, Kriminalkommissar Christian Wirth, who had jurisdiction over the Belzec camp and who was the head of the carbon monoxide school. There had been an awful day at Belzec, which the SS chemical officer Kurt Gerstein had witnessed, when Commissar Wirth's method took 3 hours to finish a party of Jewish males packed into the chambers. That Höss had backed the more efficient technology is partially attested to by the continuous growth of Auschwitz and the decline of Belzec. By 1943, when Rudolf Höss left Auschwitz to do a stint as deputy chief of Section D in Oranienburg, the place was already something more than a camp. It was even more than a wonder of organization. It was a phenomenon. The moral universe had not so much decayed here, it had been inverted like some black hole, under the pressure of all the earth's malice, a place where tribes and histories were sucked in and vaporized, and language flew inside out. The underground chambers were named disinfection cellars, the above-ground chambers bathhouses, and Oberscharführer Moll, whose task it was to order the insertion of the blue crystals into the roofs of the cellars, the walls of the bathhouses, customarily cried to his assistants, "All right, let's give them something to chew on." Höss had returned to Auschwitz in May 1944 and presided over the entire camp at the time the Schindler women occupied a barracks in Birkenau, so close to the whimsical Oberscharführer Moll. According to the Schindler mythology, it was Höss himself with whom Oskar wrestled for his 300 women. Certainly, Oskar had telephone conversations and other commerce with Höss. But he also had to deal with Sturmbannführer Fritz Hartjenstein, commandant of Auschwitz II, that is, of Auschwitz-Birkenau, and with Untersturmführer Franz Hössler, the young man in charge, in that great city, of the suburb of women. What is certain is that Oskar now sent a young woman with a suitcase full of liquor, ham, and diamonds to make a deal with these functionaries. Some say that Oskar then followed up the girl's visit in person, taking with him an associate, an influential officer in the SA, the Sturmabteilung, or storm troops, Standartenführer Pelze, who, according to what Oskar later told his friends, was a British agent. Others claim that Oskar stayed away from Auschwitz himself as a matter of strategy and went to Oranienburg instead, and to the Armaments Inspectorate in Berlin, to try to put pressure on Höss and his associates from that end. The story as Stern would tell it years later in a public speech in Tel Aviv is as follows. After Oskar's release from prison, Stern approached Schindler and, under the pressure of some of my comrades, begged Oskar to do something decisive about the women ensnared in Auschwitz. During this conference, one of Oskar's secretaries came in. Stern does not say which one. Schindler considered the girl and pointed to one of his fingers, which sported a large diamond ring. He asked the girl whether she would like this rather hefty piece of jewelry. According to Stern, the girl got very excited. Stern quotes Oskar as saying, "Take the list of the women. Pack a suitcase with the best food and liquor you can find in my kitchen. Then go to Auschwitz. You know the commandant has a penchant for pretty women. If you bring it off, you'll get this diamond, and more still." It is a scene, a speech, worthy of one of those events in the Old Testament, when, for the good of the tribe, a woman is offered to the invader. It is also a Central European scene, with its gross coruscating diamonds and its proposed transaction of the flesh. According to Stern, the secretary went. When she did not return within 2 days, Schindler himself, in the company of the obscure Pelze, went to settle the matter. According to Schindler mythology, Oskar did send a girlfriend of his to sleep with the commandant, be that Höss, Hartjenstein, or Hössler, and leave diamonds on the pillow. While some, like Stern, say it was one of his secretaries, others name an Aufseher, a pretty blonde SS girl, ultimately a girlfriend of Oscar's and part of the Brünnlitz garrison. But this girl, it seems, was still in Auschwitz anyhow, together with the Schindlerfrauen. According to Emilia Schindler herself, the emissary was a girl of 22 or 23. She was a native of Zwickau, and her father was an old friend of the Schindler family. She had recently returned from occupied Russia, where she'd worked as a secretary in the German administration. She was a good friend of Emilia's and volunteered for the task. It is unlikely that Oscar would demand a sexual sacrifice of a friend of the family. Even though he was a brigand in these matters, that side of the story is certainly myth. We do not know the extent of the girl's transactions with the officers of Auschwitz. We know only that she approached the dreadful kingdom and dealt courageously. Oscar later said that in his own dealings with the rulers of Necropolis Auschwitz, he was offered the old temptation. The women have been here some weeks now. They won't be worth much as labour anymore. Why don't you forget these 300? We'll cut another 300 for you, out of the endless herd. In 1942, an SS NCO at Prokochim station had pushed the same idea at Oscar. Don't get stuck on these particular names, Herr Direktor. Now, as at Prokochim, Oscar pursued his usual line. There are irreplaceable skilled munitions workers. I have trained them myself over a period of years. They represent skills I cannot quickly replace. The names I know, that is, are the names I know. A moment, said his tempter. I see listed here a 9-year-old, daughter of one Fila Rath. I see an 11-year-old, daughter of one Regina Horowitz. Are you telling me that a 9-year-old and an 11-year-old are skilled munitions workers? They polish the 45mm shells, said Oscar. They were selected for their long fingers, which can reach the interior of the shell in a way that is beyond most adults. Such conversation in support of the girl who was a friend of the family took place, conducted by Oscar either in person or by telephone. Oscar would relay news of the negotiations to the inner circle of male prisoners, and from them the details were passed on to the men on the workshop floor. Oscar's claim that he needed children so that the innards of anti-tank shells could be buffed was outrageous nonsense, but he had already used it more than once. An orphan named Anita Lampel had been called to the Appellplatz in Poischow one night in 1943 to find Oscar arguing with a middle-aged woman, the Älteste of the women's camp. The Älteste was saying more or less what Höss/Hössler would say later in Auschwitz. You can't tell me you need a 14-year-old for Emalia. You cannot tell me that Commandant Goeth has allowed you to put a 14-year-old on your roster for Emalia. The Älteste was worried, of course, that if the list of prisoners for Emalia had been doctored, she would be made to pay for it. That night in 1943, Anita Lampel had listened flabbergasted as Oscar, a man who had never even seen her hands, claimed that he had chosen her for the industrial value of her long fingers, and that the Herr Kommandant had given his approval. Anita Lampel was herself in Auschwitz now, but had grown tall and no longer needed the long-fingered ploy. So it was transferred to the benefit of the daughters of Mrs. Horowitz and Mrs. Rath. Schindler's contact had been correct in saying that the women had lost nearly all their industrial value. At inspections, young women like Milla Pfefferberg, Helen Hirsch, and her sister could not prevent the cramps of dysentery from bowing and aging them. Mrs. Dresner had lost all appetite, even for the ersatz soup. Danka could not force the mean warmth of it down her mother's throat. It meant that she would soon become a Musulman. The term was camp slang, based on people's memory of newsreels of famine in Muslim countries, for a prisoner who had crossed the borderline that separated the ravenous living from the good as dead. Clara Sternberg, in her early 40s, was isolated from the main Schindler group into what could be described as a Musulman hut. Here, each morning, The dying women were lined up in front of the door, and a selection was made. Sometimes it was Mengele leaning toward you. Of the 500 women in this new group of Clara Sternbergs, 100 might be detailed off on a given morning, on another 50. You rouged yourself with Auschwitz clay. You kept a straight back if that could be managed. You choked where you stood rather than cough. It was after such an inspection that Clara found herself with no further reserves left for the waiting, the daily risk. She had a husband and a teenage son in Brinlitz, but now they seemed more remote than the canals of the planet Mars. She could not imagine Brinlitz, or them in it. She staggered through the women's camp, looking for the electric wires. When she had first arrived, they'd seemed to be everywhere. Now that they were needed, she could not find them. Each turn took her into another quagmire street, and frustrated her with a view of identically miserable huts. When she saw an acquaintance from P.2, a Cracow woman like herself, Clara propped in front of her. "Where's the electric fence?" Clara asked the woman. To her distraught mind, it was a reasonable question to ask, and Clara had no doubt that the friend, if she had any sisterly feeling, would point the exact way to the wires. The answer the woman gave Clara was just as crazed, but it was one that had a fixed point of view, a balance, a perversely sane core. "Don't kill yourself on the fence, Clara," the woman urged her. "If you do that, you'll never know what happened to you." It has always been the most powerful of answers to give to the intending suicide. Kill yourself, and you'll never find out how the plot ends. Clara did not have any vivid interest in the plot, but somehow the answer was adequate. She turned around. When she got back to her barracks, she felt more troubled than when she'd set out to look for the fence. But her Cracow friend had, by her reply, somehow cut her off from suicide as an option. Something awful had happened at Brinlitz. Oscar, the Moravian traveller, was away. He was trading in kitchenware and diamonds, liquor and cigars, all over the province. Some of it was crucial business. Bibberstein speaks of the drugs and medical instruments that came into the Krankenstube at Brinlitz. None of it was standard issue. Oscar must have traded for medicines at the depots of the Wehrmacht, or perhaps in the pharmacy of one of the big hospitals in Brno. Whatever the cause of his absence, he was away when an inspector from Gross-Rosen arrived and walked through the workshop with Untersturmführer Josef Leopold, the new commandant, who was always happy for a chance to intrude inside the factory. The inspector's orders, originating from Oranienburg, were that the Gross-Rosen subcamps should be scoured for children to be used in Dr. Josef Mengele's medical experiments in Auschwitz. Oleg Rosner and his small cousin, Richard Horowitz, who'd believed they had no need of a hiding place here, were spotted racing around the annex, chasing each other upstairs, playing among the abandoned spinning machines. So was the son of Dr. Leon Gross, who had nursed Amon's recently developed diabetes, who had helped Dr. Blanke with the health action, and who had other crimes still to answer for. The inspector remarked to Untersturmführer Leopold that these were clearly not essential munitions workers. Leopold, short, dark, not as crazy as Amon, was still a convinced SS officer and did not bother to defend the brats. Further on in the inspection, Roman Ginter's 9-year-old was discovered. Ginter had known Oscar from the time the ghetto was founded, had supplied the metalworks at Płaszów with scrap from DEF. But Untersturmführer Leopold and the inspector did not recognize any special relationships. The Ginter boy was sent under escort to the gate with the other children. Frances Spira's boy, 10.5 years old, but tall and on the books as 14, was working on top of a long ladder that day, polishing the high windows. He survived the raid. The orders required the rounding up of the children's parents as well. Perhaps because this would obviate the risk of parents beginning demented revolutions on the subcamp premises. Therefore, Rosner the violinist, Horowitz, and Roman Ginter were arrested. Dr. Leon Gross rushed down from the clinic to negotiate with the SS. He was flushed. The effort was to show this inspector from Gross-Rosen that he was dealing with a really responsible sort of prisoner, a friend of the system. The effort counted for nothing. An SS Unterscharführer, armed with an automatic weapon, was given the mission of escorting them to Auschwitz. The party of fathers and sons travelled from Zwickau as far as Katowice in Upper Silesia by ordinary passenger train. Henry Rosner expected other passengers to be hostile. Instead, one woman walked down the aisle looking defiant and gave Oleg and the others a heel of bread and an apple, all the while staring the sergeant in the face, daring him to react. The Unterscharführer was polite to her, however, and nodded formally. Later, when the train stopped at Usti, he left the prisoners under the guard of his assistant and went to the station cafeteria, bringing back biscuits and coffee paid for from his own pocket. He and Rosner and Horowitz got talking. The more the Unterscharführer chatted, the less he seemed to belong to that same police force as Amon, Huya, John, and all those others. "I'm taking you to Auschwitz," he said, "and then I have to collect some women and bring them back to Brindlitz." So, ironically, the first Brindlitz men to discover that the women might be let out of Auschwitz were Rosner and Horowitz, themselves on their way there. Rosner and Horowitz were ecstatic. They told their sons, "This good gentleman is bringing your mother back to Brindlitz." Rosner asked the Unterscharführer if he would give a letter to Manchi, and Horowitz pleaded to be able to write to Regina. The two letters were written on pieces of paper the Unterscharführer gave them. The same stuff the man used to write to his own wife. In his letter, Rosner made arrangements with Manchi to meet at an address in Podgorje if they both survived. When Rosner and Horowitz had finished writing, the SS man put the letters in his jacket. "Where have you been these past years?" Rosner wondered. "Did you start out as a fanatic? Did you cheer when the gods on the rostrum screamed, 'The Jews are our misfortune'?" Later in the journey, Oleg turned his head in against Henry's arm and began to weep. He would not at first tell Rosner what was wrong. When he did speak at last, it was to say that he was sorry to drag Henry off to Auschwitz. "To die just because of me," he said. Henry could have tried to soothe him by telling lies, but it wouldn't have worked. All the children knew about the gas. They grew petulant when you tried to deceive them. The Unterscharführer leaned over. Surely he had not heard, but there were tears in his eyes. Oleg seemed astonished by them, the way another child might be astounded by a cycling circus animal. He stared at the man. What was startling was that they looked like fraternal tears, the tears of a fellow prisoner. "I know what will happen," said the Unterscharführer. "We've lost the war. You'll get the tattoo. You'll survive." Henry got the impression that the man was making promises not to the child but to himself, arming himself with an assurance, which, in 5 years' time perhaps, when he remembered this train journey, he could use to soothe himself. On the afternoon of her attempt to find the wires, Clara Sternberg heard the calling of names and the sound of women's laughter from the direction of the Schindlerfrauen barracks. She crawled from her own damp hut and saw the Schindler women lined up beyond an inner fence of the women's camp. Some of them were dressed only in blouses and long drawers. Skeleton women, without a chance, but they were chattering like girls. Even the blonde SS girl seemed delighted, for she too would be liberated from Auschwitz if they were. "Schindlergruppe," she called. "You're going to the sauna and then to the trains." She seemed to have a sense of the uniqueness of the event. Doomed women from the barracks all around looked blankly out through the wire at the celebratory girls. They compelled you to watch, those list women, because they were so suddenly out of balance with the rest of the city. It meant nothing, of course, It was an eccentric event. It had no bearing on the majority's life. It did not reverse the process or lighten the smoky air. But for Clara Sternberg, the sight was intolerable, as it was also for 60-year-old Mrs. Krumholtz, also half dead in a hut assigned to the older women. Mrs. Krumholtz began to argue with the Dutch capo at the door of her barracks. "I'm going out to join them," she said. The Dutch capo put up a mist of arguments. "In the end," she said, "you're better off here. If you go, you'll die in the cattle cars. Besides that, I'll have to explain why you aren't here." "You can tell them," said Mrs. Krumholtz, "that it's because I'm on the Schindler list. It's all fixed. The books will balance. There's no question about it." They argued for 5 minutes, and in the process talked of their families, finding out about each other's origins, perhaps looking for a vulnerable point outside the strict logic of the dispute. It turned out that the Dutch woman's name was also Krumholtz. The two of them began discussing the whereabouts of their families. "My husband is in Sachsenhausen, I think," said the Dutch Mrs. Krumholtz. The Cracow Mrs. Krumholtz said, "My husband and grown son have gone somewhere. I think Mauthausen. I'm meant to be in the Schindler camp in Moravia. Those women beyond the fence, that's where they're going." "They're not going anywhere," said the Dutch Mrs. Krumholtz. "Believe me. No one goes anywhere except in one direction." The Cracow Mrs. Krumholtz said, "They think they're going somewhere. Please." For even if the Schindler Frauen were deluded, Mrs. Krumholtz from Cracow wanted to share the delusion. The Dutch capo understood this, and at last opened the door of the barracks, for whatever it was worth. For a fence now stood between Mrs. Krumholtz, Mrs. Sternberg, and the rest of the Schindler women. It was not an electrified perimeter fence. It was nonetheless built according to the rulings of Section D of at least 18 strands of wire. The strands ran closest together at the top. Farther down, they were stretched in parallel strands about 6 inches apart. But between each set of parallels and the next, there was a gap of less than a foot. That day, according to the testimony of witnesses and of the women themselves, both Mrs. Krumholtz and Mrs. Sternberg somehow tore their way through the fence to rejoin the Schindler women in whatever daydream of rescue they were enjoying. Dragging themselves through the perhaps 9-inch gap, stretching the wire, ripping their clothes off, and tearing their flesh on the barbs, they put themselves back on the Schindler list. No one stopped them because no one believed it possible. To the other women of Auschwitz, it was in any case an irrelevant example. For any other escapee, the breaching of that fence brought you only to another and then another, and so to the outer voltage of the place. Whereas for Sternberg and Krumholtz, this fence was the only one. The clothing they brought with them from the ghetto and kept in repair in muddy Płaszów hung now on the wire. Naked and streaked with blood, they ran in among the Schindler women. Mrs. Rachela Korn, condemned to a hospital hut at the age of 44, had also been dragged out the window of the place by her daughter, who now held her upright in the Schindler column. For her, as for the other two, it was a birthday. Everyone in the line seemed to be congratulating them. In the washhouse, the Schindler women were barbered. Latvian girls sheared a lice promenade down the length of their skulls and shaved their armpits and pubes. After their shower, they were marched naked to the quartermaster's hut, where the clothes of the dead were issued to them. When they saw themselves shaven and in odds and ends of clothing, they broke into laughter, the hilarity of the very young. The sight of little Mila Pfefferberg, down to 70 pounds, occupying garments cut for a fat lady, had them reeling with hilarity. Half dead and dressed in their paint-coated rags, they pranced, modelled, mimed, and giggled like schoolgirls. "What's Schindler going to do with all the old women?" Clara Sternberg heard an SS girl ask a colleague. "It's no one's business," the colleague said. "Let him open an old people's home if he wants." No matter what your expectations, It was always a horrifying thing to go into the trains. Even in cold weather, there was a sense of smothering, compounded by blackness. On entering a car, the children always pushed themselves toward any sliver of light. That morning, Nyusha Horowitz did that, positioning herself against the far wall, at a place where a slat had come loose. When she looked out through the gap, she could see across the railway lines to the wires of the men's camp. She noticed a straggle of children over there, staring at the train and waving. There seemed to be a very personal insistence to their movements. She thought it strange that one of them resembled her 6-year-old brother, who was safe with Schindler. And the boy at his side was a double for their cousin, Oleg Rosner. Then, of course, she understood. It was Richard. It was Oleg. She turned and found her mother and pulled at her uniform. Then Regina looked, went through the same cruel cycle of identification, and began to wail. The door of the car had been shut by now. They were all packed close in near darkness, and every gesture, every scent of hope or panic was contagious. All the others took up the wailing too. Munchie Rosner, standing near her sister-in-law, eased her away from the opening, looked, saw her son waving, and began keening too. The door slid open again, and a burly NCO asked who was making all the noise. No one else had any motive to come forward, but Munchie and Regina struggled through the crush to the man. "It's my child over there," they both said. "My boy," said Munchie. "I want to show him that I'm still alive." He ordered them down onto the concourse. When they stood before him, they began to wonder what his purpose was. "Your name?" he asked Regina. She told him, and saw him reach behind his back and fumble under his leather belt. She expected to see his hand appear holding a pistol. What it held, however, was a letter for her from her husband. He had a similar letter from Henry Rosner, too. He gave a brief summary of the journey he'd made from Brinlitz with their husbands. Munchie suggested he might be willing to let them get down under the car, between the tracks, as if to urinate. It was sometimes permitted if trains were long delayed. He consented. As soon as Munchie was down there under the carriage, she let out the piercing Rosner whistle she had used on the Appellplatz of Płaszów to guide Henry and Oleg to her. Oleg heard it and began waving. He took Richard's head and pointed it towards their mothers, peering out between the wheels of the train. After wild waving, Oleg held his arm aloft and pulled back his sleeve to show a tattoo like a varicose scrawl along the flesh of his upper arm. And of course the women waved, nodded, applauded, young Richard also holding up his tattooed arm for applause. "Look," the children were saying by their rolled-up sleeves, "we have permanence." But between the wheels, the women were in a frenzy. "What's happened to them?" they asked each other. "In God's name, what are they doing here?" They understood that there would be a fuller explanation in the letters. They tore them open and read them, then put them away and went on waving. Next, Oleg opened his hand and showed that he had a few pellet-like potatoes in his palm. "There," he called, and Munchie could hear him distinctly. "You don't have to worry about me being hungry." "Where's your father?" Munchie shouted. "At work," said Oleg. "He'll be back from work soon. I'm saving these potatoes for him." "Oh, God," Munchie murmured to her sister-in-law. So much for the food in his hand. Young Richard told it straighter. "Mamushka, Mamushka, Mamushka," he yelled. "I'm so hungry." But he too held up a few potatoes. He was keeping them for Dolek, he said. Dolek and Rosner the violinist were working at the rock quarry. Henry Rosner arrived first. He too stood at the wire, his left arm bared and raised. "The tattoo!" he called in triumph. She could see, though, that he was shivering, sweating and cold at the same time. It had not been a soft life in Płaszów, but he'd been allowed to sleep off in the paint shop the hours of work he'd put in playing Lehar at the villa. Here, in the band which sometimes accompanied the lines marching to the bathhouses. They didn't play Rosner's brand of music. When Dolek turned up, he was led to the wire by Richard. He could see the pretty, hollow-faced women peering out from the undercarriage. What he and Henry dreaded most was that the women would offer to stay. They could not be with their sons in the male camp. They were in the most hopeful situation in Auschwitz, there, hunkered under a train that was certain to move before the day was over. The idea of a clan reunion here was illusory, but the fear of the men at the Birkenau wire was that the women would opt to die for it. Therefore, Dolek and Henry talked with false cheer, like peacetime fathers who decided to take the kids up to the Baltic that summer so that the girls could go to Karlsbad on their own. "Look after Nusha," Dolek kept calling, reminding his wife that they had another child, that she was in the car above Regina's head. At last some merciful siren sounded in the men's camp. The men and boys now had to leave the wire. Munchie and Regina climbed limply back into the train, and the door was locked. They were still. Nothing could surprise them any more. The train rolled out in the afternoon. There were the usual speculations. Miller Pfefferberg believed that if the destination was not Schindler's place, half the women crammed in the cars would not live another week. She herself expected that she had only days left. The girl, Lucia, had scarlet fever. Mrs. Dresner, tended by Dunker but leeched by dysentery, seemed to be dying. But in Nusha Horowitz's car, the women saw mountains and pine trees through the broken slat. Some of them had come to these mountains in their childhood, and to see the distinctive hills, even from the floor of these putrid wagons, gave them an unwarranted sense of holiday. They shook the girls who sat in the muck, staring. Nearly there, they promised. But where? Another false arrival would finish them all. At cold dawn on the second day, they were ordered out. The locomotive could be heard hissing somewhere in the mist. Beards of dirty ice hung from the understructures of the train, and the air pierced them. But it was not the heavy, acrid air of Auschwitz. It was a rustic siding somewhere. They marched, their feet numb in clogs, and everybody coughing. Soon they saw ahead of them a large gate, and behind it a great bulk of masonry from which chimneys rose. They looked like brothers to the ones left behind in Auschwitz. A party of SS men waited by the gate, clapping their hands in the cold. The group at the gate, the chimneys, it all looked like part of that sickening continuum. A girl beside Miller Pfefferberg began to weep. "They've brought us all this way to send us up the chimney anyhow." "No," said Miller. "They wouldn't waste their time. They could have done all that at Auschwitz." Her optimism was, however, like that of the girl, Lucia. She couldn't tell where it came from. As they got closer to the gate, they became aware that Herr Schindler was standing in the midst of the SS men. They could tell at first by his memorable height and bulk. Then they could see his features under the Tyrolean hat which he'd been wearing lately to celebrate his return to his home mountains. A short, dark SS officer stood beside him. It was the commandant of Brünnlitz, Untersturmführer Leopold. Oskar had already discovered, the women would discover it soon, that Leopold, unlike his middle-aged garrison, had not yet lost faith in that proposition called the final solution. Yet though he was the respected deputy of Sturmbannführer Hassebrück and the supposed incarnation of authority in this place, it was Oskar who stepped forward as the lines of women stopped. They stared at him, a phenomenon in the mist. Only some of them smiled. Miller Pfefferberg, like others of the girls in the column that morning, remembers that it was an instant of the most basic and devout gratitude, and quite unutterable. Years later, one woman from those lines, remembering the morning, would face a German television crew and attempt to explain it. "He was our father, he was our mother, He was our only faith. He never let us down. Then Oskar began to talk. It was another of his outrageous speeches, full of dazzling promises. "We knew you were coming," he said. "They called us from Zwittau. When you go inside the building, you'll find soup and bread waiting for you." And then, lightly and with pontifical assurance, he said it. "You have nothing more to worry about. You're with me now." It was the sort of address against which the Untersturmführer was powerless. Though Leopold was angry at it, Oskar was oblivious. As the Herr Direktor moved with the prisoners into the courtyard, there was nothing Leopold could do to break into that certainty. The men knew. They were on the balcony of their dormitory looking down. Sternberg and his son searching for Mrs. Clara Sternberg. Feigenbaum Sr. and Lutek Feigenbaum looking out for Nocha Feigenbaum and her delicate daughter. Judah Dresner and his son Janek, old Mr. Yeret, Rabbi Levartov, Ginter, Garde, even Marcel Goldberg, all strained for a sight of their women. Mundek Korn looked not only for his mother and sister, but for Lucia the optimist, in whom he'd developed an interest. Bao now fell into a melancholy from which he might never fully emerge. He knew definitively for the first time that his mother and wife would not arrive in Brinlitz. But Vulkan the jeweler, seeing Chaya Vulkan below him in the factory courtyard, knew with astonishment now that there were individuals who intervened and offered astounding rescue. Pfefferberg waved at Miller a package he had kept for her arrival. A hank of wool stolen from one of the cases Hoffman had left behind, and a steel needle he had made in the welding department. Francis Spirer's 10-year-old son also looked down from the balcony. To stop himself from calling out, he had jammed his fist into his mouth, since there were so many SS men in the yard. The women staggered across the cobbles in their Auschwitz tatters. Their heads were cropped. Some of them were too ill, too hollowed out to be easily recognized. Yet it was an astounding assembly. It would not surprise anyone to find out later that no such reunion occurred anywhere else in stricken Europe, that there had never been, and would not be, any other Auschwitz rescue like this one. The women were then led up into their separate dormitory. There was straw on the floor, no bunks yet. From a large DEF tureen, an SS girl served them the soup Oskar had spoken about at the gate. It was rich. There were lumps of nutrient in it. In its fragrance, it was the outward sign of the value of the other imponderable promises. You have nothing more to worry about. But they could not touch their men. The women's dormitory was for the moment quarantined. Even Oskar, on the advice of his medical staff, was concerned about what they might have brought with them from Auschwitz. There were, however, 3 points at which their isolation could be breached. One was the loose brick above young Moshe Beisky's bunk. Men would spend the coming nights kneeling on Beisky's mattress, passing messages through the wall. Likewise, on the factory floor there was a small fanlight which gave into the women's latrines. Pfefferberg stacked crates there, making a cubicle where a man could sit and call messages. Finally, for early morning and late evening, there was a crowded wire barrier between the men's balcony and the women's. The Yerets met there. Old Mr. Yeret, from whose wood the first Emalia barracks had been built. His wife, who had needed a refuge from the Aktions in the ghetto. Prisoners used to joke about the exchanges between Mr. and Mrs. Yeret. "Have your bowels moved today, dear?" Mr. Yeret would somberly ask his wife, who had just come from the dysentery-ridden huts of Birkenau. On principle, no one wanted to be put in the clinic. In Poischow, it had been a dangerous place where you were made to take Dr. Blanke's terminal benzene treatment. Even here in Brinlitz, there was always a risk of sudden inspections, of the type that had already taken the boy children. According to the Memos of Oranienburg, A labour camp clinic should not have any patients with serious illnesses. It was not meant to be a mercy home. It was there to offer industrial first aid. But whether they wanted it or not, the clinic at Brinlitz was full of women. The teenage Janka Feigenbaum was put in there. She had cancer and might die in any case, even in the best of places. She had at least come to the best of places left to her. Mrs. Dresner was brought in, as were dozens of others who could not eat or keep food in their stomachs. Lucia the optimist and 2 other girls were suffering from scarlet fever and could not be kept in the clinic. They were put in beds in the cellar, down amid the warmth of the boilers. Even in the haze of her cold fever, Lucia was aware of the prodigious warmth of that cellar ward. Emilia worked as quiet as a nun in the clinic. Those who were well in Brinlitz, the men who were disassembling the Hoffman machines and putting them in storehouses down the road, scarcely noticed her. One of them later said that she was just a quiet and submissive wife. For the healthy in Brinlitz stayed hostage to Oscar's flamboyance, to this great Brinlitz confidence trick. Even the women who were still standing had their attention taken by the grand, magical, omniprovident Oscar. Munchie Rosner, for example. A little later in Brinlitz's history, Oscar would come to the lathes where she worked the night shift and hand her Henry's violin. Somehow, during a journey to see Hassebrück at Grossrosen, he'd got the time to go into the warehouse there and find the fiddle. It had cost him 100 Reichsmarks to redeem it. As he handed it to her, he smiled in a way that seemed to promise her the ultimate return of the violinist to go with the violin. "Same instrument," he murmured. "But, for the moment, different tune." It was hard for Munchie, faced by Oscar and the miraculous violin, to see behind the Herr Direktor to the quiet wife. But to the dying, Emilia was more visible. She fed them semolina, which she got God knows where, prepared in her own kitchen and carried up to the Krankenstube. Dr. Alexander Bibberstein believed that Mrs. Dresner was finished. Emilia spooned the semolina into her for 7 days in a row, and the dysentery abated. Mrs. Dresner's case seemed to verify Miller Pfefferberg's claim that if Oscar had failed to rescue them from Birkenau, most of them would not have lived another week. Emilia tended Janka Feigenbaum also, the 19-year-old with bone cancer. Lutek Feigenbaum, Janka's brother, at work on the factory floor, sometimes noticed Emilia moving out of her ground-floor apartment with a canister of soup boiled up in her own kitchen for the dying Janka. She was dominated by Oscar, Lutek would say, as we all were, yet she was her own woman. When Feigenbaum's glasses were broken, she arranged for them to be repaired. The prescription lay in some doctor's office in Cracow, had lain there since before the ghetto days. Emilia arranged for someone who was visiting Cracow to get the prescription and bring back the glasses made up. Young Feigenbaum considered this more than an average kindness, especially in a system which positively desired his myopia, which aimed to take the spectacles off all the Jews of Europe. There are many stories about Oscar providing new glasses for various prisoners. One wonders if some of Emilia's kindnesses in this matter may not have been absorbed into the Oscar legend, the way the deeds of minor heroes have been subsumed by the figure of Arthur or Robin Hood. 34. The doctors in the Krankenstube were Doctors Hilfstein, Handler, Levkovich, and Bibberstein. They were all concerned about the likelihood of a typhus outbreak. For typhus was not only a hazard to health, it was, by edict, a cause to close down Brinlitz, to put the infested back into cattle cars and ship them to die in the Achtung typhus barracks of Birkenau. On one of Oscar's morning visits to the clinic, about a week after the women arrived, Bibberstein told him that there were 2 more possible cases among the women. Headache, fever, malaise, general pains throughout the whole body. All that had begun. Biberstein expected the characteristic typhoid rash to appear within a few days. These two would need to be isolated somewhere in the factory. Biberstein did not have to give Oskar too much home instruction in the facts of typhus. Typhus was carried by louse bite. The prisoners were infested by uncontrollable populations of lice. The disease took perhaps 2 weeks to incubate. It might be incubating now in 12, 100 prisoners. Even with the new bunks installed, people still lay too close. Lovers passed the virulent lice to each other when they met, fast and secretly, in some hidden corner of the factory. The typhus lice were wildly migratory. It seemed now that their energy could checkmate Oskar's. So that when Oskar ordered a delousing unit, showers, a laundry to boil clothes, a disinfection plant, built upstairs, it was no idle administrative order. The unit was to run on hot steam piped up from the cellars. The welders were to work double shifts on the project. They did it with a will, for willingness characterized the secret industries of Brinlitz. Official industry might be symbolized by the high-low machines rising from the new poured workshop floor. It was in the prisoners' interest, and in Oskar's, as Moshe Beisky later observed, that these machines be properly erected, since it gave the camp a convincing front. But the uncertified industries of Brinlitz were the ones that counted. The women knitted clothing with wool looted from Hoffman's left-behind bags. They paused and began to look industrial only when an SS officer or NCO passed through the factory on his way to the Herr Direktor's office, or when Fuchs and Schönbrunn, the inept civil engineers, not up to the weight of our engineers, a prisoner would later say, came out of their offices. The Brinlitz Oskar was still the Oskar old Emalia Hans remembered. A bon vivant, a man of wild habits. Mundel and Pfefferberg, at the end of their shift, and overheated from working on the pipe fittings for the steam, visited a water tank high up near the workshop ceiling. Ladders and a catwalk took them to it. The water was warm up there, and once you climbed in, you could not be seen from the floor. Dragging themselves up, the two welders were amazed to find the tub already taken. Oskar floated, naked and enormous. A blonde SS girl, the one Regina Horowitz had bribed with a brooch, her naked breasts buoyant at the surface, shared the water with him. Oskar became aware of them, looked up at them frankly. Sexual shame was to him a concept something like existentialism, very worthy but hard to grasp. Stripped, the welders noticed, the girl was delicious. They apologized and left, shaking their heads, whistling softly, laughing like schoolboys. Above their heads, Oskar dallied like Zeus. When the epidemic did not develop, Biberstein thanked the Brinlitz delousing unit. When the dysentery faded, he thanked the food. In a testimony in the archives of the Yad Vashem, Biberstein declares that at the beginning of the camp, the daily ration was in excess of 2,000 calories. In all the miserable winter-bound continent, only the Jews of Brinlitz were fed this living meal. Among the millions, only the soup of the Schindler 1,000 had body. There was porridge, too. Down the road from the camp, by the stream into which Oskar's mechanics had recently thrown black market liquor, stood a mill. Armed with a work pass, a prisoner could stroll down there on an errand from one or another department of DEF. Mundek Koren remembers coming back to the camp loaded with food. At the mill, you simply tied your trousers at the ankles and loosened your belt. Your friend then shoveled your pants full of oatmeal. You belted up again and returned to the camp. A grand repository, priceless as you walked, a little bandy-legged, past the sentries into the annex. Inside, people loosened your cuffs and let the oatmeal run out into pots. In the drafting department, young Moshe Beisky and Yosef Bau had already begun forging prison passes of the type that allowed people to make the mill run. Oskar wandered in one day and showed Baesky documents stamped with the seal of the rationing authority of the government general. Oskar's best contacts for black market food were still in the Cracow area. He could arrange shipments by telephone. But at the Moravian border, you had to show clearance documents from the Food and Agriculture Department of the Government General. Oskar pointed to the stamp on the papers in his hand. "Could you make a stamp like that?" he asked Baesky. Baesky was a craftsman. He could work on little sleep. Now he turned out for Oskar the first of the many official stamps he would craft. His tools were razor blades and various small cutting instruments. His stamps became the emblems of Brinlitz's own outrageous bureaucracy. He cut seals of the government general, of the governor of Moravia, seals to adorn false travel permits so that prisoners could drive by truck to Brno or Olomouc to collect loads of bread, of black market gasoline, of flour or fabric or cigarettes. Leon Salpeter, a Cracow pharmacist, once a member of Marek Biberstein's Judenrat, kept the storehouse in Brinlitz. Here the miserable supplies sent down from Grossrosen by Hassebrück were kept, together with the supplementary vegetables, flour, cereals, bought by Oskar under Baesky's minutely careful rubber stamps, the eagle and the hooked cross of the regime precisely crafted on them. "You have to remember," said an inmate of Oskar's camp, "that Brinlitz was hard, but beside any other, paradise." Prisoners seemed to have been aware that food was scarce everywhere. Even on the outside, few were sated. And Oskar? Did Oskar cut his rations to the same level as those of the prisoners? The answer is indulgent laughter. Oskar? Why would Oskar cut his rations? He was the Herr Director. Who were we to argue with his meals? And then a frown, in case you think this attitude too serf-like. You don't understand. We were grateful to be there. There was nowhere else to be. As in his early marriage, Oskar was still temperamentally an absentee, was away from Brinlitz for stretches of time. Sometimes Stern, purveyor of the day's requests, would wait up all night for him. In Oskar's apartment, Itzhak and Emilie were the keepers of vigils. The scholarly accountant would always put the most loyal interpretation on Oskar's wanderings around Moravia. In a speech years after, Stern would say, he rode day and night, not only to purchase food for the Jews in Brinlitz camp, by means of forged papers made by one of the prisoners, but to buy us arms and ammunition in case the SS conceived of killing us during their retreats. The picture of a restlessly provident Herr Director does credit to Itzhak's love and loyalty. But Emilia would have understood that not all the absences had to do with Oskar's brand of humane racketeering. During one of Oskar's furloughs, 19-year-old Janek Dresner was accused of sabotage. In fact, Dresner was ignorant of metalwork. He had spent his time in Płaszów in the delousing works, handing towels to the SS who came for a shower and sauna, and boiling lice-ridden clothes taken from prisoners. From the bite of a louse he'd suffered typhus, and survived only because his cousin, Dr. Schindler, passed him off in the clinic as an angina case. The supposed sabotage occurred because engineer Schönbrunn, the German supervisor, transferred him from his lathe to one of the larger metal presses. It had taken a week for the engineers to set the metrics for this machine, and the first time Dresner pressed the start button and began to use it, he shorted the wiring and cracked one of the plates. Schönbrunn harangued the boy and went into the office to write a damning report. Copies of Schönbrunn's complaint were typed up and addressed to sections D and W in Oranienburg, to Hassebrück at Grossrosen, and to Untersturmführer Leopold in his office at the factory gate. In the morning, Oskar had still not come home. So rather than mail the reports, Stern took them out of the office mailbag and hid them. The complaint addressed to Leopold had already been hand-delivered, but Leopold was at least correct in the terms of the organization he served, and could not hang the boy until he had heard from Oranienburg and Hassebrück. 2 days later, Oskar had still not appeared. "It must be some party," the whimsical ones on the shop floor told each other. Somehow, Schönbrunn discovered that Itzhak was sitting on the letters. He raged through the office, telling Stern that his name would be added to the reports. Stern seemed to be a man of limitless calm, and when Schönbrunn finished, he told the engineer that he had removed the reports from the mailbag because he thought the Herr Direktor should, as a matter of courtesy, be apprised of their contents before they were mailed. The Herr Direktor, said Stern, would of course be appalled to find out that a prisoner had done 10,000 Reichsmarks worth of damage to one of his machines. It seemed only just, said Stern, that Herr Schindler be given the chance to add his own remarks to the report. At last, Oskar drove in through the gate. Stern intercepted him and told him about Schönbrunn's charges. Untersturmführer Leopold had been waiting to see Schindler too, and was eager to push his authority inside the factory, to use the Janek Dresner case as a pretext. "I will preside over the hearing," Leopold told Oskar. "You, Herr Direktor, will supply a signed statement attesting to the extent of the damage." "Wait a minute," Oskar told him. "It's my machine that's broken. I'm the one who'll preside." Leopold argued that the prisoner was under the jurisdiction of Section D. "But the machine," replied Oskar, "came under the authority of the Armaments Inspectorate. Besides, he really couldn't permit a trial on the shop floor. If Brinlitz had been a garment or chemical factory, then perhaps it wouldn't have had much impact on production. But this was a munitions factory, engaged in the manufacture of secret components. "I won't have my workforce disturbed," said Oskar. It was an argument Oskar won, perhaps because Leopold gave in. The Untersturmführer was afraid of Oskar's contacts. So the court was convened at night in the machine tool section of DEF, and its members were Herr Oskar Schindler as president, Herr Schönbrunn, and Herr Fuchs. A young German girl sat at the side of the judicial table to keep a record, and when young Dresner was brought in, he saw in front of him a solemn and fully constituted court. According to a Section D edict of April the 11th, 1944, what Janek faced was the first and crucial stage of a process which should, after a report to Hassebrück and a reply from Oranienburg, end in his hanging on the workshop floor in front of all the Brinlitz people, his parents and sister among them. Janek noticed that tonight there was none of that shop floor familiarity to Oskar. The Herr Direktor read aloud Schönbrunn's report of the sabotage. Janek knew about Oskar mainly from the reports of others, particularly from his father, and couldn't tell now what Oskar's straight-faced reading of Schönbrunn's accusations meant. Was Oskar really grieving for the cracked machine? Or was it all just theatrics? When the reading was finished, the Herr Direktor began to ask questions. There was not much Dresner could say in answer. He pleaded that he was unfamiliar with the machine. There had been trouble setting it, he explained. He had been too anxious and had made a mistake. He assured the Herr Direktor that he had no reason to wish to sabotage the machinery. "If you are not skilled at armaments work," said Schönbrunn, "you shouldn't be here. The Herr Direktor has assured me that all you prisoners have had experience in the armaments industry. Yet here you are, Häftling Dresner, claiming ignorance." With an angry gesture, Schindler ordered the prisoner to detail exactly what he had done on the night of the offence. Dresner began to talk about the preparations for starting up the machine, the setting of it, the dry run at the controls, the switching on of the power, the sudden racing of the engine, the splitting of the mechanism. Herr Schindler became more and more restless as Dresner talked, and began to pace the floor, glowering at the boy. Dresner was describing some alteration he had made to one of the controls, when Schindler stopped, ham fists clenched, his eyes glaring. What did you say? He asked the boy. Dresner repeated what he had said. I adjusted the pressure control, Herr Direktor. Oskar walked up to him and hit him across the side of the jaw. Dresner's head sang, but in triumph, for Oskar, his back to his fellow judges, had winked at Dresner in a way that could not be mistaken. Then he began waving his great arms, dismissing the boy. The stupidity of you damn people, he was bellowing all the while. I can't believe it. He turned and appealed to Schönbrunn and Fuchs, as if they were his only allies. I wish they were intelligent enough to sabotage a machine. Then at least I'd have their goddamn hides. But what can you do with these people? They're an utter waste of time. Oskar's fist clenched again, and Dresner recoiled at the idea of another roundhouse punch. Clear out! Yelled Oskar. As Dresner went out through the door, he heard Oskar tell the others that it was better to forget all this. I have some good Martell upstairs, he said. This deft subversion may not have satisfied Leopold and Schönbrunn, for the sitting had not reached a formal conclusion. It had not ended in a judgment. But they could not complain that Oskar had avoided a hearing, or treated it with levity. Dresner's account, given later in his life, raises the supposition that Brinnlitz maintained its prisoners' lives by a series of stunts so rapid that they were nearly magical. To tell the strict truth, though, Brinnlitz, both as a prison and as a manufacturing enterprise, was itself, of its nature and in a literal sense, the one sustained, dazzling, integral confidence trick. 35. For the factory produced nothing. Not a shell, Brinnlitz prisoners will still say, shaking their heads. Not one 45mm shell manufactured there could be used, not one rocket casing. Oskar himself contrasts the output of DEF in the Cracow years with the Brinnlitz record. In Zaborcie, enamelware was manufactured to the value of 16 million Reichsmarks. During the same time, the munitions section of Emalia produced shells worth 500,000 Reichsmarks. Oskar explains that at Brinnlitz, however, as a consequence of the falling off of the enamel production, there was no output to speak of. The armaments production, he says, encountered start-up difficulties. But in fact he did manage to ship one truck full of ammunition parts, valued at 35,000 Reichsmarks, during the Brinnlitz months. These parts, said Oskar later, had been transferred to Brinnlitz already half-fabricated. To supply still less to the war effort was impossible, and the excuse of start-up difficulties became more and more dangerous for me and my Jews, because Armaments Minister Albert Speer raised his demands from month to month. The danger of Oskar's policy of non-production was not only that it gave him a bad name at the Armaments Ministry, it made other managements angry, for the factory system was fragmented. One workshop producing the shells, another the fuses, a third packing in the high explosives and assembling the components. In this way, it was reasoned, an air raid on any one factory could not substantially destroy the flow of arms. Oskar's shells, dispatched by freight to factories farther down the line, were inspected there by engineers Oskar did not know and could not reach. The Brinnlitz items always failed quality control. Oskar would show the complaining letters to Stern, to Finder, to Pemper or Garde. He would laugh uproariously, as if the men writing the reprimands were comic opera bureaucrats. Later in the camp's history, one such case occurred. Stern and Mietek Pemper were in Oskar's office on the morning of April the 28th, 1945, a morning when the prisoners stood at an extremity of danger, having been, as will be seen, all condemned to death by Sturmbannführer Hassebrück. The day was Oskar's 37th birthday, and a bottle of cognac had already been opened to market. And on the desk lay a telegram from the armaments assembly plant near Brno. It said that Oskar's anti-tank shells were so badly produced that they failed all quality control tests. They were imprecisely calibrated, and because they had not been tempered at the right heat, they split under testing. Oskar was ecstatic at this telegram, pushing it towards Stern and Pemper, making them read it. Pemper remembers that he made another of his outrageous statements. "It's the best birthday present I could have got, because I know now that no poor bastard has been killed by my product." This incident says something about two contrasting frenzies. There is some madness in a manufacturer like Oskar who rejoices when he does not manufacture. But there is also a cool lunacy in the German technocrat who, Vienna having fallen, Marshal Konyev's men having embraced the Americans on the Elbe, still takes it for granted that an arms factory up in the hills has time to tidy up its performance and make a combine offering to the grand principles of discipline and output. But the main question that arises from the birthday telegram is how Oskar lasted those months, the 7 months up to the date of his birthday. The Brinnlitz people remember a whole series of inspections and checks. Men from Section D stalked the factory, checklists in their hands. So did engineers from the Armaments Inspectorate. Oskar always lunched or dined these officials, softened them up with ham and cognac. In the Reich, there were no longer so many good lunches and dinners to be had. The prisoners at the lathes, the furnaces, the metal presses, would state that the uniformed inspectors reeked of liquor and reeled on the factory floor. There is a story all the inmates tell of an official who boasted, on one of the final inspections of the war, that Schindler would not seduce him with camaraderie, with a lunch and liquor. On the stairs leading from the dormitories down to the workshop floor, the legend has it, Oskar tripped the man, sending him to the bottom of the stairs, a journey that split the man's head and broke his leg. The Brinnlitz people are, however, generally unable to say who the SS hard case was. One claims that it was Rush, SS and police chief of Moravia. Oskar himself never made any recorded claim about it. The anecdote is one of those stories that reflect on people's picture of Oskar as a provider who covers all possibilities. And one has to admit, in natural justice, that the inmates had the right to spread this sort of fable. They were the ones in deepest jeopardy. If the fable let them down, they would pay for it most bitterly. One reason Brinnlitz passed the inspections was the relentless trickery of Oskar's skilled workers. The furnace gauges were rigged by the electricians. The needle registered the correct temperature when the interior of the furnace was in fact hundreds of degrees cooler. "I've written to the manufacturers," Oskar would tell the armaments inspectors. He would play the sombre, baffled manufacturer whose profits were being eroded. He would blame the floor, the inferior German supervisors. He spoke yet again of start-up difficulties, implying future tonnages of munitions once the problems faded. In the machine tool departments, as at the furnaces, everything looked normal. Machines seemed perfectly calibrated, but were in fact a micromillimeter off. Most of the arms inspectors who walked through seemed to have left not only with a gift of cigarettes and cognac, but with a faint sympathy for the thorny problems this decent fellow was enduring. Stern would always say in the end that Oskar bought boxes of shells from other Czech manufacturers and passed them off as his own during inspections. Pfefferberg makes the same claim. In any case, Brinnlitz lasted, whatever sleight of hand Oskar used. There were times when, to impress the hostile locals, he invited important officials in for a tour of the factory and a good dinner. But they were always men whose expertise did not run to engineering and munitions production. After the Herr Direktor's stay in Pomorska Street, Leopold, Hoffmann, and the local party Kreisleiter wrote to every official they could think of, local, provincial, Berlin-based, complaining about him, his morals, his connections, his breaches of race and penal law. Zussmuth let him know about the barrage of letters arriving at Troppau. So Oskar invited Ernst Hahn down to Brinnlitz. Hahn was second in command of the bureau of the Berlin main office, devoted to services for SS families. He was, says Oscar with customary reprobate's primness, a notorious drunkard. With him, Hahn brought his boyhood friend, Franz Bosch. Bosch, as Oscar has already remarked in this narrative, was also an impenetrable drunkard. He was also the murderer of the Gutter family. Oscar, however, swallowing his contempt, welcomed him for his public relations value. When Hahn arrived in town, he was wearing exactly the splendid untarnished uniform Oscar had hoped he would. It was festooned with ribbons and orders, for Hahn was an old-time SS man from the early glory days of the party. With this dazzling Standartenführer came an equally glittering adjutant. Leopold was invited in, from his rented house outside camp walls, to dine with the visitors. From the start of the evening he was out of his depth. For Hahn loved Oscar. Drunks always did. Later, Oscar would describe the men and the uniforms as pompous. But at least Leopold was convinced now that if he wrote complaining letters to distant authorities, they were likely to land on the desk of some old drinking friend of the Herr Direktor's, and that this could well be perilous to himself. In the morning, Oscar was seen driving through Zwickau, laughing with these glamorous men from Berlin. The local Nazis stood on the pavements and saluted all this Reich splendor as it passed. Hoffmann was not as easily quelled as the rest. The 300 women of Brinlitz had, in Oscar's own words, no employment possibility. It has already been said that many of them spent their days knitting. In the winter of 1944, for people whose only cover was the striped uniform, knitting was no idle hobby. Hoffmann, however, made a formal complaint to the SS about the wool the Schindler women had stolen from the cases in the annex. He thought it scandalous, and that it showed up the true activities of the so-called Schindler munitions works. When Oscar visited Hoffmann, he found the old man in a triumphant mood. "We've petitioned Berlin to remove you," said Hoffmann. "This time we've included sworn statements declaring that your factory is running in contravention of economic and race law. We've nominated an invalided Wehrmacht engineer from Brno to take over the factory and turn it into something decent." Oscar listened to Hoffmann, apologized, tried to appear penitent. Then he telephoned Colonel Erich Lange in Berlin and asked him to sit on the petition from the Hoffmann clique in Zwickau. The out-of-court settlement still cost Oscar 8,000 Reichsmarks, and all winter the Zwickau town authorities, civil and party, plagued him, calling him into the town hall to acquaint him with the complaints of various citizens about his prisoners or the state of his drains. Lucia the Optimist had a personal experience of SS inspectors that typifies the Schindler method. Lucia was still in the cellar. She would be there for the entire winter. The other girls had got better and had moved upstairs to recuperate. But it seemed to Lucia that Birkenau had filled her with a limitless poison. Her fevers recurred again and again. Her joints became inflamed. Carbuncles broke out in her armpits. When one burst and healed, another would form. Dr. Hundler, against the advice of Dr. Bieberstein, lanced some of them with a kitchen knife. She remained in the cellar, well-fed, ghost-white, infectious. In all the great square mileage of Europe, it was the only space in which she could have lived. She was aware of that even then, and hoped that the enormous conflict would roll by above her head. In that warm hole under the factory, night and day were irrelevant. The time the door at the top of the cellar stairs burst open could have been either. She was used to quieter visits from Emilia Schindler. She heard boots on the stairs and tensed in her bed. It sounded to her like an old-fashioned Aktion. It was, in fact, the Herr Direktor with 2 officers from Gross-Rosen. Their boots clattered on the steps as if to stampede over her. Oscar stood with them as they looked around in the gloom at the boilers and at her. It came to Lucia that perhaps she was it for today. the sacrificial offering you had to give them, so that they would go away satisfied. She was partially hidden by a boiler, but Oskar made no attempt to conceal her, actually came to the foot of her bed. Because the two gentlemen of the SS seemed flushed and unsteady, Oskar had a chance to speak to her. His were words of wonderful banality, and she would never forget them. "Don't worry, everything's all right." He stood close, as if to emphasize to the inspectors that this was not an infectious case. "This is a Jewish girl," he said flatly. "I didn't want to put her in the Krankenstube. Inflammation of the joints. She's finished anyway. They don't give her more than 36 hours. Then he rambled on about the hot water, where it came from, and the steam for the delousing. He pointed to gauges, piping, cylinders. He edged around her bed as if it too were neutral, part of the mechanism. Lucia did not know where to look, whether to open or close her eyes. She tried to appear comatose. It might seem a touch too much, but Lucia did not think so at the time, that as he ushered the SS men back to the base of the stairs, Oskar flashed her a cautious smile. She would stay there for 6 months, and hobble upstairs in the spring to resume her womanhood in an altered world. During the winter, Oskar built up an independent arsenal. Again, there are the legends. Some say that the weapons were bought at the end of winter from the Czech underground. But Oskar had been an obvious National Socialist in 1938 and 1939, and may have been wary of dealing with the Czechs. Most of the weapons, in any case, came from a flawless source, from Obersturmbannführer Rush, SS and Police Chief of Moravia. The small cache included carbines and automatic weapons, some pistols, some hand grenades. Oskar would later describe the transaction offhandedly. He acquired the arms, he would say, under the pretense of protecting my factory for the price of the gift of a brilliant ring to his, Rush's wife. Oskar does not detail his performance in Rush's office in Brno's Spielberg Castle. It is not hard to imagine, though. The Herr Direktor, concerned about a possible slave uprising as the war grinds on, is willing to die expensively at his desk, automatic weapon in hand, having mercifully dispatched his wife with a bullet to save her from something worse. The Herr Direktor also touches on the chance that the Russians might turn up at the gate. My civilian engineers, Fuchs and Schönbrunn, my honest technicians, my German-speaking secretary, all of them deserve to have the means of resistance. It's gloomy talk, of course. I'd rather speak of issues closer to our hearts, Herr Obersturmbannführer. I know your passion for good jewelry. May I show you this example I found last week? And so the ring appeared on the edge of Russia's blotter, Oskar murmuring, "As soon as I saw it, I thought of Frau Rush." Once Oskar had the weapons, he appointed Uri Beisky, brother of the rubber stamp maker, keeper of the arsenal. Uri was small, handsome, lively. People noticed that he wandered into and out of the Schindlers' private quarters like a son. He was a favorite, too, with Emilie, who gave him keys to the apartment. Frau Schindler enjoyed a similar maternal relationship with the surviving Spira boy. She took him regularly into her kitchen and fed him up on slices of bread and margarine. Having selected the small body of prisoners for training, Uri took one at a time into Salpeter's storehouse to teach them the mechanisms of the Gewehr 41Ws. 3 commando squads of 5 men each had been formed. Some of Beisky's trainees were boys like Lutek Feigenbaum. Others were Polish veterans, such as Pfefferberg, and those other prisoners whom the Schindler prisoners called the Budzinie people. The Budzinie people were Jewish officers and men of the Polish army. They had lived through the liquidation of the Budzinie labor camp, which had been under the administration of Untersturmführer Leopold. Leopold had brought them into his new command in Brinlitz. There were about 50 of them, and they worked in Oscar's kitchens. People remember them as very political. They had learned Marxism during their imprisonment in Budzin and looked forward to a communist Poland. It was an irony that in Brinlitz they lived in the warm kitchens of that most apolitical of capitalists, Herr Oskar Schindler. Their rapport with the bulk of the prisoners, who, apart from the Zionists, merely followed the politics of survival, was good. A number of them took private lessons on Uri Beisky's automatics, for in the Polish army of the 30s they had never held such sophisticated weapons. If Frau Rasch, in the last and fullest days of her husband's power in Brno, had idly, during a party, say, a musical recital at the castle, gazed into the core of the diamond that had come to her from Oskar Schindler, she would have seen reflected there the worst incubus from her own dreams and Herr Führer's: an armed Marxist Jew. 36. Old drinking friends of Oscar's, Amon and Bosch among them, had sometimes thought of him as the victim of a Jewish virus. It was no metaphor. They believed it in virtually literal terms, and attached no blame to the sufferer. They'd seen it happen to other good men. Some area of the brain fell under a thrall that was half bacterium, half magic. If they'd been asked whether it was infectious, they would have said yes, highly. They would have seen the case of Oberleutnant Susmuth as an example of conspicuous contagion. For Oskar and Susmuth connived over the winter of 1944-45 to get a further 3,000 women out of Auschwitz, in groups of 300 to 500 at a time, into small camps in Moravia. Oskar supplied the influence, the sales talk, the palm greasing for these operations. Susmuth did the paperwork. In the textile mills of Moravia, there was a labour shortage, and not all the owners abhorred the Jewish presence as sharply as Hoffmann. At least 5 German factories in Moravia, at Freudenthal and Jagendorf, at Liebau, Grulich and Trautenau, took these drafts of women and supplied a camp on the premises. Any such camp was never paradise, and in its management the SS were permitted to be more dominant than Leopold could ever hope to be. Oskar would later describe these women in the little camps as living under endurable treatment. But the very smallness of the textile camps was an aid to their survival, for the SS garrisons were older, slacker, less fanatical men. There was typhus to be eluded, and hunger to be carried like a weight beneath the ribs. But such tiny, almost countrified establishments would, for the most part, escape the extermination orders that would come to the bigger camps in the spring. But if the Jewish sepsis had infected Susmuth, for Oskar Schindler it galloped. Through Susmuth, Oskar had applied for another 30 metalworkers. It is simple fact that he had lost interest in production. But he saw, with the detached side of his mind, that if his plant was ever to validate its existence to Section D, he would need more qualified hands. When you look at other events of that mad winter, you can see that Oskar wanted the extra 30, not because they were used to lathes and machine tools, but because they were simply an extra 30. It is not too fantastic to say that he desired them, with some of the absolute passion that characterized the exposed and flaming heart of the Jesus which hung on Emilia's wall. Since this narrative has tried to avoid the canonization of the Herr Direktor, the idea of the sensual Oskar as the desirer of souls has to be proved. One of these 30 metalworkers, a man named Moshe Henigman, left a public account of their unlikely deliverance. A little after Christmas, 10,000 prisoners from the quarries of Auschwitz III, from such establishments as the Krupp Veschel Union Armaments Factory, and from German Earth and Stone, from the Farben synthetic petroleum plant, and the airplane dismantling enterprise, were put in a column and marched away toward Gross-Rosen. Perhaps some planner believed that once they arrived in Lower Silesia, they would be distributed among the area's factory camps. If that was the scheme, it escaped the SS officers and men who marched with the prisoners. It ignored also the devouring cold of the merciless turning of the year, and it did not inquire how the column would be fed. The limpers, the coffers, were culled out at the beginning of each stage and executed. Of 10,000, says Henigman, there were within 10 days only 1,200 left alive. To the north, Koniev's Russians had burst across the Vistula, south of Warsaw, and seized all the roads on the column's northwesterly route. The diminished group was therefore put in an SS compound somewhere near Opole. The commandant of the place had the prisoners interviewed and lists made of the skilled workers. But each day the weary selections continued, and the rejects were shot. A man whose name was called out never knew what to expect, a lump of bread or a bullet. When Henigman's name was called, however, he was put in a railway car with 30 others, and, under the care of an SS man and a capo, was shunted south. We were given food for the trip, Henigman recalls, something unheard of. Henigman later spoke of the exquisite unreality of arriving at Brindlitz. We could not believe that there was a camp left where men and women worked together, where there were no beatings, no capo. His reaction is marked by a little hyperbole, since there was segregation in Brindlitz. Occasionally, too, Oscar's blonde girlfriend let fly with an open palm, and once, when a boy stole a potato from the kitchen and was reported to Liepold, the commandant made him stand on a stool all day in the courtyard. The potato clamped in his open mouth, saliva running down his chin, and the placard, "I am a potato thief," hung around his neck. But to Henigman, this sort of thing was not worthy of report. How can one describe, he asks, the change from hell to paradise? When he met Oscar, he was told to build himself up. "Tell the supervisors when you're ready to work," said the Herr Director. And Henigman, faced with this strange reversal of policy, felt not simply that he'd come to a quiet pasture, but that he had gone through the mirror. Since 30 tinsmiths were merely a fragment of the 10,000, it must be said again that Oscar was only a minor god of rescue. But like any tutelary spirit, he saved equally Goldberg and Helen Hirsch, and equally he tried to save Dr. Leon Gross and Oleg Rosner. With this same gratuitous equality, he made a costly deal with the Gestapo in the Moravia region. We know that the contract was struck, but we do not know how expensive it was. That it cost a fortune is certain. A prisoner named Benjamin Wrosławski became one subject of this deal. Wrosławski was formerly an inmate of the labour camp at Gliwice. Unlike Henigman's camp, Gliwice was not in the Auschwitz region, but was close enough to be one of the Auschwitz subsidiary camps. By January the 12th, when Koniev and Zhukov launched their offensive, Hösse's awesome realm and all its close satellites were in danger of instant capture. The Gliwice prisoners were put in Ostbahn cars and shipped toward Fernwald. Somehow, Wrosławski and a friend named Roman Vilna jumped from the train. One popular form of escape was through loosened ventilators in the car's ceilings. The prisoners who tried it were often shot by guards stationed on the roofs. Vilna was wounded during this escape, but he was able to travel, and he and his friend Wrosławski fled through the high, quiet towns of the Moravian border. They were at last arrested in one of these villages and taken to the Gestapo officers in Troppau. As soon as they had arrived and been searched and put in a cell, one of the gentlemen of the Gestapo walked in and told them that nothing bad would happen. They had no reason to believe him. The officer said further that he would not transfer Vilna to a hospital in spite of the wound, for he would simply be collected and fed back into the system. Wrosławski and Vilna were locked away for nearly 2 weeks. Oscar had to be contacted, and a price had to be settled. During that time, the officer kept talking to them, as if they were in protective custody. and the prisoners continued to find the idea absurd. When the door was opened and the two of them were taken out, they presumed they were about to be shot. Instead, they were led to the railway station by an SS man, who escorted them on a train southeast toward Brno. For both of them, the arrival at Brindlitz had that same surreal, delightful, and frightening quality it had had for Henigman. Wilner was put in the clinic, under the care of doctors Handler, Levkovich, Hilfstein, Biberstein. Wrosławski was put in a sort of convalescent area, which had been set up, for extraordinary reasons soon to be explained, in a corner of the factory floor downstairs. The Herr Direktor visited them and asked how they felt. The preposterous question scared Wrosławski. So did the surroundings. He feared, as he would put it years later, the way from the hospital would lead to execution, as was the case in other camps. He was fed with the rich Brindlitz porridge and saw Schindler frequently. But as he confesses, he was still confused and found the phenomenon of Brindlitz hard to grasp. By the arrangement Oskar had with the provincial Gestapo, 11 escapees were added to the crammed-in camp population. Each one of them had wandered away from a column or jumped from a cattle car. In their stinking stripes, they had tried to stay at large. By rights, they should all have been shot. In 1963, Dr. Steinberg of Tel Aviv testified to yet another instance of Oskar's wild, contagious and unquestioning largesse. Steinberg was the physician in a small work camp in the Sudeten Hills. The Gauleiter in Liberec was less able, as Silesia fell to the Russians, to keep labour camps out of his wholesome province of Moravia. The camp in which Steinberg was imprisoned was one of the many new ones scattered among the mountains. It was a Luftwaffe camp, devoted to the manufacture of some unspecified aircraft component. 400 prisoners lived there. The food was poor, said Steinberg, and the workload savage. Pursuing a rumour about the Brindlitz camp, Steinberg managed to get a pass and the loan of a factory truck to go and see Oskar. He described to him the desperate conditions in the Luftwaffe camp. He says that Oskar, quite lightly, agreed to allocate him part of the Brindlitz stores. The main question that preoccupied Oskar was on what grounds could Steinberg regularly come to Brindlitz to pick up supplies. It was arranged that he would use some excuse to do with getting regular medical aid from the doctors in the camp clinic. Twice a week thereafter, says Steinberg, he visited Brindlitz and took back to his own camp quantities of bread, semolina, potatoes, and cigarettes. If Schindler was around the storehouse on the day that Steinberg was loading up, he would turn his back and walk away. Steinberg does not give any exact poundage of food, but he offers it as a medical opinion that if the Brindlitz supplies had not been available, at least 50 of the prisoners in the Luftwaffe camp would have died by the spring. Apart from the ransoming of the women in Auschwitz, however, the most astounding salvage of all was that of the Goleschow people. Goleschow was a quarry and cement plant inside Auschwitz III itself, home of the SS-owned German earth and stoneworks. As has been seen with the 30 metalsmiths, throughout January 1945, the dread fiefdoms of Auschwitz were being disbanded, and in mid-month, 120 quarry workers from Goleschow were thrown into 2 cattle cars. Their journey would be as bitter as any, but would end better than most. It is worth remarking that, like the Goleschow men, nearly everyone else in the Auschwitz area was on the move that month. Oleg Horowitz was shipped away to Mauthausen. Young Richard, however, was kept behind with other small children. The Russians would find him later in the month in an Auschwitz abandoned by the SS, and would claim quite correctly that he and the others had been detained for medical experiments. Henry Rosner and 9-year-old Oleg, apparently no longer considered necessary for the laboratories, were marched away from Auschwitz in a column for 30 miles, and those who fell behind were shot. In Sosnowiec, they were packed into freight cars. As a special kindness, an SS guard who was supposed to separate the children let Oleg and Henry go into the same car. It was so crowded that everyone had to stand. But as men died of cold and thirst, a gentleman whom Henry described as a smart Jew would suspend them in their blankets from horsehooks near the roof. In this way, there was more floor space for the living. For the sake of the boys' comfort, Henry got the idea of slinging Oleg in his blanket in exactly the same way from the horsehooks. This not only gave the child an easier ride. When the train stopped at stations and sidings, he would call to Germans by the rails to throw snowballs up to the wire gratings. The snow would shatter and spray the interior of the wagon with moisture, and men would struggle for a few ice crystals. The train took 7 days to get to Dachau, and half the population of the Rosner's car died. When it at last arrived and the door was opened, a dead body fell out, and then Oleg, who picked himself up in the snow, broke an icicle off the undercarriage and began to lick it ravenously. Such was travel in Europe in January 1945. For the Goleshov quarry prisoners, it was even worse. The bill of lading for their 2 freight cars, preserved in the archives of the Yad Vashem. Old drinking friends of Oscar's, Amon and Bosch among them, had sometimes thought of him as the victim of a Jewish virus. It was no metaphor. They believed it in virtually literal terms and attached no blame to the sufferer. They'd seen it happen to other good men. Some area of the brain fell under a thrall that was half bacterium, half magic. If they'd been asked whether it was infectious, they would have said yes, highly. They would have seen the case of Oberleutnant Susmuth as an example of conspicuous contagion. For Oskar and Susmuth connived over the winter of 1944 to 45 to get a further 3,000 women out of Auschwitz, in groups of 300 to 500 at a time, into small camps in Moravia. Oskar supplied the influence, the sales talk, the palm greasing for these operations. Susmuth did the paperwork. In the textile mills of Moravia, there was a labour shortage, and not all the owners abhorred the Jewish presence as sharply as Hoffmann. At least 5 German factories in Moravia, at Freudenthal and Jagendorf, at Liebau, Grulich and Trautenau, took these drafts of women and supplied a camp on the premises. Any such camp was never paradise, and in its management the SS were permitted to be more dominant than Leopold could ever hope to be. Oskar would later describe these women in the little camps as living under endurable treatment. But the very smallness of the textile camps was an aid to their survival, for the SS garrisons were older, slacker, less fanatical men. There was typhus to be eluded, and hunger to be carried like a weight beneath the ribs. But such tiny, almost countrified establishments would, for the most part, escape the extermination orders that would come to the bigger camps in the spring. But if the Jewish sepsis had infected Susmuth, for Oskar Schindler it galloped. Through Susmuth, Oskar had applied for another 30 metal workers. It is simple fact that he had lost interest in production. But he saw, with the detached side of his mind, that if his plant was ever to validate its existence to Section D, he would need more qualified hands. When you look at other events of that mad winter, you can see that Oskar wanted the extra 30, not because they were used to lathes and machine tools, but because they were simply an extra 30. It is not too fantastic to say that he desired them, with some of the absolute passion that characterized the exposed and flaming heart of the Jesus which hung on Emilia's wall. Since this narrative has tried to avoid the canonization of the Herr Direktor, the idea of the sensual Oskar as the desirer of souls has to be proved. One of these 30 metal workers, a man named Moshe Henigman, left a public account of their unlikely deliverance. A little after Christmas, 10,000 prisoners from the quarries of Auschwitz III, from such establishments as the Krupp Veschel Union Armaments Factory, and from German Earth and Stone, from the Farben synthetic petroleum plant and the airplane dismantling enterprise, were put in a column and marched away toward Grossrosen. Perhaps some planner believed that once they arrived in Lower Silesia, they would be distributed among the area's factory camps. If that was the scheme, it escaped the SS officers and men who marched with the prisoners. It ignored also the devouring cold of the merciless turning of the year, and it did not inquire how the column would be fed. The limpers, the coffers, were culled out at the beginning of each stage and executed. Of 10,000, says Henigman, there were within 10 days only 1,200 left alive. To the north, Koniev's Russians had burst across the Vistula, south of Warsaw, and seized all the roads on the column's northwesterly route. The diminished group was therefore put in an SS compound somewhere near Opole. The commandant of the place had the prisoners interviewed and lists made of the skilled workers. But each day the weary selections continued, and the rejects were shot. A man whose name was called out never knew what to expect, a lump of bread or a bullet. When Henigman's name was called, however, he was put in a railway car with 30 others, and, under the care of an SS man and a capo, was shunted south. We were given food for the trip, Henigman recalls, something unheard of. Henigman later spoke of the exquisite unreality of arriving at Brünnlitz. We could not believe that there was a camp left where men and women worked together, where there were no beatings, no capo. His reaction is marked by a little hyperbole, since there was segregation in Brünnlitz. Occasionally, too, Oscar's blonde girlfriend let fly with an open palm, and once, when a boy stole a potato from the kitchen and was reported to Liepold, the commandant made him stand on a stool all day in the courtyard. The potato clamped in his open mouth, saliva running down his chin, and the placard, "I am a potato thief," hung around his neck. But to Henigman, this sort of thing was not worthy of report. How can one describe, he asks, the change from hell to paradise? When he met Oscar, he was told to build himself up. "Tell the supervisors when you're ready to work," said the Herr Director. And Henigman, faced with this strange reversal of policy, felt not simply that he'd come to a quiet pasture, but that he had gone through the mirror. Since 30 tinsmiths were merely a fragment of the 10,000, it must be said again that Oscar was only a minor god of rescue. But like any tutelary spirit, he saved equally Goldberg and Helen Hirsch, and equally he tried to save Dr. Leon Gross and Oleg Rosner. With this same gratuitous equality, he made a costly deal with the Gestapo in the Moravia region. We know that the contract was struck, but we do not know how expensive it was. That it cost a fortune is certain. A prisoner named Benjamin Wrosławski became one subject of this deal. Wrosławski was formerly an inmate of the labor camp at Gliwice. Unlike Henigman's camp, Gliwice was not in the Auschwitz region, but was close enough to be one of the Auschwitz subsidiary camps. By January the 12th, when Koniev and Zhukov launched their offensive, Hösse's awesome realm and all its close satellites were in danger of instant capture. The Gliwice prisoners were put in Ostbahn cars and shipped toward Fernwald. Somehow, Wrosławski and a friend named Roman Vilna jumped from the train. One popular form of escape was through loosened ventilators in the car's ceilings. The prisoners who tried it were often shot by guards stationed on the roofs. Vilna was wounded during this escape, but he was able to travel, and he and his friend Wrosławski fled through the high, quiet towns of the Moravian border. They were at last arrested in one of these villages and taken to the Gestapo officers in Troppau. As soon as they had arrived and been searched and put in a cell, one of the gentlemen of the Gestapo walked in and told them that nothing bad would happen. They had no reason to believe him. The officer said further that he would not transfer Vilna to a hospital in spite of the wound, for he would simply be collected and fed back into the system. Wrocławski and Wilner were locked away for nearly 2 weeks. Oskar had to be contacted, and a price had to be settled. During that time, the officer kept talking to them, as if they were in protective custody, and the prisoners continued to find the idea absurd. When the door was opened, and the two of them were taken out, they presumed they were about to be shot. Instead, they were led to the railway station by an SS man, who escorted them on a train southeast toward Brno. For both of them, the arrival at Brinlitz had that same surreal, delightful, and frightening quality it had had for Henigmann. Wilner was put in the clinic, under the care of doctors Handler, Levkovich, Hilfstein, Biberstein. Wrocławski was put in a sort of convalescent area, which had been set up, for extraordinary reasons soon to be explained, in a corner of the factory floor downstairs. The Herr Direktor visited them and asked how they felt. The preposterous question scared Wrocławski. So did the surroundings. He feared, as he would put it years later, the way from the hospital would lead to execution, as was the case in other camps. He was fed with the rich Brinlitz porridge and saw Schindler frequently. But as he confesses, he was still confused and found the phenomenon of Brinlitz hard to grasp. By the arrangement Oskar had with the provincial Gestapo, 11 escapees were added to the crammed-in camp population. Each one of them had wandered away from a column or jumped from a cattle car. In their stinking stripes, they had tried to stay at large. By rights, they should all have been shot. In 1963, Dr. Steinberg of Tel Aviv testified to yet another instance of Oskar's wild, contagious and unquestioning largesse. Steinberg was the physician in a small work camp in the Sudeten Hills. The Gauleiter in Liberec was less able, as Silesia fell to the Russians, to keep labour camps out of his wholesome province of Moravia. The camp in which Steinberg was imprisoned was one of the many new ones scattered among the mountains. It was a Luftwaffe camp, devoted to the manufacture of some unspecified aircraft component. 400 prisoners lived there. The food was poor, said Steinberg, and the workload savage. Pursuing a rumour about the Brinlitz camp, Steinberg managed to get a pass and the loan of a factory truck to go and see Oskar. He described to him the desperate conditions in the Luftwaffe camp. He says that Oskar, quite lightly, agreed to allocate him part of the Brinlitz stores. The main question that preoccupied Oskar was on what grounds could Steinberg regularly come to Brinlitz to pick up supplies. It was arranged that he would use some excuse to do with getting regular medical aid from the doctors in the camp clinic. Twice a week thereafter, says Steinberg, he visited Brinlitz and took back to his own camp quantities of bread, semolina, potatoes and cigarettes. If Schindler was around the storehouse on the day that Steinberg was loading up, he would turn his back and walk away. Steinberg does not give any exact poundage of food, but he offers it as a medical opinion that if the Brinlitz supplies had not been available, at least 50 of the prisoners in the Luftwaffe camp would have died by the spring. Apart from the ransoming of the women in Auschwitz, however, the most astounding salvage of all was that of the Goleshev people. Goleshev was a quarry and cement plant inside Auschwitz III itself, home of the SS-owned German earth and stoneworks. As has been seen with the 30 metalsmiths, throughout January 1945, the dread fiefdoms of Auschwitz were being disbanded, and in mid-month, 120 quarry workers from Goleshev were thrown into 2 cattle cars. Their journey would be as bitter as any, but would end better than most. It is worth remarking that, like the Goleshev men, nearly everyone else in the Auschwitz area was on the move that month. Oleg Horowitz was shipped away to Mauthausen. Young Richard, however, was kept behind with other small children. The Russians would find him later in the month in an Auschwitz abandoned by the SS, and would claim quite correctly that he and the others had been detained for medical experiments. Henry Rosner and 9-year-old Oleg, apparently no longer considered necessary for the laboratories, were marched away from Auschwitz in a column for 30 miles, and those who fell behind were shot. In Sosnowiec, they were packed into freight cars. As a special kindness, an SS guard who was supposed to separate the children let Oleg and Henry go into the same car. It was so crowded that everyone had to stand. But as men died of cold and thirst, a gentleman whom Henry described as a smart Jew would suspend them in their blankets from horsehooks near the roof. In this way, there was more floor space for the living. For the sake of the boys' comfort, Henry got the idea of slinging Oleg in his blanket in exactly the same way from the horsehooks. This not only gave the child an easier ride. When the train stopped at stations and sidings, he would call to Germans by the rails to throw snowballs up to the wire gratings. The snow would shatter and spray the interior of the wagon with moisture, and men would struggle for a few ice crystals. The train took 7 days to get to Dachau, and half the population of the Rosner's car died. When it at last arrived and the door was opened, a dead body fell out, and then Oleg, who picked himself up in the snow, broke an icicle off the undercarriage and began to lick it ravenously. Such was travel in Europe in January 1945. For the Goleshov quarry prisoners, it was even worse. The bill of lading for their 2 freight cars, preserved in the archives of the Yad Vashem, shows that they were travelling without food for more than 10 days and with the doors frozen shut. A boy of 16, remembers that they scraped ice off the inside walls to quench their thirst. Even in Birkenau, they weren't unloaded. The killing process was in its last furious days. It had no time for them. They were abandoned on sidings, reattached to locomotives, dragged for 50 miles, uncoupled again. They were shunted to the gates of camps, whose commandants refused them on the clear ground that by now they lacked industrial value, and because in any case facilities, bunks and rations were everywhere at the limit. In the small hours of a morning at the end of January, they were uncoupled and abandoned in the rail yards at Zwickau. Oscar says a friend of his telephoned from the depot to report human scratchings and cries from inside the cars. These pleadings were uttered in many tongues, for the trapped men were, according to the manifest, Slovenes, Poles, Czechs, Germans, Frenchmen, Hungarians, Netherlanders, and Serbians. Oscar's 37th birthday was celebrated by Oscar himself and all the prisoners. One of the metal workers had crafted a small box suitable for holding studs or cufflinks, and when the Herr Direktor appeared on the workshop floor, the 12-year-old Nusha Horowitz was pushed toward him to make a rehearsed speech in German. "Herr Direktor," she said in a voice he had to stoop to hear, "all the prisoners wish you the very best for this your birthday." It was a Shabbat, which was apt, because the Brinlitz people would always remember it as a festival. Early in the morning, about the time Oscar had begun celebrating with Martell cognac in his office, and flourishing that insulting telegram from the engineers at Brno, 2 truckloads of white bread rolled into the courtyard. Some went to the garrison, even to the hungover Leopold, sleeping late in his house in the village. That much was necessary to stop the SS from grumbling about the way the Herr Direktor favoured prisoners. The prisoners themselves were issued 3/4 of a kilo of the bread. They inspected it as they ate and savoured it. There was some speculation about where Oscar had got it. Perhaps it could be partially explained by the goodwill of the local mill manager, Dalbeck, the one who turned away while Brinlitz prisoners filled their pants with oatmeal. But that Saturday bread was truly celebrated, more in terms of the magic of the event, of the wonder-working. Though the day is remembered as jubilant, there was in fact not so much cause for festive feeling. Sometime in the past week, a long telegram had been directed from Herr Kommandant Hassebrück of Gross-Rosen to Leopold of Brinlitz, giving him instructions about the disposal of the population in the event the Russians drew near. There was to be a final selection, said Hasselbrook's telegram. The aged and the halt were to be shot immediately, and the healthy were to be marched out in the direction of Mauthausen. Though the prisoners on the factory floor knew nothing of this telegram, they still had an unspecified fear of something like it. All that week there had been rumours that Poles had been brought in to dig mass graves in the woods beyond Brinlitz. The white bread seemed to have come as an antidote to that rumour, a warranty of all their futures. Yet everyone seemed to know that an era of dangers more subtle than those of the past had begun. If Oscar's factory hands knew nothing of the telegram, neither did Herr Commandant Leopold himself. The cable was delivered first to Mietek Pemper in Leopold's outer office. Pemper had steamed it open and resealed it, and taken the news of its contents straight to Oscar. Schindler stood at his desk reading it, then turned to Mietek. "All right then," growled Oscar. "We have to say goodbye to Untersturmführer Leopold." For it seemed both to Oscar and to Pemper that Leopold was the only SS man in the garrison capable of obeying such a telegram. The commandant's deputy was a man in his 40s, an SS Oberscharführer named Motzek. While Motzek might be capable of some sort of panic slaughter, to administer the cool murder of 1,300 humans was beyond him. In the days before his birthday, Oscar made a number of confidential complaints to Hasselbrook about the excessive behaviour of Herr Commandant Leopold. He visited the influential Brno police chief, Rush, and lodged the same sort of charges against Leopold. He showed both Hasselbrook and Rush copies of letters he had written to the office of General Glücks in Oranienburg. Oscar was gambling that Hasselbrook would remember Oscar's past generosities and the promise of future ones, that he would take note of the pressure for Leopold's removal now being built up by Oscar in Oranienburg and Brno, that he would transfer Leopold without bothering to investigate the Untersturmführer's behaviour toward the inmates of Brinlitz. It was a characteristic Schindler manoeuvre, the Amon-Oscar game of blackjack writ large. All the Brinlitz men were in the stake, from Hirsch Krischer, prisoner number 68821, a 48-year-old auto mechanic, to Yarom Kiaf, prisoner number 77196, a 27-year-old unskilled worker and survivor of the Goleshov carriages. And all the Brinlitz women were counted in as well, from number 76201, 29-year-old metalworker Berta Aftergut, to number 76500, 36-year-old Jenta Zwetschenstiel. Oscar got fuel for further complaints about Leopold by inviting the commandant to dinner at the apartment inside the factory. It was April the 27th, the eve of Schindler's birthday. About 11 o'clock that night, the prisoners at work on the floor of the plant were startled to see a drunken commandant reeling across the factory floor, assisted on his way by a steadier Herr Direktor. In the course of his passage, Leopold attempted to focus on individual workers. He raged, pointing at the great roof beams above the machinery. The Herr Direktor had so far kept him off the factory floor, but here he was, the final and punishing authority. "You fucking Jews," he was roaring. "See that beam? See it? That's what I'll hang you from, every one of you." Oscar eased him along, directing him by the shoulder, murmuring at him, that's right, but not tonight, eh? Some other time." The next day, Oscar called Hasselbrook and others with predictable accusations. The man rages around the factory drunk, making threats about immediate executions. They're not labourers. They're sophisticated technicians, engaged in secret weapons manufacture, and so on. And although Hasselbrook was responsible for the deaths of thousands of quarry workers, although he believed that all Jewish labour should be liquidated when the Russians were close, he did agree that until then, Herr Schindler's factory should be treated as a special case. Leopold, said Oscar, kept stating that he'd like at last to go into combat. He's young, he's healthy, he's willing. Well, Hasselbrook told Oskar, we'll see what can be done. Commandant Leopold himself, meanwhile, spent Oskar's birthday sleeping off the dinner of the night before. In his absence, Oskar made an astounding birthday speech. He had been celebrating all day, yet no one remembers his delivery being unsteady. We do not have the text of what he said, but there is another speech, made 10 days later on the evening of May the 8th, of which we do have a copy. According to those who listened, both speeches pursued similar lines. Both were, that is, promises of continuing life. To call either of them a speech, however, is to demean their effect. What Oskar was instinctively attempting was to adjust reality, to alter the self-image of both the prisoners and the SS. Long before, with pertinacious certainty, he'd told a group of shift workers, Edith Liebgold among them, that they would last the war. He'd flourished the same gift for prophecy when he faced the women from Auschwitz on their morning of arrival the previous November and told them, "You're safe now, you're with me." It can't be ignored that in another age and condition, the Herr Director could have become a demagogue of the style of Huey Long of Louisiana or John Lang of Australia, whose gift was to convince the listeners that they and he were bonded together to avert by a whisker all the evil devised by other men. Oskar's birthday speech was delivered in German at night on the workshop floor to the assembled prisoners. An SS detachment had to be brought in to guard a gathering of that size, and the German civilian personnel were present as well. As Oskar began to speak, Poldek Pfefferberg felt the hairs on his lice stand to attention. He looked around at the mute faces of Schönbrunn and Fuchs, and of the SS men with their automatics. They will kill this man, he thought, and then everything will fall apart. The speech pursued two main promises. First, the great tyranny was coming to a close. He spoke of the SS men around the walls, as if they too were imprisoned and yearned for liberation. Many of them, Oskar explained to the prisoners, had been conscripted from other units, and without their consent into the Waffen-SS. His second promise was that he would stay at Brinlitz until the end of the hostilities was announced. "And 5 minutes longer," he said. For the prisoners, the speech, like past pronouncements of Oskar's, promised a future. It stated his vigorous intent that they should not go into graves in the woods. It reminded them of his investment in them, and it enlivened them. One can only guess, however, how it bedeviled the SS men who heard it. He had genially insulted their corps. How they protested, or whether they swallowed it, he would learn from their reaction. He had also warned them that he would stay in Brinlitz at least as long as they would, and that therefore he was a witness. But Oskar did not feel as blithe as he sounded. Later, he confessed that at the time he was concerned about actions retreating military units in the Zwickau area might take in regard to Brinlitz. He even says, "We were in a panic because we were afraid of the despairing actions of the SS guards." It must have been a quiet panic, for no prisoner, eating his white bread on Oskar's birthday, seems to have caught a whiff of it. Oskar was also concerned about some Vlasov units which had been stationed on the edges of Brinlitz. These troops were members of the ROA, the Russian Army of Liberation, formed the year before on the authority of Himmler from the vast ranks of Russian prisoners in the Reich, and commanded by General Andrei Vlasov, a former Soviet general captured in front of Moscow 3 years past. They were a dangerous corps for the Brinlitz people, for they knew Stalin would want them for a special punishment, and feared that the Allies would give them back to him. Vlasov units everywhere were therefore in a state of violent Slavic despair, which they stoked with vodka. When they withdrew, seeking the American lines farther west, they might do anything. Within 2 days of Oscar's birthday speech, a set of orders arrived on Leopold's desk. They announced that Untersturmführer Leopold had been transferred to a Waffen-SS infantry battalion near Prague. Though Leopold could not have been delighted with them, he seems to have packed quietly and left. He had often said at dinners at Oscar's, particularly after the second bottle of red wine, that he would prefer to be in a combat unit. Lately there had been a number of field rank officers, Wehrmacht and SS, from the retreating forces invited to dinner in the Herr Direktor's apartment, and their table talk had always been to stir Leopold's itch to seek combat. He had never been faced with as much evidence as the other guests that the cause was finished. It is unlikely that he called Hasselbrook's office before packing his bags. Telephone communications were not sound, for the Russians had encircled Breslau and were within a walk of Gross-Rosen itself. But the transfer would not have surprised anyone in Hasselbrook's office, since Leopold had often made patriotic sounds to them too. So, leaving Oberscharführer Motzek in command of Brinlitz, Josef Leopold drove off to battle, a hardliner who had got his wish. With Oscar, there was no mute waiting for the close. During the first days of May, he discovered somehow, perhaps even by telephone calls to Brno, where lines were still operating, that one of the warehouses with which he regularly dealt had been abandoned. With half a dozen prisoners, he drove off by truck to loot it. There were a number of roadblocks on the way south, but at each of them they flashed their dazzling papers, forged, as Oscar would write, with the stamps and signatures of the highest SS police authorities in Moravia and Bohemia. When they arrived at the warehouse, they found it encircled by fire. Military storehouses in the neighborhood had been set alight, and there had been incendiary bombing raids as well. From the direction of the inner city, where the Czechoslovak underground was fighting door to door with the garrison, they could hear firing. Herr Schindler ordered the truck to back into the loading dock of the warehouse, broke the door open, and discovered that the interior was full of a brand of cigarettes called Egipski. In spite of such light-hearted piracy, Oscar was frightened by rumors from Slovakia that the Russians were uncritically and informally executing German civilians. From listening to the BBC News each night, he was comforted to find that the war might end before any Russian reached the Zwickau area. The prisoners also had indirect access to the BBC and knew what the realities were. Throughout the history of Brinlitz, the radio technicians, Zenon Schenwich and Artur Rabner, had continually repaired one or another radio of Oscar's. In the welding shop, Zenon listened with an earphone to the 2 p.m. news from the Voice of London. During the night shift, the welders plugged into the 2 a.m. broadcast. An SS man, in the factory one night to take a message to the office, discovered 3 of them around the radio. "We've been working on it for the Herr Direktor," they told the man, "and just got it going a minute ago." Earlier in the year, prisoners had expected that Moravia would be taken by the Americans. Since Eisenhower had stood fast at the Elbe, they now knew that it would be the Russians. The circle of prisoners closest to Oscar were composing a letter in Hebrew, explaining what Oscar's record was. It might do some good if presented to American forces, which had not only a considerable Jewish component, but field rabbis. Stern and Oscar himself therefore considered it vital that the Herr Direktor somehow be got to the Americans. In part, Oscar's decision was influenced by the characteristic Central European idea of the Russians as barbarians, men of strange religion and uncertain humanity. But apart from that, if some of the reports from the East could be believed, he had grounds for rational fear. But he was not debilitated by it. He was awake and in a state of hectic expectation when the news of the German surrender came to him through the BBC in the small hours of May the 7th. The war in Europe was to cease at midnight on the following night, the night of Tuesday, May the 8th. Oskar woke Emilie, and the sleepless Stern was summoned into the office to help the Herr Direktor celebrate. Stern could tell that Oskar now felt confident about the SS garrison, but would have been alarmed if he could have guessed how Oskar's certitude would be demonstrated that day. On the shop floor, the prisoners maintained the usual routines. If anything, they worked better than on other days. Yet about noon, the Herr Direktor destroyed the pretense of business as usual by piping Churchill's victory speech by loudspeaker throughout the camp. Lutek Feigenbaum, who understood English, stood by his machine flabbergasted. For others, the honking and grunting voice of Churchill was the first they'd heard in years of a language they would speak in the new world. The idiosyncratic voice, as familiar in its way as that of the dead Führer, carried to the gates and assailed the watchtowers, but the SS took it soberly. They were no longer turning inward toward the camp. Their eyes, like Oskar's, were focused, but far more sharply, on the Russians. According to Hasselbrook's earlier telegram, they should have been busy in the rich green woods. Instead, clock-watching for midnight, they looked at the black face of the forest, speculating whether partisans were there. A fretful Oberscharführer Motzek kept them at their posts, and duty kept them there also. For duty, as so many of their superiors would claim in court, was the SS genius. In those uneasy 2 days between the declaration of peace and its accomplishment, one of the prisoners, a jeweller named Licht, had been making a present for Oskar, something more expressive than the metal stud box he'd been given on his birthday. Licht was working with a rare quantity of gold. It had been supplied by old Mr. Yerret of the box factory. It was established, even the Budzinya men, devout Marxists, knew it, that Oskar would have to flee after midnight. The urge to mark that flight with a small ceremony was the preoccupation of the group. Stern, Finder, Garde, the Beiskis, Pemper, close to Oskar. It is remarkable, at a time when they were not sure themselves that they would see the peace, that they should worry about going-away presents. All that was handy to make a gift with, however, was base metals. It was Mr. Yerret who suggested a source of something better. He opened his mouth to show his gold bridgework. Without Oskar, he said, the SS would have the damned stuff anyway. My teeth would be in a heap in some SS warehouse, along with the golden fangs of strangers from Lublin, Łódź, and Lwów. It was, of course, an appropriate offering, and Yerret was insistent. He had the bridgework dragged out by a prisoner who had once had a dental practice in Cracow. Licht melted the gold down, and by noon on May the 8th was engraving an inscription on the inner circle in Hebrew. It was a Talmudic verse which Stern had quoted to Oskar in the front office of Buchheisters in October 1939. He who saves a single life saves the entire world. In one of the factory garages that afternoon, 2 prisoners were engaged in removing the upholstery from the ceiling and inner doors of Oskar's Mercedes, inserting small sacks of the Herr Direktor's diamonds and replacing the leatherwork without, they hoped, leaving any bulges. For them, too, it was a strange day. When they came out of the garage, the sun was setting behind the towers, where the Spandaus sat loaded, yet weirdly ineffectual. It was as if all the world were waiting for a decisive word. Words of that nature seemed to have come in the evening. Again, as on his birthday, Oskar instructed the commandant to gather the prisoners on the factory floor. Again, the German engineers and the secretaries, their escape plans already made, were present. Among them stood Ingrid, his old flame. She would not be leaving Brinlitz in Schindler's company. She would make her escape with her brother, a young war veteran, lame from a wound. Given that Oskar went to so much trouble to provide his prisoners with trade goods, it is unlikely that he would let an old love like Ingrid leave Brinlitz without anything to barter for survival. Surely they would meet on friendly terms later, somewhere in the West. As at Oscar's birthday speech, armed guards stood around the Great Hall. The war had nearly 6 hours to run, and the SS was sworn never to abandon it in any case. Looking at them, the prisoners tried to gauge their states of soul. When it was announced that the Herr Direktor would make another address, 2 women prisoners who knew shorthand, Miss Weidmann and Mrs. Berger, had each fetched a pencil and prepared to take down what was said. Because it was an extempore speech, given by a man who knew he would soon become a fugitive, it was more compelling as spoken than it is on the page in the Weidmann-Berger version. It continued the themes of his birthday address, but it seemed to make them conclusive for both the prisoners and the Germans. It declared the prisoners the inheritors of the new era. It confirmed that everyone else there, the SS, himself, Emilie, Fuchs, Schönbrunn, was now in need of rescue. "The unconditional surrender of Germany," he said, "has just been announced. After 6 years of the cruel murder of human beings, victims are being mourned, and Europe is now trying to return to peace and order. I would like to turn to you for unconditional order and discipline. To all of you who together with me have worried through many hard years, in order that you can live through the present, and within a few days go back to your destroyed and plundered homes, looking for survivors from your families. You will thus prevent panic, whose results cannot be foreseen." He did not, of course, mean panic in the prisoners. He meant panic among the garrison, among the men lining the walls. He was inviting the SS to leave, and the prisoners to let them do so. General Montgomery, he said, the commander of the Allied land forces, had proclaimed that one should act in a humane way toward the conquered, and everyone, in judging the Germans, had to distinguish between guilt and duty. "The soldiers at the front, as well as the little man who has done his duty everywhere, shall not be responsible for what a group calling itself German has done." He was uttering a defense of his countrymen, which every prisoner who survived the night would hear reiterated 1,000 times in the era to come. Yet if anyone had earned the right to make that defense, and to have it listened to with at least tolerance, it was surely Herr Oskar Schindler. "The fact that millions among you, your parents, children and brothers, have been liquidated, has been disapproved by thousands of Germans, and even today there are millions of them who do not know the extent of these horrors. The documents and records found in Dachau and Buchenwald earlier in the year, their details broadcast by the BBC, were the first, said Oskar, that many a German had heard of this most monstrous destruction. He therefore begged them once again to act in a humane and just way, to leave justice to those authorized. If you have to accuse a person, do it in the right place. Because in the new Europe there will be judges, incorruptible judges, who will listen to you." Next, he began to speak about his association with the prisoners in the past year. In some ways he sounded almost nostalgic, but he feared as well being judged in a lump with the Goeths and the Hassebrücks. "Many of you know the persecutions, the chicanery and obstacles, which, in order to keep my workers, I had to overcome through many years. If it was already difficult to defend the small rights of the Polish worker, to maintain work for him, and to prevent him from being sent by force to the Reich, to defend the workers' homes and their modest property, then the struggle to defend the Jewish workers has often seemed insurmountable." He described some of the difficulties, and thanked them for their help in satisfying the demands of the armaments authorities. In view of the lack of output from Brinlitz, the thanks may have sounded ironic. But they were not offered in an ironic way. What the Herr Direktor was saying in a quite literal sense, was "Thank you for helping me make a fool of the system." He went on to appeal for the local people. "If after a few days here the doors of freedom are open to you, think of what many of the people in the neighborhood of the factory have done to help you with additional food and clothing. I have done everything and spent every effort in getting you additional food, and I pledge to do the utmost in the future to protect you and safeguard your daily bread. I shall continue doing everything I can for you until 5 minutes past midnight. Don't go into the neighboring houses to rob and plunder. Prove yourselves worthy of the millions of victims among you, and refrain from any individual acts of revenge and terror." He confessed that the prisoners had never been welcome in the area. The Schindler Jews were taboo in Brinlitz. But there were higher concerns than local vengeance. "I entrust your capos and foremen to continue keeping up order and continued understanding. Therefore tell your people of it, because this is in the interest of your safety. Thank the mill of Daubeck, whose help in getting you food went beyond the realms of possibility. On behalf of you, I shall now thank the brave Director Daubeck, who has done everything to get food for you. Don't thank me for your survival. Thank your people, who worked day and night to save you from extermination. Thank your fearless Stern and Pemper, and a few others, who, thinking of you and worrying about you, especially in Cracow, have faced death every moment. The hour of honor makes it our duty to watch and keep order, as long as we stay here together. I beg of you, even among yourselves, to make nothing but humane and just decisions. I wish to thank my personal collaborators for their complete sacrifice in connection with my work." His speech, weaving from issue to issue, exhausting some ideas, returning tangentially to others, reached the center of its temerity. Oskar turned to the SS garrison and thanked them for resisting the barbarity of their calling. Some prisoners on the floor thought, "He's asked us not to provoke them. What is he doing himself?" For the SS was the SS, the corps of Goethe and John and Hujar and Scheidt. There were things an SS man was taught, things he did and saw, which marked the limits of his humanity. Oskar, they felt, was dangerously pushing the limits. "I would like," he said, "to thank the assembled SS guards, who, without being asked, were ordered from the Army and Navy into this service. As heads of families, they have realized for a long time the contemptibility and senselessness of their task. They have acted here in an extraordinarily humane and correct manner." What the prisoners did not see, aghast if a little exalted by the Herr Direktor's nerve, was that Oskar was finishing the work he'd begun on the night of his birthday. He was destroying the SS as combatants. For if they stood there and swallowed his version of what was humane and correct, then there was nothing more left to them but to walk away. "In the end," he said, "I request you all to keep a 3-minute silence, in memory of the countless victims among you who have died in these cruel years." They obeyed him. Oberscharführer Motzek and Helen Hirsch, Lucia, who had come up from the cellar only in the past week, and Schönbrunn, Emilia, and Goldberg. Those itching for time to pass, those itching to flee. Keeping silent among the giant high-low machines at the limit of the noisiest of wars. When it was over, the SS left the hall quickly. The prisoners remained. They looked around and wondered if they were at last the possessors. As Oskar and Emilia moved toward their apartment to pack, prisoners waylaid them. Licht's ring was presented. Oskar spent some time admiring it. He showed the inscription to Emilia and asked Stern for a translation. When he asked where they had got the gold, and discovered it was Gerrit's bridge work, they expected him to laugh. Gerrit was among the presentation committee, ready to be teased and already flashing the little points of his stripped teeth. But Oscar became very solemn and slowly placed the ring on his finger. Though nobody quite understood it, it was the instant in which they became themselves again, in which Oskar Schindler became dependent on gifts of theirs. 38. In the hours following Oscar's speech, the SS garrison began to desert. Inside the factory, the commandos, selected from the Budzinya people and from other elements of the prison population, had already been issued the weapons Oscar had provided. It was hoped to disarm the SS rather than wage a ritual battle with them. It would not be wise, as Oscar had explained, to attract any retreating and embittered units to the gate. But unless something as outlandish as a treaty was arrived at, the towers would ultimately have to be stormed with grenades. The truth, however, was that the commandos had only to formalize the disarming described in Oscar's speech. The guards at the main gate gave up their weapons almost gratefully. On the darkened steps leading up to the SS barracks, Poldek Pfefferberg and a prisoner named Jusek Horn disarmed Commandant Motzek, Pfefferberg putting his finger in the man's back, and Motzek, like any sane man over 40 with a home to go to, begging them to spare him. Pfefferberg took the commandant's pistol, and Motzek, after a short detention, during which he cried out for the Herr Direktor to save him, was released and began to walk home. The towers, about which Uri and the other irregulars must have spent hours of speculation and scheming, were discovered abandoned. Some prisoners, newly armed with the garrison's weapons, were put up there to indicate to anyone passing by that the old order still held sway here. When midnight came, there were no SS men or women visible in the camp. Oscar called Bankier to the office and gave him the key to a particular storeroom. It was a naval supply store and had been situated, until the Russian offensive into Silesia, somewhere in the Katowice area. It must have existed to supply the crews of river and canal patrol boats, and Oscar had found out that the Armaments Inspectorate wanted to rent storage space for it in some less threatened area. Oscar got the storage contract. With the help of some gifts, he said later. And so 18 trucks loaded with coat, uniform and underwear fabric, with worsted yarn and wool, as well as with 500,000 reels of thread and a range of shoes, had entered the Brinlitz gate and been unloaded and stored. Stern and others would declare that Oscar knew the stores would remain with him at the end of the war, and that he intended the material to provide a starting stake for his prisoners. In a later document, Oscar claims the same thing. He had sought the storage contract, he says, with the intention of supplying my Jewish protégés at the end of the war with clothing. Jewish textile experts estimated the value of my clothing store at more than $150,000, peace currency. He had in Brinlitz men capable of making such a judgment. Judah Dresner, for example, who had owned his own textile business in Stradom Street. Itzhak Stern, who had worked in a textile company across the road. For the right of passing over this expensive key to Bankier, Oscar was dressed in prisoner's stripes, as was his wife, Emilia. The reversal toward which he'd been working since the early days of DEF was visibly complete. When he appeared in the courtyard to say goodbye, everyone thought it a lightly put-on disguise, which would be lightly taken off again once he encountered the Americans. The wearing of the coarse cloth was, however, an act that would never completely be laughed off. He would, in a most thorough sense, always remain a hostage to Brinlitz and Emalia. 8 prisoners had volunteered to travel with Oscar and Emilia. They were all very young, but they included a couple, Richard and Anka Rechen. The oldest was an engineer named Edek Rybinski, but he was still nearly 10 years younger than the Schindlers. Later, he would supply the details of their eccentric journey. Emilia, Oscar, and a driver were meant to occupy the Mercedes. The others would follow in a truck loaded with food and with cigarettes and liquor for barter. Oscar seemed anxious to be away. One arm of Russian threat, the Vlasovs, was gone. They had marched out in the past few days. But the other, it was presumed, would be in Brünnlitz by the next morning, or even sooner. From the back seat of the Mercedes, where Emilia and Oscar sat in their prison uniforms, not, it had to be admitted, much like prisoners, more like bourgeoisie off to a masquerade ball, Oscar still rumbled out advice for Stern, orders to Bankier and Salpeter. But you could tell he wanted to be off. Yet when the driver, Dolek Grünhaut, tried to start the Mercedes, the engine was dead. Oscar climbed out of the back seat to look under the hood. He was alarmed. A different man from the one who'd given the commanding speech a few hours before. "What is it?" he kept asking. But it was hard for Grünhaut to say in the shadows. It took him a little time to find the fault, for it was not one he expected. Someone, frightened by the idea of Oscar's departure, had cut the wiring. Pfefferberg, part of the crowd gathered to wave the Herr Direktor off, rushed to the welding shop, brought back his gear, and went to work. He was sweating, and his hands seemed clumsy, for he was rattled by the urgency he could sense in Oscar. Schindler kept looking at the gate, as if the Russians might at any second materialize. It was not an improbable fear. Others in the courtyard were tormented by the same ironic possibility, and Pfefferberg worked too hard and took too long. But at last the engine caught to Grünhaut's frantic turning of the key. Once the engine turned over, the Mercedes left, the truck following it. Everyone was too unnerved to make formal goodbyes, but a letter, signed by Hilfstein and Stern and Salpeter, attesting to Oscar's and Emilia's record, was handed to the Schindlers. The Schindler convoy rolled out the gate, and at the road by the siding, turned left toward Havlíčkův Brod, and toward what was for Oscar the safer end of Europe. There was something nuptial about it. For Oscar, who had come to Brünnlitz with so many women, was leaving with his wife. Stern and the others remained standing in the courtyard. After so many promises, they were their own people. The weight and uncertainty of that must now be borne. The hiatus lasted 3 days and had its history and its dangers. Once the SS left, the only representative of the killing machine left in Brünnlitz was a German capo who had come from Gross-Rosen with the Schindler men. He was a man with a murderous record in Gross-Rosen itself, but one who had also made enemies in Brünnlitz. A pack of male prisoners now dragged him from his bunk down to the factory hall, and enthusiastically and mercilessly hanged him from one of the same beams with which Untersturmführer Liepold had recently threatened the prison population. Some inmates tried to intervene, but the executioners were in a rage and could not be stopped. It was an event, this first homicide of the peace, which many Brünnlitz people would forever abhor. They had seen Ammon hang poor engineer Krautwirt on the Appellplatz at Poischouf, and this hanging, though for different reasons, sickened them as profoundly. For Ammon was Ammon and beyond altering, but these hangmen were their brothers. When the capo ceased his twitching, he was left suspended above the silenced machines. He perplexed people, though. He was supposed to gladden them, but he threw doubt. At last, some men who had not hanged him cut him down and incinerated him. It showed what an eccentric camp Brünnlitz was, that the only body fed into the furnaces, which by decree should have been employed to burn the Jewish dead, was the corpse of an Aryan. The distribution of the goods in the Navy store went on throughout the next day. Lengths of worsted material had to be cut from the great bolts of fabric. Moshe Beisky said that each prisoner was given 3 yards, together with a complete set of underwear and some reels of cotton. Some women began that very day to make the suits in which they would travel home. Others kept the fabric intact, so that, traded, it would keep them alive in the confused days to come. A ration of the Egipski cigarettes, which Oscar had plundered from burning Brno, was also issued, and each prisoner was given a bottle of vodka from Salpeter's storehouse. Few would drink it. It was, of course, simply too precious to drink. After dark on that second night, a panzer unit came down the road from the direction of Zwittau. Lutek Feigenbaum, behind a bush near the gate and armed with a rifle, had the urge to fire as soon as the first tank passed within sight of the camp. But he considered it rash. The vehicles rattled past. A gunner in one of the rear tanks in the column, understanding that the fence and the watchtowers meant that Jewish criminals might be lying low in there, swiveled his gun and sent 2 shells into the camp. One exploded in the courtyard, the other on the women's balcony. It was a random exhibition of spite, and through wisdom or astonishment, none of the armed prisoners answered it. When the last tank had vanished, the men of the commandos could hear mourning from the courtyard and from the women's dormitory upstairs. A girl had been wounded by shell fragments. She herself was in shock, but the sight of her injuries had released in the women all the barely expressed grief of the past years. While the women mourned, the Brinlitz doctors examined the girl and found that her wounds were superficial. Oscar's party travelled for the first hours of their escape at the tail of a column of Wehrmacht trucks. At midnight, feats of this nature had become feasible, and no one pestered them. Behind them they could hear German engineers dynamiting installations, and occasionally there was the clamour of a distant ambush arranged by the Czech underground. Near the town of Havličkův-Brod, they must have fallen behind, because they were stopped by Czech partisans who stood in the middle of the road. Oscar went on impersonating a prisoner. "These good people and I are escapees from a labour camp. The SS fled, and the Herr Director. This is the Herr Director's automobile." The Czechs asked them if they had weapons. Roybinski had come from the truck and joined the discussion. He confessed that he had a rifle. "All right," said the Czechs. "You'd better give us what you have. If the Russians intercepted you and found that you had weapons, they might not understand why. Your defense is your prison uniforms." In this town, southeast of Prague and on the road to Austria, there was still the likelihood of meeting disgruntled units. The partisans directed Oscar and the others to the Czech Red Cross office in the town square. There they could safely bunk down for the rest of the night. But when they reached town, the Red Cross officials suggested to them that given the uncertainty of the peace, they would probably be safest in the town jail. The vehicles were left in the square, in sight of the Red Cross office, and Oscar, Emilia, and their 8 companions carried their few pieces of baggage and slept in the unlocked cells of the police station. When they returned to the square in the morning, they found that both vehicles had been stripped. All the upholstery had been torn from the Mercedes, the diamonds were gone, the tyres had been taken from the truck, and the engines had been plundered. The Czechs were philosophical about it. We all have to expect to lose something in times like these. Perhaps they may even have suspected Oscar, with his fair complexion and his blue eyes, of being a fugitive SS man. The party were without their own transport, but a train ran south in the direction of Kaplice, and they caught it, dressed still in their stripes. Roybinski says that they took the train as far as the forest and then walked. Somewhere in that forested border region, well to the north of Linz, they could expect to encounter the Americans. They were hiking down a wooded road when they met two young gum-chewing Americans sitting by a machine gun. One of Oscar's prisoners began to speak with them in English. "Our orders are not to let anyone pass on this road," one of them said. "Is it forbidden to circle around through the woods?" asked the prisoner. The GI chewed. This strange chewing race. "Guess not," said the GI at last. So they swung through the woods, and back on the road half an hour later, ran into an infantry company marching north in double column. Through the English speaker once more, they began to talk to the unit's reconnaissance men. The commanding officer himself drew up in a jeep, dismounted, interrogated them. They were frank with him, telling him that Oscar was the Herr Direktor, that they were Jews. They believed they were on safe ground, for they knew from the BBC that the US forces included many Americans of both German and Jewish origins. "Don't move," said the captain. He drove away without explanation, leaving them in the half-embarrassed command of the young infantryman, who offered them cigarettes, the Virginia kind, which had that almost glossy look, like the jeep, the uniforms, the equipment, of coming from a grand, brash, unfettered and unersatz manufactory. Though Amelia and the prisoners were uneasy that Oscar might be arrested, he himself sat on the grass, apparently unconcerned, and breathed in the spring air in these high woods. He had his Hebrew letter, and New York, he knew, was ethnically a city where Hebrew was not unknown. Half an hour passed, and some soldiers appeared, coming down the road in an informal bunch, not strung out in the infantry manner. They were a group of Jewish infantrymen, and included a field rabbi. They were very effusive. They embraced all the party, Amelia and Oscar as well. For these, the party was told, were the first concentration camp survivors the battalion had met. When the greetings were over, Oscar brought out his Hebrew reference, and the rabbi read it and began to weep. He relayed the details to the other Americans. There was more applause, more handshaking, more embraces. The young GIs seemed so open, so loud, so childlike. Though 1 or 2 generations out of Central Europe, they had been so marked by America that the Schindlers and the prisoners looked at them with as much amazement as was returned. The result was that the Schindler party spent 2 days on the Austrian frontier as guests of the regimental commander and the rabbi. They drank excellent coffee, such as the authentic prisoners in the group had not tasted since before the founding of the ghetto. They ate opulently. After 2 days, the rabbi presented them with a captured ambulance, in which they drove to the ruined city of Linz in Upper Austria. On the second day of peace in Brünnlitz, the Russians still had not appeared. The commando group worried about the necessity of hanging on to the camp for longer than they had thought they'd have to. One thing they remembered was that the only time they'd seen the SS show fear, apart from the anxiety of Motzek and his colleagues in the last few days, had been when typhus broke out. So they hung typhus signs all over the wire. 3 Czech partisans turned up at the gate in the afternoon and talked through the fence to the men on sentry duty. "It's all over now," they said. "You're free to walk out whenever you want." "When the Russians arrive," said the prison commandos. "Until then, we're keeping everyone in." Their answer exhibited some of the pathology of the prisoner. The suspicion you got after a time that the world outside the fence was perilous and had to be re-entered in stages. It also showed their wisdom. They were not convinced yet that the last German units had gone. The Czechs shrugged and went away. That night, when Poldek Pfefferberg was part of the guard at the main gate, motorcycle engines were heard on the road. They did not pass by, as the Panzers had done, but could be heard turning in toward the camp itself. 5 cycles, marked with the SS Death's Head, materialized out of the dark and drew up noisily by the front fence. As the SS men, very young, Poldek remembers, switched off their engines, dismounted, and approached the gate, a debate raged among the armed men inside as to whether the visitors ought to be immediately shot. The NCO in charge of the motorcycle party seemed to understand the risk inherent in the situation. He stood a little way from the wire, with his hands extended. They needed gasoline, he said. He presumed that, being a factory camp, Brinlitz would have gasoline. Pfefferberg advised that it was better to supply them and send them packing than to create problems by opening fire on them. Other elements of their regiment might be in the region and be drawn by an outburst of gunfire. So in the end, the SS men were let in through the gate, and some of the prisoners went to the garage and drew gasoline. The SS NCO was careful to convey to the camp commandos, who had put on blue coveralls in an attempt to look like informal guards, or at least like German capos, that he did not find anything peculiar in the idea of armed prisoners defending their camps from within. "I hope you realize there's typhus here," said Pfefferberg in German, pointing to the signs. The SS men looked at each other. "We've already lost 24 people," said Pfefferberg. "We have another 50 isolated in the cellar." This claim seemed to impress the gentlemen of the Death's Head. They were tired, they were fleeing. That was enough for them. They didn't want any bacterial perils on top of the others. When the gasoline arrived in 5-gallon cans, they expressed their thanks, bowed, and left through the gate. The prisoners watched them fill their tanks and considerately leave by the wire any cans they could not fit into their sidecars. They put on their gloves, started their engines, and left without too much revving of the motors, being too careful to waste their new tankfuls on flourishes. Their roar faded southwest through the village. For the men at the gate, this polite encounter would be their last with anyone wearing the uniform of Heinrich Himmler's foul legion. When on the third day the camp was liberated, it was by a single Russian officer. Riding a horse, he emerged through the defile through which the road and the railway siding approached the Brinlitz gate. As he drew closer, it became apparent that the horse was a mere pony, the officer's thin feet in the stirrups nearly touching the road, and his legs bent in comically underneath the horse's skinny abdomen. He seemed to be bringing to Brinlitz a personal, hard-won deliverance, for his uniform was worn, the leather strap of his rifle so withered by sweat and winter and campaigning that it had had to be replaced by rope. The reins of the horse were also of rope. The officer was fair-complexioned, and as Russians always look to Poles, immensely alien, immensely familiar. After a short conversation in hybrid Polish-Russian, the commando at the gate let him in. Around the balconies of the second floor, the rumour of his arrival spread. As he dismounted, he was kissed by Mrs. Krumholtz. He smiled and called in 2 languages for a chair. One of the younger men brought it. Standing on it to give himself a height advantage, which in relation to most of the prisoners he did not need, he made what sounded like a standard liberation speech in Russian. Moshe Beisky could catch its gist. They had been liberated by the glorious Soviets. They were free to go to town, to move in the direction of their choosing. For under the Soviets, as in the mythical heaven, there was neither Jew nor Gentile, male nor female, bond nor free. They were not to take any cheap revenge in the town. Their allies would find their oppressors and subject them to solemn and appropriate punishment. The fact of their freedom should, to them, outweigh any other consideration. He got down from his chair and smiled, as if saying that now he had finished as a spokesman and was prepared to answer questions. Beisky and some of the others began to speak to him, and he pointed to himself and said in creaky Belarusian Yiddish, the sort you pick up from your grandparents rather than your parents, that he was Jewish. Now the conversation took on a new intimacy. "Have you been in Poland?" Beisky asked him. "Yes," the officer admitted. "I've come from Poland now." "Are there any Jews left up there?" "I saw none." Prisoners were crowding around, translating and relaying the conversation to one another. "Where are you from?" the officer asked Baski. "Cracow. I was in Cracow 2 weeks ago." "Auschwitz? What about Auschwitz?" "I heard that at Auschwitz there are still a few Jews." The prisoners grew thoughtful. The Russians made Poland sound like a vacuum now, and if they returned to Cracow, they'd rattle around in it bleakly like dried peas in a jar. "Is there anything I can do for you?" the officer asked. There were cries for food. He thought he could get them a cartload of bread, and perhaps some horse meat. It should arrive before dusk. "But you should see what they have in town here," the officer suggested. It was a radical idea, that they ought to just go out the gate and begin shopping in Brindlitz. For some of them, it was still an unimaginable option. Young men like Pemper and Baski pursued the officer as he left. If there were no Jews in Poland, there was nowhere to go. They didn't want him to give them instructions, but felt he ought to discuss their quandary with them. The Russian paused in untying the reins of his pony from a railing. "I don't know," he said, looking them in the face. "I don't know where you ought to go. Don't go east, that much I can tell you. But don't go west either." His fingers returned to untying the knot. "They don't like us anywhere." As the Russian officer had urged them, the Brindlitz prisoners moved out the gate at last, to make their first tentative contact with the outer world. The young were the first to try it. Dunker Schindler went out the day after the liberation and climbed the wooded hill behind the camp. Lilies and anemones were beginning to bud, and migratory birds were arriving from Africa. Dunker sat on the hill for a while, savouring the day, then rolled down it and lay in the grass at the bottom, inhaling the fragrances and looking at the sky. She was there for so long that her parents presumed she had come to grief in the village, with either the townspeople or the Russians. Goldberg left early too, was perhaps the first to go, on his way to pick up his riches in Cracow. He would emigrate, as quickly as he could arrange it, to Brazil. Most of the older prisoners stayed in camp. The Russians had now moved into Brindlitz, occupying as an officer's quarters a villa on a hill above the village. They brought to the camp a butchered horse, which the prisoners ate ravenously, some of them finding it too rich after their diet of bread and vegetables and Emilia Schindler's porridge. Ludwig Feigenbaum, Janek Dresner, and young Sternberg went foraging in town. The village was patrolled by the Czech underground, and Brindlitz folk of German descent were therefore wary of the liberated prisoners. A grocer indicated to the boys that they were welcome to a bag of sugar he'd been keeping in his storeroom. Young Sternberg found the sugar irresistible, lowering his face to it and swallowing it by the handful. It made him cruelly ill. He discovered what the Schindler group were finding in Nuremberg and Ravensburg, that liberty and the day of plenty had to be approached gradually. The main purpose of this expedition to town had been to get bread. Feigenbaum was armed, as a member of the Brindlitz commandos, with a pistol and a rifle, and when the baker insisted there was no bread, one of the others said to him, "Threaten him with a rifle." The man, after all, was Sudetendeutsch, and in theory an approver of all their misery. Feigenbaum pointed the weapon at the baker and moved through the shop into the residence beyond, looking for hidden flour. In the parlour, he found the baker's wife and 2 daughters huddled in shock. They looked so frightened, indistinguishable from any Cracow family during an Aktion, that a great shame overwhelmed him. He nodded to the women as if he were on a social visit, and left. The same shame overtook Miller Pfefferberg on her first visit to the village. As she entered the square, a Czech partisan stopped 2 Sudeten girls and made them take off their shoes so that Miller, who had only clogs, could select the pair that fitted her better. This sort of dominance made her flush, and she sat on the pavement making her embarrassed choice. The partisan gave the clogs to the Sudeten girl and passed on. Miller then turned in her tracks, ran up behind the girl and gave the shoes back. The Sudeten Deutscherin, Miller remembers, was not even gracious. In the evenings, the Russians came to the camp looking for women. Pfefferberg had to put a pistol to the head of a soldier, who penetrated the women's quarters and grabbed Mrs. Krumholtz. Mrs. Krumholtz would for years later chide Pfefferberg, pointing at him and accusing him. Whatever chance I had of running off with a younger man, that scoundrel prevented it. 3 girls were taken away, more or less voluntarily, to a Russian party, and came back after 3 days, and, they claimed, a good time. The hold of Brinlitz was a negative one, and within a week the prisoners began to move out. Some whose families had been consumed went directly to the west, never wishing to see Poland again. The Baysky boys, using their cloth and vodka to pay their way, travelled to Italy and boarded a Zionist ship to Palestine. The Dresdners walked across Moravia and Bohemia and into Germany, where Janek was among the first 10 students to enroll in the Bavarian University of Erlangen when it opened later in the year. Munchie Rosner returned to Podgorje, where Henry had agreed to meet her. Henry Rosner himself, liberated from Dachau with Oleg, was in a pissoir in Munich one day and saw another client of the place wearing prison camp stripes. He asked the man where he had been imprisoned. "Brinlitz," said the man. Everyone except an old lady, the man told him, inaccurately as it turned out, had survived Brinlitz. Munchie herself would hear of Henry's survival through a cousin who came to the room in Podgorje where Munchie was waiting and waved the Polish paper in which were listed the names of Poles liberated from Dachau. "Munchie," said the cousin, "give me a kiss. Henry's alive, and so is Oleg." Regina Horowitz had a similar rendezvous. It took her 3 weeks to travel from Brinlitz to Cracow with her daughter Nyusha. She rented a room. The handout from the Navy store made that possible, and waited for Dolek. When he arrived, they sought to make inquiries of Richard, but there was no news. One day that summer, Regina saw the film of Auschwitz, which the Russians had made, and were showing free of charge to the Polish population. She saw the famous frames involving the camp children, who looked out from behind the wire or were escorted by nuns past the electrified fence of Auschwitz I. Being so small and so engaging, Richard figured in most of the frames. Regina got up screaming and left the theatre. The manager and a number of passing citizens tried to soothe her in the street. "It's my son! It's my son!" she kept screaming. Now that she knew he was alive, she was able to discover that Richard had been released by the Russians into the hands of one of the Jewish rescue organizations. Thinking both his parents dead, the rescue body had had him adopted by some old acquaintances of the Horowitzes, people named Liebling. Regina was given the address, and when she arrived at the Lieblings' apartment, could hear Richard inside, banging on a saucepan and calling, "Today there'll be soup for everyone." When she knocked on the door, he called to Mrs. Liebling to answer it. So he was returned to her. But after what he had seen of the scaffolds of Płaszów and Auschwitz, she could never take him to a children's playground without his growing hysterical at the sight of the swing frames. At Linz, Oscar's group reported to the American authorities, were relieved of their unreliable ambulance, and were taken by truck north to Nuremberg, to a large holding centre for wandering concentration camp prisoners. They were discovering that, as they had suspected, liberation wasn't a straightforward business. Richard Rechen had an aunt in Konstanz, by the lake on the Swiss border. When the Americans asked the group if there was anywhere they could go, they nominated this aunt. The intent of the 8 young prisoners from Brinlitz was to deliver the Schindlers, if possible, across the Swiss border, in case vengeance against Germany erupted suddenly, and even in the American zone, the Schindlers were unjustly punished. Additionally, all 8 of them were potential emigrants, and believed that these matters would be easier to arrange from Switzerland. Roybinski remembers that their relationship with the American commandant in Nuremberg was cordial, but the man would not spare them any transport to take them south to Constance. They made the journey through the Black Forest as best they could, some of it on foot, some of it by train. Near Ravensburg, they went to the local prison camp and spoke to the U.S. commandant. Here again they stayed as guests for some days, resting and living high on army rations. In return, they sat up late with the commandant, who was of Jewish descent, and told him their stories of Armon and Poischow, of Gross-Rosen, Auschwitz, Brinlitz. They hoped he would give them transport to Constance, possibly a truck. He could not spare a truck, but gave them a bus instead, together with some provisions for the journey. Though Oskar still carried diamonds worth over 1,000 Reichsmarks, as well as some currency, the bus does not appear to have been bought, but was instead given freely. After his dealings with the German bureaucrats, it must have been difficult for Oskar to adjust to that sort of transaction. West of Constance, on the Swiss border, and in the French-occupied zone, they parked the bus in the village of Kreuzlingen. Rechen went to the town hardware store and bought a pair of wire cutters. It seems that the party was still wearing their prison uniforms when the wire cutters were purchased. Perhaps the man behind the counter was influenced by one of 2 considerations. A, this was a prisoner, and if thwarted might call his French protectors. B, this was in fact a German officer escaping in disguise, and perhaps should be helped. The border fence ran through the middle of Kreuzlingen, and was guarded on the German side by French sentries of the Sûreté Militaire. The group approached this barrier on the edge of the village, and snipping the wires, waited for the sentry to near the end of his beat before slipping through to Switzerland. Unhappily, a woman from the village observed them from a bend of the road, and rushed to the border to alert the French and Swiss. In a quiet Swiss village square, a mirror image of the one on the German side, the Swiss police surrounded the party, but Richard and Anke Rechen broke away and had to be chased and apprehended by a patrol car. The party was, within half an hour, passed back to the French, who at once searched their possessions, discovering jewels and currency, drove them to the former German prison, and locked them in separate cells. It was clear to Roybinski that they were under suspicion of having been concentration camp guards. In that sense, the weight they had put on as guests of the Americans boomeranged, for they did not look as deprived as when they'd first left Brinlitz. They were interrogated separately about their journey, about the valuables they were carrying. Each of them could tell a plausible story, but did not know if the others were telling the same one. They seemed to have been afraid, in a way that had not applied with the Americans, that if the French discovered Oscar's identity and his function in Brinlitz, they would arraign him as a matter of course. Prevaricating for Oscar's sake and Emilia's, they remained there a week. The Schindlers themselves now knew enough about Judaism to pass the obvious cultural tests. But Oscar's manner and physical condition didn't make his posture of recent prisoner of the SS very credible. Unhappily, his Hebrew letter was over in Linz, in the files of the Americans. Edek Roybinski, as the leader of the 8, was questioned most regularly, and on the 7th day of his imprisonment was brought into the interrogation room to find a second person there, a man in civilian clothes, a speaker of Polish, brought in to test Roybinski's claim that he came from Cracow. For some reason, because the Pole played a compassionate role in the questioning that followed, or because of the familiarity of the language, Roybinski broke down, began to weep, and told the full story in fluent Polish. The rest were called one by one, were shown Rybinski, were told he had confessed, and then were ordered to recite their version of the truth in Polish. When, at the end of the morning, the versions matched, the whole group, the Schindlers included, were gathered in the interrogation room and embraced by both interrogators. The Frenchman, says Rybinski, was weeping. Everyone was delighted at that phenomenon, a weeping interrogator. When he managed to compose himself, he called for lunch to be brought in for himself, his colleague, the Schindlers, the 8. That afternoon he had them transferred to a lakeside hotel in Konstanz, where they stayed for some days at the expense of the French military government. By the time he sat down to dinner that evening at the hotel, with Emilia, Rybinski, the Rechens, and the others, Oscar's property had passed to the Soviets, and his last few jewels and currency were lost in the interstices of the liberating bureaucracy. He was as good as penniless, but was eating as well as could be managed in a good hotel with a number of his family, all of which would be the pattern of his future. Epilogue. Oscar's high season ended now. The peace would never exalt him as had the war. Oscar and Emilia came to Munich. For a time they shared lodgings with the Rosners, for Henry and his brother had been engaged to play at a Munich restaurant and had achieved a modest prosperity. One of his former prisoners, meeting him at the Rosners' small, cramped apartment, was shocked by his torn coat. His property in Cracow and Moravia had of course been confiscated by the Russians, and his remaining jewellery had been traded for food and liquor. When the Feigenbaums arrived in Munich, they met his latest mistress, a Jewish girl, a survivor not of Brinlitz, but of worse camps than that. Many of the visitors to Oscar's rented rooms, as indulgent as they were toward Oscar's heroic weaknesses, felt shamed for Emilia's sake. He was still a wildly generous friend and a great discoverer of unprocurables. Henry Rosner remembers that he found a source of chickens in the midst of chickenless Munich. He clung to the company of those of his Jews who had come to Germany, the Rosners, the Pfefferbergs, the Dresners, the Feigenbaums, the Sternbergs. Some cynics would later say that at the time it was wise of anyone involved in concentration camps to stay close to Jewish friends as protective coloration. But his dependence went beyond that sort of instinctive cunning. The Schindler Juden had become his family. In common with them, he heard that Amon Goeth had been captured by Patton's Americans the previous February, while a patient in an SS sanitarium at Bad Tolz, imprisoned in Dachau, and at the close of the war handed over to the new Polish government. Amon was in fact one of the first Germans dispatched to Poland for judgment. A number of former prisoners were invited to attend the trial as witnesses, and among the defense witnesses a deluded Amon considered calling were Helen Hirsch and Oskar Schindler. Oskar himself did not go to Cracow for the trials. Those who did found that Goeth, lean as a result of his diabetes, offered a subdued but unrepentant defense. All the orders for his acts of execution and transportation had been signed by superiors, he claimed, and were therefore their crimes, not his. Witnesses who told of murders committed by the commandant's own hand were, said Amon, maliciously exaggerating. There had been some prisoners executed as saboteurs, but there were always saboteurs in wartime. Mietek Pemper, waiting in the body of the court to be called to give evidence, sat beside another Pwaschow graduate who stared at Amon in the dock and whispered, "That man still terrifies me." But Pemper himself, as first witness for the prosecution, delivered an exact catalogue of Amon's crimes. He was followed by others, among them Dr. Bieberstein and Helen Hirsch, who had precise and painful memories. Amon was condemned to death and hanged in Cracow on September 13th, 1946. It was 2 years to the day since his arrest by the SS in Vienna on black marketeering charges. According to the Cracow press, he went to the gallows without remorse and gave the National Socialist salute before dying. In Munich, Oskar himself identified Leopold, who had been detained by the Americans. A Brinlitz prisoner accompanied Oskar at the lineup and says that Oskar asked the protesting Leopold, "Do you want me to do it, or would you rather leave it to the 50 angry Jews who are waiting downstairs in the street?" Leopold would also be hanged, not for his crimes in Brinlitz, but for earlier murders in Budzin. Oskar had probably already conceived the scheme of becoming a farmer in Argentina, a breeder of nutria, the large South American aquatic rodents considered precious for their skins. Oskar presumed that the same excellent commercial instincts which had brought him to Cracow in 1939 were now urging him to cross the Atlantic. He was penniless, but the Joint Distribution Committee, the International Jewish Relief Organization, to whom Oskar had made reports during the war, and to whom his record was known, were willing to help him. In 1949, they made him an ex gratia payment of $15,000 and gave a reference, "To whom it may concern," signed by M.W. Beckelmann, the vice chairman of the Joint's Executive Council. It said, "The American Joint Distribution Committee has thoroughly investigated the wartime and occupation activities of Mr. Schindler. We recommend wholeheartedly that all organizations and individuals contacted by Mr. Schindler do their utmost to help him, in recognition of his outstanding service." Under the guise of operating a Nazi labor factory, first in Poland and then in the Sudetenland, Mr. Schindler managed to take in as employees and protect Jewish men and women destined for death in Auschwitz or other infamous concentration camps. Schindler's camp in Brinlitz, witnesses have told the Joint Distribution Committee, was the only camp in the Nazi-occupied territories where a Jew was never killed or even beaten, but was always treated as a human being. Now that he is about to begin his life anew, let us help him, as once he helped our brethren. When he sailed for Argentina, he took with him 6 families of Schindler Juden, paying the passage for many of them. With Emilia, he settled on a farm in Buenos Aires province and worked it for nearly 10 years. Those of Oskar's survivors who did not see him in those years find it hard now to imagine him as a farmer, since he was never a man for steady routine. Some say, and there is some truth to it, that Emalia and Brinlitz succeeded in their eccentric way because of the acumen of men like Stern and Bankier. In Argentina, Oskar had no such support, apart, of course, from the good sense and rural industriousness of his wife. The decade in which Oskar farmed nutria, however, was the period in which it was demonstrated that breeding, as distinct from trapping, did not produce pelts of adequate quality. Many other nutria enterprises failed in that time, and in 1957 the Schindler's farm went bankrupt. Emilia and Oskar moved into a house provided by B'nai B'rith in San Vicente, a southern suburb of Buenos Aires, and for a time Oskar sought work as a sales representative. Within a year, however, he left for Germany. Emilia remained behind. Living in a small apartment in Frankfurt, he sought capital to buy a cement factory and pursued the possibility of major compensation from the West German Ministry of Finance for the loss of his Polish and Czechoslovakian properties. Little came of this effort. Some of Oskar's survivors considered that the failure of the German government to pay him his due arose from lingering Hitlerism in the middle ranks of the civil service. But Oskar's claim probably failed for technical reasons, and it is not possible to detect bureaucratic malice in the correspondence addressed to Oskar from the ministry. The Schindler cement enterprise was launched on capital from the Joint Distribution Committee and loans from a number of Schindler Jews who had done well in post-war Germany. It had a brief history. By 1961, Oskar was bankrupt again, His factory had been hurt by a series of harsh winters in which the construction industry had closed down. But some of the Schindler survivors believe the company's failure was abetted by Oscar's restlessness and low tolerance for routine. That year, hearing he was in trouble, the Schindler-Juden in Israel invited him to visit them at their expense. An advertisement appeared in Israel's Polish-language press, asking that all former inmates of concentration camp Brünlitz who had known Oskar Schindler the German contact the newspaper. In Tel Aviv, Oskar was welcomed ecstatically. The post-war children of his survivors mobbed him. He had grown heavier and his features had thickened. But at the parties and receptions, those who had known him saw that he was the same indomitable Oskar. The growling, deft wit, the outrageous Charles Boyer charm, the voracious thirst had all survived his 2 bankruptcies. It was the year of the Adolf Eichmann trial, and Oscar's visit to Israel aroused some interest in the international press. On the eve of the opening of Eichmann's trial, the correspondent of the London Daily Mail wrote a feature on the contrast between the records of the 2 men, and quoted the preamble of an appeal the Schindler-Juden had opened to assist Oskar. "We do not forget the sorrows of Egypt. We do not forget Haman. We do not forget Hitler. Thus, among the unjust, we do not forget the just. Remember Oskar Schindler." There was some incredulity among Holocaust survivors about the idea of a beneficent labor camp such as Oscar's. And this disbelief found its voice through a journalist at a press conference with Schindler in Jerusalem. "How do you explain," he asked, "that you knew all the senior SS men in the Cracow region and had regular dealings with them?" "At that stage in history," Oskar answered, "it was rather difficult to discuss the fate of Jews with the chief rabbi of Jerusalem." The Department of Testimonies of the Yad Vashem had, near the end of Oscar's Argentine residence, sought and been given by him a general statement of his activities in Cracow and Brünlitz. Now, on their own initiative, and under the influence of Itzhak Stern, Jakob Sternberg, and Moshe Beisky, once Oscar's forger of official stamps, now a respected and scholarly lawyer, the Board of Trustees of Yad Vashem began to consider the question of an official tribute to Oskar. The chairman of the board was Justice Landau, the presiding judge at the Eichmann trial. Yad Vashem sought and received a mass of testimonies concerning Oskar. Of this large collection of statements, 4 are critical of him. Though these 4 witnesses all state that without Oskar they would have perished, they criticize his business methods in the early months of the war. 2 of the 4 disparaging testimonies are written by a father and son, called earlier in this account the Seas. In their enamelware outlet in Cracow, Oskar had installed his mistress Ingrid as Treuhänder. A 3rd statement is by the Seas secretary and repeats the allegations of punching and bullying, rumours of which Stern had reported back to Oskar in 1940. The 4th comes from a man who claims to have had a pre-war interest in Oscar's enamel factory under its former name, Record, an interest, he claimed, that Oskar had ignored. Justice Landau and his board must have considered these 4 statements insignificant when set against the massed testimony of other Schindler-Juden, and they made no comment on them. Since all 4 stated that Oskar was their saviour in any case, it is said to have occurred to the board to ask why, if Oskar had committed crimes against these people, he went to such extravagant pains to save them. The municipality of Tel Aviv was the first body to honour Oskar. On his 53rd birthday, he unveiled a plaque in the Park of Heroes. The inscription describes him as saviour of 1,200 prisoners of Arbeitslager Brünlitz, and though it understates numerically the extent of his rescue, it declares that it has been erected in love and gratitude. 10 days later in Jerusalem, he was declared a righteous person, this title being a peculiarly Israeli honour based on an ancient tribal assumption that in the mass of Gentiles, the God of Israel would always provide a leavening of just men. Oskar was invited also to plant a carob tree in the Avenue of the Righteous, leading to the Yad Vashem Museum. The tree is still there, marked by a plaque, in a grove which contains trees planted in the name of all the other righteous. A tree for Julius Madrich, who had illicitly fed and protected his workers in a manner quite unheard of among the Krupps and the Farbens, stands there also, and a tree for Raimund Titsch, the Madrich supervisor in Płaszów. On that stony ridge, few of the memorial trees have grown to more than 10 feet. The German press carried stories of Oskar's wartime rescues and of the Yad Vashem ceremonies. These reports, always laudatory, did not make his life easier. He was hissed on the streets of Frankfurt. Stones were thrown. A group of workmen jeered him and called out that he ought to have been burned with the Jews. In 1963, he punched a factory worker who'd called him a Jew-kisser, and the man lodged a charge of assault. In the local court, the lowest level of the German judiciary, Oskar received a lecture from the judge and was ordered to pay damages. "I would kill myself," he wrote to Henry Rosner in Queens, New York, "if it wouldn't give them so much satisfaction." These humiliations increased his dependence on the survivors. They were his only emotional and financial surety. For the rest of his life, he would spend some months of every year with them, living honoured and well in Tel Aviv and Jerusalem, eating free of charge at a Romanian restaurant in Ben Yehuda Street, Tel Aviv, though subject sometimes to Moshe Beisky's filial efforts to limit his drinking to 3 double cognacs a night. In the end, he would always return to the other half of his soul, the disinherited self, the mean, cramped apartment a few hundred meters from Frankfurt's Central Railway Station. Writing from Los Angeles to other Schindler Juden in the United States that year, Poldek Pfefferberg urged all survivors to donate at least a day's pay a year to Oskar Schindler, whose state he described as discouragement, loneliness, disillusion. Oskar's contacts with the Schindler Juden continued on a yearly basis. It was a seasonal matter. Half the year as the Israeli butterfly, half the year as the Frankfurt grub. He was continually short of money. A Tel Aviv committee, of which Itzhak Stern, Jakob Sternberg, and Moshe Beisky were again members, continued to lobby the West German government for an adequate pension for Oskar. The grounds for their appeal were his wartime heroism, the property he had lost, and the by now fragile state of his health. The first official reaction from the German government was, however, the award of the Cross of Merit in 1966, in a ceremony at which Konrad Adenauer presided. It was not until July 1st, 1968, that the Ministry of Finance was happy to report that from that date it would pay him a pension of 200 marks per month. 3 months later, pensioner Schindler received the papal knighthood of St. Sylvester from the hands of the Bishop of Limburg. Oskar was still willing to cooperate with the Federal Justice Department in the pursuit of war criminals. In this matter, he seems to have been implacable. On his birthday in 1967, he gave confidential information concerning many of the personnel of Konzentrationslager Płaszów. The transcript of his evidence of that date shows that he does not hesitate to testify, but also that he is a scrupulous witness. If he knows nothing or little of a particular SS man, he says so. He says it of Amthor, of the SS man Zugsburger, of Fräulein Ohnesorge, one of the quick-tempered women supervisors. He does not hesitate, however, to call Bosch a murderer and an exploiter, and says that he recognized Bosch at a railway station in Munich in 1946, approached him, and asked him if, after Płaszów, he could manage to sleep. Bosch, says Oskar, was at that point living under an East German passport. A supervisor named Mohrwinkel, representative in Płaszów of the German armaments works, is also roundly condemned. Intelligent but brutal, Oskar says of him. Of Goeth's bodyguard, Grün, he tells the story of the attempted execution of the Emalia prisoner Lamus, which he himself prevented by a gift of vodka. It is a story to which a great number of prisoners also testify in their statements in Yad Vashem. Of the NCO Ritschek, Oskar says that he has a bad reputation, but that he himself knows nothing of his crimes. He is also uncertain whether the photograph the Justice Department showed him is in fact Ritschek. There is only one person on the Justice Department list for whom Oskar is willing to give an unqualified commendation. That is the engineer Hoot, who had helped him during his last arrest. Hoot, he says, was highly respected and highly spoken of by the prisoners themselves. As he entered his 60s, he began working for the German Friends of Hebrew University. This involvement resulted from the urgings of those Schindler Juden who were concerned with restoring some new purpose to Oskar's life. He began to work raising funds in West Germany. His old capacity to inveigle and charm officials and businessmen was exercised once again. He also helped set up a scheme of exchanges between German and Israeli children. Despite the precariousness of his health, he still lived and drank like a young man. He was in love with a German woman named Annemarie, whom he had met at the King David Hotel in Jerusalem. She would become the emotional linchpin of his later life. His wife, Emilie, still lived, without any financial help from him, in her little house in San Vicente, south of Buenos Aires. She lives there at the time of the writing of this book. As she was in Brinlitz, she is a figure of quiet dignity. In a documentary made by German television in 1973, she spoke, without any of the abandoned wife's bitterness or sense of grievance, about Oskar and Brinlitz, about her own behavior in Brinlitz. Perceptively, she remarked that Oskar had done nothing astounding before the war and had been unexceptional since. He was fortunate, therefore, that in that short, fierce era between 1939 and 1945, he had met people who summoned forth his deeper talents. In 1972, during a visit by Oskar to the New York executive office of the American Friends of Hebrew University, 3 Schindler Juden, partners in a large New Jersey construction company, led a group of 75 other Schindler prisoners in raising $125,000 to dedicate to Oskar a floor of the Truman Research Center at Hebrew University. The floor would house a book of life, containing an account of Oskar's rescues and a list of the rescued. 2 of these partners, Marie Pantira and Isaac Levenstein, had been 16 years old when Oskar brought them to Brinlitz. Now Oskar's children had become his parents, his best recourse, his source of honor. He was very ill. The men who had been physicians in Brinlitz, Alexander Biberstein, for example, knew it. One of them warned Oskar's close friends, "The man should not be alive. His heart is working through pure stubbornness." In October 1974, he collapsed at his small apartment near the railway station in Frankfurt and died in a hospital on October the 9th. His death certificate says that advanced hardening of the arteries of the brain and heart had caused the final seizure. His will declared a wish he had already expressed to a number of Schindler Juden, that he be buried in Jerusalem. Within 2 weeks, the Franciscan parish priest of Jerusalem had given his permission for Herr Oskar Schindler, one of the church's least observant sons, to be buried in the Latin cemetery of Jerusalem. Another month passed before Oskar's body was carried in a leaden casket through the crammed streets of the old city of Jerusalem to the Catholic cemetery, which looks south over the valley of Hinnom, called Gehenna in the New Testament. In the press photograph of the procession can be seen, amid a stream of other Schindler Jews, Itzhak Stern, Moshe Beisky, Helen Hirsch, Jakob Sternberg, Judah Dresner. He was mourned on every continent. Afterword, exclusive to this Sceptre 30th edition. Writers do not always have sound instincts when it comes to assessing the impact of a story. If we did, we would write irresistible narratives every time we became obsessed with a particular tale. But it struck me when I first encountered the Schindler story that this was an extraordinary one, engrossing in itself, irrespective of what I might do with it. There were two main reasons for its, dare I say, attractive qualities. One was the paradoxically flawed human being Schindler appeared to be, a man whose virtues and vices seemed to be instinctive to him, and not a matter for philosophical weighing and measuring. Thus, he was as implausible a hero as most of us are. But unlike other humans whose sophistication might have rendered them hesitant and despairing, he was a joyous, hectic pragmatist. Second, I saw at once that as a businessman and up there, German military intelligence operative, Schindler had contact with every stage of the process of the destruction of Jewish Europeans. That is, he saw the confiscation of residential and commercial properties of all Jewish people. He occupied a confiscated flat, though he always insisted he acquired his Cracow factory, Emalia, legally. He saw the ghettoization of the Jews and was part of their exploitation as cheap labor in factories. He saw the unutterably violent liquidation camps, and was a whistleblower as to the existence of Vernichtungslagern, destruction camps, where death was delivered by industrial gas on a production line scale. Another reason to write the book was the Holocaust itself. First of all, the Holocaust is a fantastical reductio ad absurdum of a culture of race hate, and it seems as much akin to sci-fi as to actual history. If it had not happened, it could almost be one of those fables dreamed up by a writer to warn us of many human flaws, not least our capacity to be so enchanted by technology that we use it in the service of our doctrines of ethnicity and social control. We always think of such extreme actions as inhuman, but they are all too human. Absurdity again, and the absurd inventiveness that can arise when we are hysterical about race. What also struck me about the Holocaust was that it is a moral template. One asks oneself, could I have done what Schindler did? I wrote the book in part from a fascinated knowledge that I could not. I am not as talented at risk-taking and as reckless as Oscar was. I like to doubt I could have been as abandoned in murderousness as was the Poischow commandant Amon Goeth. But the question one asks oneself is this: if I had been raised in the Weimar Republic, and my family's neediness was blamed upon an international Jewish conspiracy, and I was then inducted into the SS, you can complete the scenario. What would you have done when faced with the obvious humanity of the victims? What would I have done? And had I been Jewish, would I have served as a member of the Ordnungsdienst, the Jewish police? And in that capacity, when the intentions of the SS became clear, what would I have done? Therefore, for me, as for all students of history, the Holocaust focuses speculation about one's moral fibre and raises questions that we both cannot help asking and cannot hope to have answered unless we find ourselves in a crisis of such lethal and tyrannous extremes as World War II. So the moral question fascinated me. But last of all, as an Australian, a post-colonial descendant of European settlers, and even of convicts, I was always amazed that it was my metropolitan betters in vaunted Northern Europe who had accomplished such a fantastically barbarous thing as the Holocaust. After millennia of race hysteria, it was the Europeans in Europe who brought their hatred to this mass-murdering culmination. I claim no special virtue for Antipodeans. Aboriginals of the more than 250 nations who have suffered from dispossession would not permit me to, and that's just to begin with. Yet in that connection, some 34 years after the book was first published, I am still frequently asked two questions. The first of which is why an Australian of all people would write such a book. It is as if people assume Australians are off hunting crocodiles and have no involvement in the affairs of the world. The truth is that though at a great global remove, and in a nation quickly becoming more and more Asian, I have always felt part of the European equation, an inheritor of the glories, twitches, and malice of Europe. I was also, in fact, only 1 degree of separation from the Nazi regime. Despite growing up in a bush town, and then in the western suburbs of Sydney, I had a father who spent nearly 3 years in the Middle East during World War II, was acquainted with the Nazi Afrika Korps, and sent me Nazi memorabilia, posters, flare guns, badges of rank and postcards, which I still now store away in my swimming trunk and tie drawer. The cake tins full of mementos of the Reich he sent me would tease my childhood imagination, which compared these concrete things with what I would see in the newsreels of the war, and in the absurdly propagandistic American, British and Australian films at the Vogue Cinema in Homebush, New South Wales. I was aware that many British and Australian soldiers in the Middle East paid their counterparts in the Afrika Korps a certain compliment of respect. I was astounded that these respected men should be parties, however remote, to the extraordinary effort of the regime, its other great exercise, to obliterate the Jews of Europe. I was more than ready to examine that question in my own work when I first met my first Schindler-Juden, Leopold Pfefferberg and his gentle wife Ludmilla, in their leather goods store in Beverly Hills, California, in October 1980. For reasons already stated, I felt attracted to the story and unqualified to write it. But to my cries that I was neither metropolitan European nor Jewish, Leopold Pfefferberg cried enthusiastically, "That's perfect. You don't have an axe to grind." Later, when there were film delays, this remarkable survivor would similarly and improbably harry Steven Spielberg with the battle call, "An Oscar for Oscar." The second thing I am asked is whether I resent the fact that Spielberg changed the title from Schindler's Ark to Schindler's List. I have to defend Spielberg on this matter. It was the American publishers in 1982 who altered the title for their edition, after much wrangling and arguments that American Jewry would be offended by the idea whereby animals were saved 2 by 2. We argued that it was the Ark of the Covenant that the title referred to, and that there was a rough covenant between Oscar and his prisoners, as there had been between Yahweh and the people of Moses. That argument did not prevail, and in the end, knowing the book was doomed to limited notice, we let it be called List. When Spielberg decided in 1992 that he would proceed with the film, and invited me to visit him at the fabled Amblin Studios, I asked him to call the film Schindler's Ark, but he said that he wanted to use lists to visual effect in the film. And so he did. And who can argue with the filmic efficacy of that? The story of Oskar Schindler, his imperfections and ambiguous triumph, is now still seen in the light I first saw it, as an exceptional human tale, the sort so encapsulating, dramatic and lustrous, that it can only be diminished by the artistic fallibility of the narrator. Knowing well my shortcomings as a storyteller, I chose to employ the narrative methods Truman Capote had used in Cold Blood. I wanted to give the tale a literary quality. Such is the vanity of writers, rather than write it as a conventional biography. But of course, the method of faction, or the documentary novel, meant that I would interview many former prisoners, including survivors settled in Sydney and Melbourne, and indeed from Beverly Hills to Cracow itself, by way of Israel. I was able to contact Emilia Schindler, Oscar's wife, and ask her questions about the operation of Oscar's factory camp and the post-war period. It was understood in all cases that I would relate the stories of former prisoners and witnesses accurately. As I have said in earlier introductions to Schindler, The survivors were anxious that the overarching events and their meaning should be rendered with historical accuracy, as should the individual stories as well. The reason for this concern was twofold. Former prisoners feared that other survivors, who had not experienced in the Holocaust process any of the generosity that characterized Oscar, would consider this tale to be a fatuous version of The Good German. Similarly, they did not want denialists to use the Oscar story as a means to undermine the authenticity of what befell European Jewry. Hence, though the tone of this book might in some ways be that of a novel, it is substantively and conscientiously true. A number of former prisoners, including Leopold Pfefferberg, Miller Pfefferberg, Moshe Beisky, reformist Israeli judge, Mietek Pemper, and Itzhak Stern's widow, Dr. Maria Stern, read and corrected the manuscript in its entirety, and many others examined the sections that referred to them and made corrections of fact. How does one introduce dialogue into a novel that purports to be factual? I reconstructed an earlier conversation in the book between Schindler and various other Nazis regarding the future of the Jews, from what Schindler himself tells us about the characteristic discourses of the day amongst bureaucrats and officials. Basically, from what people like that were saying. As for the rest, if 2 or 3 former prisoners narrated substantially the same dialogue about an event, or if an individual such as Helen Hirsch recollected with what seemed an acute memory her fear on first seeing Schindler and her subsequent conversations with him, I felt it was within my remit to convey what was said as dialogue. It was an instinctive rather than reasoned choice, and the reader can decide whether in overall effect and validity and veracity it works. Otherwise, I cut down entirely upon dialogue. Even if I am grateful that European Jews are simply one group amongst the splendid array of Homo sapiens who like to portray past events in direct speech as well as mere description. I have written many books, but I have never been able to invent a story as morally complex and affecting as the Schindler story. Schindler's Rescue, small in terms of the overall numbers, made it possible for readers to visit the experience of the individual prisoners, young and old, and to feel for a second the iron judgment of racial condemnation against them. It is not an irrelevant experience. At the moment, there are 60 million displaced people in the world. The number is not likely to diminish soon. The Schindler story should at least inspire the people of Europe and my own country, Australia, not to call the masses of the dislocated by names that belittle or undermine their humanity. If a former generation was judged by the Holocaust, we should not doubt that we will be judged by this crisis. For the past is neater and the present is complex. What we are guided by is the realization that in all human crises, we cannot be reduced to the methods of the Third Reich, which began with name-calling and proceeded to destruction. We must all try to behave in a manner that honors what has become the Oscar inheritance. Thomas Keneally, New South Wales, 2016.
Schindler's List, a novel, was written by Thomas Keneally and read by Humphrey Bauer. Terry Hogan was the mix engineer. This has been a presentation of Simon & Schuster Audio. Schindler's List a novel, is available in print from Touchstone.